Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. This is day 6 in our marathon across Canada covering severe weather. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. This is going to be a very busy one. We are covering basically all the way from Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, out to the Maritimes. We're going to do our best to cover it all. So bear with me, folks. It's been this is the 6th day, so 5 very long days out front, but we're going to take a look at everything. I'll pull it all up. We'll kind of do a summary of where things are, what's going to happen possibly today, and the outlook. So let me go through all that. We'll get you guys on board, and then we'll take it from there. So let's flip right over to our radar. I'm going to go full screen on this. So right now we have some storms around Ottawa. I will jump on those and let you know what's the story there. So I'm going to turn our radar off, and I'm going to bring up all our outlooks across Canada. As you can see, that is a very, very busy map. So right now, I'm going to show you guys Alberta. We are looking at some severe storms out possibly that way later on. Scattered thunderstorms, 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts in that yellow area with 2 to 3 centimeter hail, so almost 1 inch, and 30 millimeters of rain. That is 3 p.m. onward Alberta time. The little hatched area in here is for possible funnel clouds. It doesn't show up there. I've looked at the outlooks, but that is just possible funnel clouds for that area. Down south of Regina, this hatched line as well. This is a different area, and in here they're talking 90-kilometer winds, almost 2-inch hail, 30 millimeters of rain, but a risk of tornadoes. So that is an area we're going to watch. We're going to watch this all if we can, but bear with me. Obviously, I'm one person, so we're going to try our very best to get everybody covered. Then we're going to move to Eastern Ontario and Southwest Ontario. We have an orange or high risk in London area. We're going to have some issues because we do have some radars that are out of service right now, and I'll highlight that in a second. So down in the orange highlighted area, 90 to 120 kilometer-hour winds, 2 to 4 centimeter hail, so over 1 inch, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain on that. Then we have an orange moderate risk for basically from Kincardine, so near Lake Huron, coming through the GTA, Hamilton, and kind of the Golden Horseshoe, and then all the way eastward to just to the west of Ottawa. This is 90 to 100 kilometer-hour winds, almost 1 inch hail, 20 to 40 millimeters of rain is on tap for that outlook. And now we've got a bunch of them here, so I'm going to switch over to the northern Ontario, north of North Bay, Greater Sudbury, Timmins, Temiskaming Shores, all of that area up there. Another moderate risk up in that area, 90 kilometer-hour winds and up to 1 inch hail at this point. This is 1 p.m. onward today. On the Quebec side, let's start with missing Eastern Ontario here. We have a high risk just from the west of Ottawa moving to the border and into Quebec. So let me take a look. A high risk, scattered thunderstorms, 90 to 110 kilometer-hour winds, 2 to 4 centimeter hail, so that's just over 1 inch, 70 millimeter rain, and there is also a tornado risk there. Let's switch over to the Quebec side. Big orange high risk area here as well. 90 to 120 kilometer winds, 1 inch or greater hail, 4 centimeters, 50 to 100 millimeters of rain, so huge downpours possible, and obviously the risk of tornadoes. Alex, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate that. So let's just take a look here. Now we have a very big yellow area for Quebec, which is moderate. Again, scattered thunderstorms, 90 to 100 kilometer winds, just over 1 inch hail, 2 to 4 centimeters, and 30 to 50 millimeters of rain. That's for a huge portion of northern Quebec through the middle and then off to the east. New Brunswick has also some moderate thunderstorms, a little bit more tamer, but still obviously severe storms, 80 to 100 kilometer winds, up to 1 inch hail, 40 to 60 millimeters of rain. Some storms are already already ongoing out in that area. So that's a rough synopsis of where we're looking to cover our severe weather today. Obviously, a very large area, very spread out. I'm going to do my very best to try and keep everybody up to speed. Wrong button. Let's hit radar. And I'm going to show you what radar stations are out right now. We have one up in Saguenay. That radar in Quebec is down. We have one in New Brunswick that is down. So that's going to make it very hard out there. And then we have Exeter radar in Southwest Ontario also down. So we have 3 radars in Canada down. I'm going to have to use other ones to try and assess what's going on. So we are going to move through that as this broadcast progresses. I'm going to jump right into the East Coast right now because they do have some storms ongoing there. So right now we look to have some severe storms, also a squall watch over the water. You can see how these are progressing. They're going to move across Prince Edward Island. They look to be dying on that northern end a little bit, or weakening, I should say. And this is going to drift southeast coming through Moncton. Heavy rain in certain pockets where you see those bright reds and oranges. That's obviously the heavy rain. Lots of lightning associated with it. It did pick up some intensity right around here over the water. You can see in the middle we've got some purple pixels in there. So that was out over open water, obviously a little less impeded, and the winds can pick up in there, and then also that picks up moisture off the water surface. So again, these are drifting southeast at this point. We only have the one radar, so this is going to come into Nova Scotia. Power just flickered at my house, so that's not good. We've already got storms ongoing, so I'm going to stay on this as best as I can. Hopefully we don't lose internet. That's the only thing that would kind of take us down at this point. We do have some severe warned storms around Trois-Rivières. So again, I'll bring this up for you guys to see the cycle here. So over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, you can see that storm by Shawinigan just kind of got going. So they've severe warned this. We'll read that out to you folks, and we'll zoom in on that. So there's a lot of storms activating all over the place. I'm going across to try and give a summary of everywhere, and then we'll focus on some areas. This doesn't have any information in this severe watch, or not severe, thunderstorm warning, I should say. So I can't really, just heavy rain, again, north of St. Maurice, Notre-Dame-du-Mont-Carmel. That has just very heavy rain. I'm going to take a look at the wind velocities. Nothing jumps out at me on that. So that is the story in that severe warning up to the north. Around the Ottawa area, let's take a look at this. So right now we've had some storms starting to initiate. They're going up and they're kind of weakening is what's happened. There were a couple of them here, so I'll show you what has progressed over the last 2 or 3 hours. And you can see storms kind of get going. One is over by Winchester at this point, being severe warned. And now they've put a severe warning right into Ottawa. So everybody's going to be asking what's going on at this point. So this is the cycle here. They are moving eastward. Right now they are severe warned. Some of them right over Perth. We have some very heavy precipitation in here. You can see significant lightning in that as well. Winds don't look too strong. We also have a storm that just went through Carleton Place. And again, there are some winds on this one to the north. North of Ashton Station, we have some, well, it's moved almost to Stittsville at this point. So let me just take a look. So that is the current scan that just came in. These winds are about 80 kilometers an hour off the surface, about 70 on the surface at this point. This is not far from the radar, heading towards Stittsville, Stanley's Corners, and then eastward from there. If the winds continue, they'll come into Canada, Bell's Corners, Barrhaven, that area as well, obviously as well with precipitation. So we will watch that storm. Just taking a look here at the storm south of Winchester. Not any real strong winds on that, so we're going to see whether that's the case there as this progresses. Heavy rain, but it's not gotten into a lot of red, and there's not a lot of lightning on it. So the two storms southwest of Ottawa, one right over kind of Munster, Ashton, Stanley Corners, that has a lot more lightning on it and a lot more precipitation. Perth to Smith Falls, the same thing. That storm has quite a bit of precipitation on it. We do have a squall watch. I'm just going to see which radar will see this better. These storms popped earlier, so I will show you where this came from. This came from Oshawa area, Peterborough, and then kind of drifting east, and it's going towards the water, but you can see those storms are weakening. They do have a squall warning on the water. So it is Calgary Tech. Thank you for the 5 membership donation. Really appreciate that as well. A lot of people are going to get good value out of that. So the squall warning says for 44 hours, basically 45 knots, frequent lighting, and poor to very poor visibility at this point. So it's, you know, just to do with these storms as they come through. I'm just making sure my earpiece is working because oh, there we go. Yes, it is working. Okay, so these storms are just moderate to light showers at this point. They have weakened as they have come eastward. We will monitor those as well. Gonna look around. That's yesterday. Please ignore that. I'm trying to find our local radar. So King City radar not showing anything throughout southwest Ontario. There may be some stuff coming off the water. I'm going to use the US radar. There is a little bit of bubbling happening. These are just regular showers. They're barely getting going at this point. So I'm going to have to use the Buffalo radar and the US Detroit radar to try spot storms along with King City radar north of Toronto because Exeter again is out of service at this point. Gonna look up at North Bay area. There is one little storm that looks like it's going. It's nothing to be concerned about yet, so we'll see if that turns into anything, but we'll monitor that. Up northeast of Timmins, Cochrane, we have some storms happening up there. Some of them are severe warned to the northeast of Cochrane. That is obviously a less populated area, but still got a severe warning up there for these storms, and you see their path or direction as they're traveling. Okay, so let me take a look at something here. Oh yes, I need to, sorry, I have to get into Discord here so I can have audio for my chasers. Sorry guys, we're in there now. Appreciate the heads up. I did eventually notice it. Okay, so let's jump back out here, and then we are watching storms out west at this point. We do have some in the southwest corner of Saskatchewan. There is that tornado potential out here, so if we do have some high-end severe events, we are going to focus on those while that high-end severe event is, whether that's a tornado warning, straight line winds, all of that stuff. If we have multiple ones, we will bounce back and forth. Again, I'll do my very best to cover things. So that's, you know, that's what we're going to do there. Again, bear with me because there's a lot to cover. You know, Canada is a big country. So again, we do have some storms here that initiated. Some of them have been severe warned, and these are severe warned for hail. So just east of Shaunavon. So we'll just take a look here on the, or Cadillac would be the closest. You can see how those storms are popping there. And when you see those pink pixels and the brighter pink pixels, that's where you're starting to have some hail. So we're going to monitor this area as well. So just doing a whole bunch of coverage here, trying to keep in front of everything. So today's sponsor is GG's Tree Care. I was talking to Tracy and Devin, the team over there. Obviously, they're very busy, but if you have tree damage or you need help with any of the trees that have gone down over the last number of days, whether they service Eastern Ontario. So anybody in Eastern Ontario, if you need that, definitely give them a shout out. They'll be able to help you guys out. You can see Connor is already streaming. I'm going to check if I have any of my other streamers up. We have Andrew Macklin, who is streaming as well. Rick may come in on board here later. And I also possibly have 4 chasers out west, but I don't think they'll be streaming just yet because we're early on at this point. So we possibly have up to 7 streamers today. So I've got my hands full with this, the streamers, the chats, you guys. So we're going to do our best, guys. And I'm going to try and get that information out to you guys as quickly as possible. So around the Ottawa area right now, we have 3 storms essentially, again, around Perth, Smith Falls in between there. one to the east of Carleton Place moving into Richmond, and then the Winchester storm moving eastward. These are tracking again in an easterly line essentially. We'll see if that continues to be the case or not. So I'll monitor that with you folks. Right now, just heavy showers. Some of them have strong winds in them. We have been battered in Eastern Ontario over the last few days. UMACME, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. I'm just going to look at our velocity scan here that just came in. Strong winds in Stanley's Corners going through Stittsville. You can see these bright pink icons or pixels. 88 kilometers an hour in there. So again, wind damage yesterday. This is heading, just happening. This is heading for Fallowfield. Again, it'll go over the 416, coming through Richmond on the north side, where those really strong winds might get into Canada, Bellis Corners, Barrhaven right now. So please, if you're in front of that, thank you for the stars, Frank. Appreciate it. Pay attention to it because we've seen tons of damage from the storms over the last 2 days, and this is day 3, unfortunately, of things happening. So I'm just going to take a look at reflectivity here. We don't have anything is super strong in terms of winds, and this storm does look like it's not really sustaining that strong. Again, mostly oranges or darker orange down to yellow and green and blue. Not a whole lot of red in there, and not a lot of lightning, but that may be cycling. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to make my way back out east to the Maritimes. Let's take a look here. Which one is it that's going to work for me? That is the right radar right now. So let's take a look and see how these have progressed. There are some more storms behind it. Right now, the severity looks like it's coming apart somewhat. You can see how red it was here. It's further away from the radar, so that reads higher up into the storm. So it's a little bit not misrepresentative, but Sean, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Appreciate that. So Summerside has some rain coming into it. Just to the west of it, heavy precipitation, lots of lightning associated with this. You don't want to be on the water in front of this. Let me see what the wind gusts look like in here. They aren't super strong, so that is a good thing. But still going to be heavy precipitation, and those lightning bolts are always the problem. As you can see right here, these are firing straight out ahead of the storm. So even before the storm gets there, you're getting those lightning bolts. So I always tell people, I'm not afraid of tornadoes. I'm afraid of lightning and other chasers driving. So, okay, so I've got Connor. Let me see here. Connor's near Williamsburg, so let me take a look. We've got a photo coming in here, so I'm going to swing back to Eastern Ontario. Again, we're trying to concentrate on the most severe portion that we can. Let me pull Connor's photo up, and I'm going to share it with you folks. Connor's got it on his live stream, but it's cutting in and out, so let me see here if I can pull that up. Let me swing over here. So this is the photo that he sent in. The area I want to highlight is this lowering right here. This is what's called a potential wall cloud. Looks a little disorganized right now, but it is the early signs of a storm getting stronger. And where you see this cotton candy type cloud, that is basically air being drawn up into the storm. So where that updraft is, and it's pulling it up, and as it gets close to the bottom of the storm, it's condensing. So it does look like cotton candy, but that is an indicator of a storm trying to develop something. So we will keep our eye on it. Connor does have it on his stream here. Obviously a little bit glitchy as far as the cell data there. One of the improvements we're going to be doing after this entire portion is done, where we can get a break, I'm probably going to get us a Starlink, and we'll put it onto Connor's vehicle, and we're going to try and get in some multiple cameras as well. So again, that's going to help things out. I'm going to watch here whether Andrew's still streaming there. I've been bouncing around on the radar. So this is south of Ottawa, where we're seeing that the storm that is south of Winchester near Inkerman to Winchester Springs. He is sitting near Williamsburg at this point. So that was where that photo was taken from. So we will keep an eye on that. Connor's watching that storm. Back to the storm here between Perth and Smith Falls. Let's just take a look at that. Not the winds are picking up a little bit in it. Lots of lightning, heavy precipitation over Port Elmsley, but you can see that to the southeast of Perth and the southwest of Smith Falls at this point. And now we've got this storm moving a little bit into Ottawa. Let's take a look at our velocities. Still haven't got the new update here. It should be any second. We're about 2 minutes away. So that is the story there. Back to Three Rivers. There's definitely some intensity on this storm here. Also some stronger winds. This is, again, near Saint-Maurice to the east of Notre-Dame-du-Mont-Carmel, Saint-Narcisse, and then Saint-Luc-de-Vincennes. That is where this storm is currently located. Here you will see the direction that it's moving in, heading towards the river. So obviously heading eastward. Most of our trajectories today are eastward, as you can see. Another storm back to the southwest getting organized. Very heavy rain, even a pixel of pink, which might indicate small hail. This is near Charette and Saint Barnabé. So again, moving eastward, and that's why they're throwing out this extra severe warning across the river as these storms move eastward. So this storm is definitely getting some action going in terms of the size of it. There are some stronger winds in it, so you need to pay attention to that. I'm just looking and watching for areas of any kind of possible rotation. So those are storms ongoing on the Quebec side of things. Again, going to go take a look what's out east here. That radar's down. Bear with me. There we go. So we've gotten a new update scan here. Andrew's got a view of the storm as well in the Ottawa area on the bottom of your screen. So those guys are in the eastern Ontario area. Heavy water over, what is this? This is Bedeque Bay, I believe. I can barely read it, so I may be wrong on that, but this is just to the west of Summerside. Lots of heavy precip over the water, but overland right now we have just moderate to mild rain, I would say. Same thing east of Moncton. There's a little bit more rain here on Highway 15. You can see those oranges and those reds and all of that. So a lot going on there as far as those storms are concerned, but they are weakening, it looks like. So that is good news, but we will continue to monitor it. And then let me take a look along the river, along the lake here. I'll switch back to that. The storms that are heading out over the water from Port Hope, Cobourg, Colborne, Quinte West, Belleville, and Napanee. There's only a couple of them that do have lightning. The one directly northeast of Belleville has lightning on it. I don't see any strong winds in this whatsoever, so heavy precipitation, just very isolated. Some lightning bolts, and then north of Odessa, we also have another storm, which, again, very small, heavy precipitation on that. I'm going to see that. I don't think that's the same part of the line. I'm just going to look here. Oh, it is. It's kind of drifting north. The rest of the line is keeping eastward. This one is taking off a little bit northeast at this time. So we'll monitor that one to see what it does. And then back to southwest Ontario. Nothing to show at this point. Just, again, very isolated showers. So, and I'm going to quickly zoom back to Saskatchewan. See if there's any progress out here with these storms. They continue to be there, just heavy rainmakers at this point, with possibly some hail moving kind of northeast. We are expecting more storms later on, so we will watch those. I'm expecting to be here late tonight as storms move near the Regina area to the south, kind of over to Weyburn and Estevan. So we'll see whether that's the case there. So I'm going to keep up with it, but we'll continue to update you folks as best as possible. Let's take a look here. So Eastern Ontario, this is where Connor and Andrew are watching this storm right here, again, right near Winchester Springs. I'm just looking at our velocity scans, just making sure we don't have anything that's trying to rotate at this point. Watching my comments here as well. Okay, Perfect. Yeah, Andrew was saying, I've got your stream, Andrew. It's coming up and down, but I'm keeping it up now at this point. So we'll stick with it as best as we can. And then I'll look at other chasers. We may even have Mark chasing on the Quebec side as well. So if Mark is out there, we'll have a view of some storms in the Quebec side from our chasers at this point. So let me activate actually our camera network. Just going to put them on the map as well. So these are our weather cams, and we might be able to get some views of them at this point. So a lot of clicking from my equipment here in the office, which is a little bit concerning for powering Kempville, but let me see what I can pull up here. We're going to take a look at the storm near Smith Falls with our weather cam. And we'll see how bad it's raining there if I can get a signal from it. So yeah, oh, absolute downpour right now. So let me bring this up here. This is the camera. Sorry, that's the camera right there. You can see very heavy rainfall across the water. That does look like a raindrop on the right side is on the camera itself. But we do have heavy rain in the background. And let me just take a look here. I'll switch over to radar. So that is the center of your screen. This is our Smith Falls weather cam, and you can see all that precipitation moving through there. So we will continue to keep an eye on those things, and then we'll swing back to here. And I'm going to switch back. Okay. Okay, so that's where we're at, kind of around the Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario along the waterfront. Again, we're not concerned about any of this. These were severe warned for heavy rain, and they are fairly docile. There's, again, no real lightning on them. There's a few that do have it, but it is very mild, and that's basically it. So just getting another view here. Okay, Connor's just saying that... yeah, okay, so we've got a good view here on that storm. I'm going to bring that up. Let me pull this here. Let me go with Connor. Larger size here for a second. So that is the storm that's Winchester Springs, Williamsburg. It's trying to draw up. That updraft is continuing to try and breathe there. So we're going to watch that. 335 was our last scan on this storm that you're seeing in the center of the screen on the radar on the right. That is what we're waiting for. We'll have another minute here and hopefully see how that has changed. So this is intensifying. As you can see on Connor's stream, it is drawing up into that storm. So we know that storm is breathing well at this point. So I'm just looking at my velocity scans. Nothing exciting yet at this point, but we're going to keep Connor's view of it as well. And we'll see if Andrew has a view of it on the bottom right there, but we'll see if that stream comes back. Storm just popping over Iroquois right now, so that is just a minor rain shower. Doesn't even have lightning on it at this point, so just something getting going. And storms do need to mature, and that's the thing that we're always looking at when storms develop. You want to see how long they've been around. I'm going to share the weather cam here from Iroquois. So this is the rain shower. That's all it is. Not a lot of wind, but very heavy rainfall with large droplets, it looks like, from this location. So I'm going to swing back and take a look at Connor's camera because we are seeing a little bit of development there in the middle. I'm going to bring that up. You can see that lowering right in the middle. That's where the updraft would be in, drawing up air from the surface. And you can see how that is growing in size and it's kind of packing in from the bottom. So what else have we got going on? So that's kind of where we're at right now in the Eastern Ontario. I am going to watch that just to see what's happening here. We have a lot of scud, is that kind of cotton candy cloud that's getting pulled up into there. So we'll see what's going on. We'll keep an eye on it. So again, down by the water, we're not concerned. I'm looking in Quebec here. I'm going to watch these cameras or these storms on the stream. So let me switch over. I'm going to bring up this feed here and keep Connor on view there. So again, big storm forming north of Trois-Rivières. So it's over Saint-Maurice, Saint-Luc de Vincennes, Champlain, and kind of eastward. Those bright reds, dark oranges, those are heavy precipitation in them. There's some lightning associated with this storm, but not a lot. but it is a storm that is probably trying to get established. Also here we have Saint Barnabé. There's another storm there with heavy precipitation, and these again are moving eastward. I'll show you where these are tracking at this point. But you can see that ongoing in terms of the track of this. So heavy precipitation, some wind associated with it, and obviously a lot of lightning with these two or three severe thunderstorms. I'm going to switch over to our radar over here, just on the east coast, and take a look again east of Moncton. These are moderate to mild showers. The only place where we have heavy rain or any lightning is just to the south west of Summerside over the water. So again, you don't want to be on the water if you can avoid it. That would not be a fun ride. The rest of the island looking like just yellows, greens, and maybe a bit of orange. So just moderate showers at this point. I'll switch over to our winds. The winds don't look bad in this at all. Nothing compared to like what we saw in Ottawa today. So we're just going to see here, Connor just messaging me here. And I'm going to switch back. We've got a couple of warnings that popped up, so I'm going to jump onto Eastern Ontario and take a look at that. So Smith Falls, this storm obviously is getting severe warned out through Kemptville. It is moving eastward, so if you're in Athens right now, that is not where, or Brockville, that is not where you need to be concerned about. This storm is moving eastward at this point. So I've seen Connor sending some more photos and imagery, and I'm keeping an eye on it on the stream. So we do have that center portion of the storm drawing up some scud, so we'll see what's going on there. So this is the track of the storms through Eastern Ontario at this through the afternoon. And moving eastward is the track on the storm. Kind of, it maybe has turned a little bit southeast at this point. You can see the lightning. This is what I'm talking about. When I was talking about lightning scaring me, this bolt is 16 kilometers out front of the storm. So there's nothing down here. You could be in broad daylight minding your own business, and then bam, a lightning bolt. And it is throwing a lot of them. So this is what we're going to have to pay attention to. I'm just going to see the winds here going through Manotick, what that looks like. So there are some stronger winds back through Barrhaven. I'm going to see if they're subsiding or picking up. They're come down a little bit. We are further away from the radar, so these winds are coming down a little bit, so maybe 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, just to the north of Manotick and into Barrhaven area at this point. So that's where we're at with that storm. And then Connor again has this one on stream right in front of us here. I'll bring it up full screen. Sorry, wrong camera there. So Connor, oh, he's already moved, so his stream hasn't refreshed here. So let me just take a look. We'll switch back to our three chasers, and we'll see if they get into the game here. One of our cameras has gone down. Let's go back to the lakefront here. Again, the storms are dying off along south of the 401, along that north shore of Lake Ontario. Nothing to be concerned about there. I'm going to just see them from Franktown radar. Right over Deserano, you can see now that most of these are just greens and yellows with a little bit of orange. Again, dying off. The one that broke off and went northeast, north of Sydenham, is also looks to be weakening, but we'll keep an eye on it. It is a very minor storm at this point. This one is picking up intensity. So the Smith Falls storm to the southeast, so over Motts Mills, New Bliss, east of Lombardy, you're seeing a ton of hail right in here. So this is a hail signature in here. This would be pea-sized to maybe grapes at this point. So again, moving, let's take a look which direction this hail is moving, if it's on any of the scans. So again, moving southeast at this point. So this storm has changed direction and is now traveling southeast down towards Athens and Brockville. You can see those lightning bolts out in front of it, and it's prolific at this point. So that is a sign of a storm getting its act together. That's the one in Eastern Ontario that I'm most paying attention to on radar. We also have the storm that Connor is on near Williamsburg. That one is also getting its act together. and you can see those dark reds and oranges. We've got a banana on the screen with Andrew trying to get his drone photo in there. So he's got his drone up looking at the bottom of this storm. I believe that is the Williamsburg storm based on that, but I could be wrong. So we'll get a confirmation there from Andrew. I'm just gonna keep an eye on things here. So okay, so that's what's happening there. So right now, the most concerning storm in eastern Ontario is south of Smith Falls, heading southeast along 29, and it'll be going into the Athens, kind of Brockville area towards in that direction. So right now, showing a lot of hail on it for an early storm. And we'll come back here and take a look at King City radar just to see what's going on there. Minor storms coming ashore here at Goderich and Clinton. Those are just extremely minor showers, and I don't think there's anything happening in southwest Ontario otherwise. So we're good and clear there. Let's take a look back to Saskatchewan and Alberta. Still have these storms. These are pretty minor. So let's take a look here. These are, again, for some hail in them and very heavy precipitation, but they're just basically persisting at this point. That's why they are severe warned. This is to the south, east of Swift Current, just come across the southwest corner of Saskatchewan, and they're pushing that severe warning a little further out. I'm just going to see what that's showing. We've got Connor watching the storm on our left, bottom left there. And you can see that the storm in Saskatchewan here to the northwest of La Flèche is got a little bit of hail in it, so heavy precip. I'm going to see what the winds look like. A little bit of wind in that, but right now nothing too concerning. And then we have also a storm up here. I'm going to see kind of east of Edmonton. So let's take a look what's happening here. These are all moving northward. You can see that line firing, and they're probably going to be warning this. I'm going to take a look what the thunderstorm warning is. It's basically for capable of producing heavy rain. So these are warned for heavy rain, so like a flash flood style warning. We don't have those in Canada. We basically have rainfall warnings ahead of time, but during a storm it's considered severe. So it's near two hills to Goodfish and Goodfish Lake, and is moving to the north very slowly. So this is all to do with heavy precipitation, and that area is saturated. Over the last number of weeks they've gotten a ton of rain in that area as well. So let me head back to eastern Ontario and to the Maritimes, and we'll take a look there. I'm just gonna right now, this is Eastern Ontario is our area with the most kind of severe potential ongoing. So we will track this. Appreciate that, Stephanie. Really appreciate the 99 stars. Good to see you as well on the chat. Stephanie's a friend of mine. So let's just take a look here at Connor stream. So he's got this storm drawing up again, that cotton candy style cloud coming up to the bottom of that storm. So we'll monitor that with Connor. I believe Andrew was trying to get it or had his drone up. I'm just not sure if he's still got it up at this point, but we'll take a look at that. And then we'll go from there. So again, Connor is on the storm near to the southeast or near Williamsburg, I guess, southeast of Winchester Springs. That is the storm in the bottom left corner that you can see there. Heavy precipitation embedded in that storm. And not a lot of wind, which is good. You can see Connor below it, not super windy in any way. Throwing a lot of lightning, so we definitely need to pay attention to this. This is heading east to the 401 towards South Stormont. Then it'll cross over into New York. It may catch Long Sault. We'll see how that progresses. Going to switch over to velocities. The winds are further above the surface. So I've got Andrew, a bit of a shot there from, that is his remote control for his drone that you guys are seeing in that bottom right image. And he's got a shot of the storm as well. So, sorry, just looking at Gloucester, Greeley area, 78 kilometers an hour. This is now 1,700 feet above the surface. So we're probably about 600 meters off the ground. So that is a pocket of heavier winds. I would expect at the surface maybe 60 kilometers an hour. It is continuing to move kind of northeast towards Edwards, and then it'll be over to the 417. So that's where we're going there. We do have hail in this. Holy cow, I missed that part. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I'm on the right. Yes. So right now near Greeley, I have a camera there. So let me see if I can swing over to it quickly and take a look. So there looks to be hail falling in the Greeley area. We're going to see if we can get that on camera here. Oh, wow. Okay, this is Greeley right now. You'd think it's snowing. There is big time hail coming down in Greeley. This is moving eastward. This is a live shot on our weather cam. Again, right in Greeley, and these hailstones look to be sizable. So there's mixed in with rain, but we definitely have some hail falling here, as you can see. So I would say grapes probably. And we'll see if that continues to pick up. Hopefully it doesn't wreck the camera, but if it does, it does. That's what it's there for. But you can see that the visibility going down drastically. This is moving through Greeley and is going to go northeast from there. So this storm packing a punch as far as hail is concerned, and it is moving kind of just to this. Wow, that is just crazy what's going on that camera there right now. So again, moving to the east, northeast of Greeley. It'll be probably to the north of Metcalfe and continue on to Edwards and then to the north of Russell, but we are going to monitor that one because obviously you can see that is pretty prolific precipitation associated with some hail in there as well. And there are some winds, but they are not as strong as I thought they might be. But this is, again, our live shot of that storm as it's moving, continuing eastward. So you can see those pinks and purples in the center of that screen. That's what it looks like when you have that. So those weather cams paying off, being able to give you guys information live right under that storm. So that Greeley storm is the concern. Again, would be the hail in it and the precipitation. I'll show you how it tracked here from Manotick, and in one scan that hail core just exploded. So we're going to see whether that continues eastward from there. I am watching the storm again where Connor's at. Let's just take a look at that. We just have heavy precipitation there, dark reds east of Williamsburg heading for the 401 as well. Let's take a look back here. I'm going to see what the winds look like. So there are some stronger winds coming into Toledo here. We've got some 70, 80 kilometer hour winds. Maybe even a little bit over 80 here, just south of Jasper to the on the doorstep of Toledo. This is moving in a southeast direction. So this is moving in a completely different direction. We have storms moving southeast, east, northeast. So we've got all sorts of action here in eastern Ontario. I'm going to show you how these winds have propagated. You can see they kind of came from Perth, Smith Falls, and they're starting to get stronger and stronger. So we'll have to monitor that. We just got a tornado warning on the storm that Connor's on. So bear with me for a second. Let's kill that off. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm going to just take a second here to take a look at things. So I'm not sure why they are warning this. Bear with me for a moment. I'm going to take a look. We do have velocity scans up here to the north, and I'm going to show you something. This is green and red next to each other. Okay, let's flip over. There's no storm there. So that does not concern me. It's outside of the storm. There's nothing there. That is radar data noise. If we look where the rest of the storm is, so I'm going to do this right now. We're going to have a lot of people jumping in because of this tornado warning. I'm going to highlight the storm itself. I'm going to outline it. And I'm going to show you guys how we look at radar. And this is one of the things I try and get people to understand, because again, they'll look at those red and greens next to each other and then oh God, we've got a tornado ongoing. Right now, if you highlight that storm, I've taken it and drawn it and switched it over to our velocity, which is our wind speed and direction. There is nowhere in here that you have a bunch of reds and greens together. So I'm skeptical on this. That's what I'm going to say. I couldn't even pinpoint where the rotation would be right now that would need a tornado warning on this. So out of an abundance of caution, if you are in that area, obviously take shelter. But what I'm seeing here does not equate to a tornado or a rotation. And we have Connor on it, so I'm hoping they're just updating that tornado warning. That's what that sound is, so bear with me. They've now put the box all the way behind the storm. They did it right originally, and now, anyways, okay. So now people in Winchester are getting a tornado warning. There's nothing there. We do have the storm going through Greeley, which we showed you what that looked like, and I want to switch over quickly and show you what Greeley looks like now. Perfectly sunny at this point. So that's the drastic difference that you're seeing as far as when storms go through an area. Armageddon for about 5-10 minutes, and then it's over with. So let me swing back here. Again, the tornado warning that we are getting is for the storm that Connor is currently on. I don't see anything on that storm that's lowering. I don't have Connor jumping up and down in the chat, and we don't have any velocity scans that make sense. The only area is this, which is radar noise. This is the problem with velocities in Canada. We get a lot of corrupted data as far as velocity scans are concerned. There is no storm over where those reds and greens are, and that's again why we're saying that. So just taking a look here, and Connor again is near that storm. I don't think he's seeing anything that would be rotating tightly or anything dropping to the ground for a tornado at this point. So Connor is literally right underneath it. So we now have a second warning along the seaway for this storm as it's coming through. So again, not concerning at this point in terms of rotation on this storm. We just got a new update. Let's take a look at this. Give me a second here. And so again, we don't have anything green or red bright next to each other that would be within the storm. And that is always the key. The only area where you have red and green right now, kind of down in this area, but these are very mild. There's no wind speed here. They're just moving in different directions. They're in the storm. We have, again, some brighter colors up here. Switching over, no storm over there. So this is why we try and show people what they need to pay attention to. It is a scary looking storm in the sense that you've got Andrew's stream on the bottom right, you've got Connor on the bottom left, and again, I don't see anything dropping out of that right now. So, you know, we're saying that things are pretty good with this storm in the sense of the tornado warning that just went out. So we're monitoring it continuously. If something does happen, again, we have a couple of live streamers on it. So we're going to see if anything develops on it now. They're continuing to update this tornado warnings, folks. They're just putting in more data, I believe, or they've... it's saying that the storm is near Ingleside, moving east at 20 knots. That's what they're putting into the tornado warning. And I'm just going to check. Obviously, saying that Alexandria is not in the area at all. Winchester is not in the area. Wow. They're putting some wording in there that they don't need to be at this point. So I'm just checking with Connor and Andrew, making sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. But you can see both of them are pretty calm standing there. No excitement whatsoever. So again, anybody jumping in for this tornado warning, this is, we turn the temperature down here on this channel. I'm not going to hype it up for you just to get clicks and likes and shares and all that kind of stuff. So this is definitely not rotating in any way that is dangerous at this point. Again, no velocity scans over the last number of velocity reports to us. That is concerning. We have a live feed of the storm right at the bottom from 2 different chasers. Nothing on that is scary at this point. Again, I've seen 94 tornadoes, so when I'm looking at those feeds from them, if there is something concerning, I will jump on it right away. I can recognize it pretty quickly. So it's right now nothing of concern, and they're just constantly updating. This is the problem with the warning system, because they just constantly give alerts to people over and over and over again. And if you're along the 401, you're getting it double everybody else, because the warnings are overlapping. One is over the water, one is over land, and they've overlapped them here. So everybody along the 401 right now getting tons of tornado alerts, all repetitive. So that's the issue with that. So we're going to take a look. I'm again keeping an eye on everything to the bottom there, from Connor's feed, from Andrew's feed, and also on our velocity scans. I am aware, I do talk about it quite a bit on this stream, that you can have a situation where you have sorry, give me 1 second. You can have a situation where a tornado or something can happen in between those scans because they're 8 minutes apart. However, in this situation, I'm not seeing anything on our live feed that we're seeing there, and that's the biggest issue, is that we see a live feed, and I'm also seeing nothing on radar that would corroborate what's going on. So just continually switching here. I'm going to take a look back. The hail has subsided in that storm to the east of Greeley. You can see all the pink is gone. I am taking a look at that as well. There's probably some wind in there. There's a little bit of wind elevated kind of to the southwest of Edwards, east of Greeley, as that continues to move eastward as well. I'm going to scan away here. So our storm that is tornado warned is to the west of South Stormont. It is not something you need to be too worried about as far as rotation is concerned. We have a live feed in the bottom right hand corner from Andrew. What else is going on here? And even if it had a funnel cloud, again, that is, the amount of times I've seen a funnel cloud and it opts to nothing, it's still not, it's still a long ways from producing if we have a funnel cloud. So let me just take a look here. Again, I'm confident in what I'm seeing on the live stream. I'm confident what I'm seeing on our velocity scans. So this is very broad rotation. You can see these dark greens within the storm or on the edge of the storm. And we have pixel of pink in the middle of that. That is going to be the hail going over Highway 2 right now. But there is no velocity scan in this that is concerning in any way for any rotation that is going to be tornadic. I can tell you that right now. And again, I'm seeing it live in the bottom corner. So that helps me out. So please, Canada got the warning. Oh my God, that's crazy that Canada got the warning. So again, we are talking about a tornado warned storm southeast here over the 401 and the Seaway, heading off into New York. And again, nothing on velocity scans since the tornado warning has been on was concerning. And also what we're seeing the live feed from Andrew, nothing is concerning there. So I'm going to switch over to the storm heading southeast from Smith Falls. Heading through to, I guess, along 7. There are some strong winds in there, but the area has subsided somewhat. It's a much more condensed area, and this is about 1,000 feet off the ground. And so that's basically what is taking place there. On the surface, I would expect probably 60 to 70 kilometer-hour winds. Obviously still concerning, but not in terms of anything like we saw yesterday. Still very heavy rain over the Perth area. Not as much. There's a decent amount of lightning, but far less than before. And so this is stretching from Perth to the southwest. So let's take a look at how all these storms are moving. Obviously, Greeley got pummeled with some hail there, probably grape-sized, and it was pretty intense, as you saw on the stream. But let me go if let me see if things here. I'm just checking my chat. Okay. Re-updating the tornado warning again. Saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. It is definitely not producing any kind of tornado. Like I said, we've had it on the live stream here, the video feed, and there's no velocity scans here that would indicate that. So again, probably out of an abundance of caution, but I don't see anything here that's within any kind of rotating that's tight. Just to give you guys an idea how wide these pixels are on the green. So if you think that that's, you know, an area, that is 5 kilometers across. When you have rotation for a tornado, it's in hundreds of meters, and let's give it a kilometer at max. That's where you're at. So this is, again, nothing to be concerned about. It is a strong storm in terms of precipitation and possibly a little bit of hail in it, but that is the only concern right now at this time. Trying to keep people, you know, keeping a realistic outlook as far as this is concerned. And then the Russell storm looks like it's weakening at this point. We'll see if that is cycling. You can see here it exploded a hail core right over Greeley. And then over the last few scans, a lot more yellow, a lot more lighter orange. So that is moving through Russell, Embrun, going off to Castleman. And then we have all the storms to the southwest there. So I'm going to take a look at some stuff in Quebec. We've been concentrating obviously on that tornado warning storm. We have a lot of storms here. I'm going to pull up Blainville. A lot of storms kind of getting going here along the 117 to the north of east of Ottawa, north of west of Montreal. You can see these marching through kind of cottage country, but up 117. They are just heavy rainmakers at this point. Moving slightly southeast maybe would be the most of it. Let's take a look back by Quebec City here and Trois-Rivières. So these storms just near Trois-Rivières and to the north. Champlain, let's take a look at our wind velocities in that. Where am I? There we go. So there are some winds in here, nothing that is rotating that has me concerned here. This is just heavy rain. And again, moving eastward over the river at this point, and will continue through Quebec on that eastern side of the river. So let's just take a look here. And I'm going to see if there's more storms. I'm just going to come back to the East Coast, see if those ones are still going on. We do have storms still ongoing. Over Prince Edward Island, that is all just regular showers. Over Moncton, we do have a bit of heavy precip in there. Not a ton of lightning. You can see that there's very little lightning here, if any at all. There's only a few bolts showing. And then back to Sussex, we have heavy precipitation coming through, crossing Highway 2 and Highway 1. And that's it basically out there. So pretty good on the East Coast at this point. Not as much to be concerned about there. That is continuing to move southeast at this point. So just running through that as well. So things are definitely dying. You can see how these storms are moving in. We're down a radar too out here, so please bear that in mind. The radar I would normally use here is CAS-CM, which is closer to the storms. Unfortunately, I have to use the one out of Nova Scotia because that one is down. So we are reading further away from the radar. Just going to flip over here and take a look at our storm. South Stormont, this is a scan at 411, so this is our latest scan. There are some stronger winds in there right to the north of Stormont or South Stormont going through there, and then over the water because there's less, the storm is less impeded. Heavy rain in this, lots of lightning. Those are the biggest things. There is no tornado possibility on this storm right now currently. Again, we'll take a look at the storms kind of through Perth. And let's just switch over here to our wind velocities. We see that the winds are moving southeast. I'm going to show you again. If you're just tuning in, they came from Smith Falls, and those brighter areas, that red is where those stronger winds are. And I'm going to tell you what those winds are currently. They're about 60, 70 kilometers an hour, which is not bad. It's 1,400 feet off the ground. So that is probably about 60 kilometers an hour on the surface and to the northeast. So, but it is an area of stronger wind as we're having that storm move southeast. So rain currently moving into Prescott, Ogdensburg. We do have, bear with me a second here. I might be able to pull up one of our cameras and we'll take a look at this storm as well from this camera. And then we'll move on. I'll take a look at back to the southwest. As far as storms back in southwest Ontario, we'll keep an eye on that because there are storms capable there. And this is taking a little bit of time, so I'll keep an eye on that as we continue on here. But lots of lightning, wind, and rain at this point. Not what we want to hear, but that is what's going on at this point. So let me bring it up. Unfortunately, this camera today is shaking quite a bit. This is the GG's Tree Care Weather Cam. It is on top one of those grain elevators, and when the motor is running, she shakes, rattles, and rolls. But it does give us an idea as to what's going on. We will get this updated. But you can see the storm basically heading towards Prescott, towards Johnstown by the St. Lawrence River. So another heavy rainmaker on its way towards the Seaway as this thing moves southeast at this point. So we'll flip back to our chasers and then take a look from there. And then I'm going to take a look at southern Ontario and southwest Ontario as well. So again, a lot of area to cover today. You can see the storms that were here earlier along the 401. As we were saying, they are dying. As they went out over the water, they've actually completely died. There's maybe a minor shower here or there, but those are of non-concern anymore. Let's take a look at King City radar. We still have that very tiny cluster of storms coming off Lake Huron over into crossing land onto Goderich. And west of Listowel, but these don't have lightning. These are just garden variety showers at this point. Thank you very much, Gabs-a-lot, for the donation as well. You've been very, very supported over the last number of streams, so thank you very much for doing that. Again, out in southwest Ontario, nothing at this point. We do have one radar down here as well. Normally I would be looking at Exeter radar here north of London, but that one is down at this point. So let's take a look at storms way up to the north. They continue to move from northern Ontario into northern Quebec. These are just heavy rainmakers. I'm going to see if there's any winds. There's no winds to be concerned about up there. It's an interesting radar scan. What is this? Oh, that's because this radar is not updating velocities now. Okay, so the northern radar is not giving us velocity scans. The last one was at 1:05 p.m., but we are getting reflectivity. That's 17 minutes old, so we may not be getting Kapuskasing radar working up there. So radar's kind of giving me a hard time today, so we'll have to keep monitoring that. Gonna swing back over to Alberta. Let's see, we've just got those heavy rains to the east of Edmonton. That's why these are warned just for slow moving storms moving northward near St. Paul, just tracking northward, and obviously the flooding is the component there. So that's what that warning is for, to the east of Edmonton, where you're seeing that darker yellow box. Just to do with the heavy precip, because that area is saturated just as badly as, for example, Ottawa over the last 24 to 48 hours. So this is definitely, one of those stretches that does make it, people get gun shy when it comes to weather, when we have this repetitive rounds of obviously severe weather. I don't blame them for that. We do have a line here starting to form in Saskatchewan. You can see that on here. So again, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Let me just take a look here. So these are progressing northeast. They're going to go towards obviously La Flèche, and then onwards from there, currently going through Morse, but heading up towards Moose Jaw into Central Butte, and then eventually, if they continue, they'll go into Regina as well, but we will monitor that and keep updating. If they do get more severe, we will pay attention to them. They're just heavy rain at this point. There were some areas of slight hail, but right now it does not look like there's much as far as hail is concerned out in the Saskatchewan area. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. We really appreciate the support. Let me switch over back to here and take a look. That storm it's just moving over the water right now. just some moderate winds in there, heavy rain over the seaway, and it's now into New York, basically heading towards Messina. Obviously, a lot of dense rain, some lightning on it still as well. But at this point, not anything of concern. And again, we walked you through it as far as that tornado warning that was put out. Are they still maintaining these tornado warnings? Let me just do a refresh here and see if they are still, yeah, they're still active at this point. But again, storms have moved out. The one that went through Greeley, you can see near Castleman, Limoges, Embrun. These are just rain showers at this point. There is no lightning on this. It is moderate to light rain. Same thing with St. Isidore, Maxville. That is just light rain at this point. So the biggest storms that we have, I'm going to have to go back and into Quebec and take a look at those, would be near south of Smith Falls and to the southeast of there as this heads towards the St. Lawrence Seaway. So we can take a look at that, and you can see how this storm has spread out and is about to go through the 401 corridor. Lots of heavy rain, some heavier winds, or stronger winds, I should say, in this area right here. Let me move that. I just did a refresh. So there are winds just in a line here moving southeast. So that's what we need to pay attention to. If you are in that area, there's going to be some stronger wind gusts. These are probably maybe up to 80 kilometers. No, not even. These are about 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. On the surface, this is 1,600 feet above. You're going to be probably between 40 and 50 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more, but that is it at this point. So not anywhere near as bad as what we've been seeing as far as the last couple of days. They have shrunk. Why would they do that? So they've shrunk the box. There was the box that went all the way back through Winchester. But as soon as they shrink the box, it re-puts out the alert to everybody. They are expiring the tornado warning, but they've shrunk the box back to along the 401 again. So let's see if that I can get that to disappear. No. So again, they've expired the tornado warning. There was, as far as I was concerned, when we were watching the live stream and the velocity scans, based on my analysis of the radar, there was nothing there to be concerned about. It was out of an abundance of caution at that point. So again, I know that scares people and freaks them out. So I'm trying to, keep the outlook realistic for you people and not, get everybody wound up if they don't need to be. Okay, let's take a look here. On the Quebec side to the north of Montreal, we have again some minor showers up there with some heavier precip, a few lightning bolts. These are all moving eastward. Three Rivers or Trois-Rivières is where our bigger storms were. You're seeing that they are dying off a little bit. They're getting a little more disorganized at this point. Excuse me. Let me switch over to velocity. So there's not even any real major wind in these. I'm just taking a look just to see. So again, over Trois-Rivières, we have heavy precipitation, not a lot of lightning in them. So that also is indicative of a storm. Okay, so Connor just sending me a comment there, just checking it to make sure it's not something I need to jump on right now. Okay, let's take a look here, and let me see here. Okay, so again, over the river, a little bit more intense precipitation near Champlain. And to the east of there, you're seeing that a lot of this is yellow, orange, and there's only a little bit of red here by Lemieux and Sainte Marie de Blandford, sorry. So those storms, again, moving eastward with some of that heavier rain, but they do look like they are weakening, as you can see on the scans where it was all bright red in that top corner. Again, indicative of a storm weakening as well. So what's going on here? Let's take a look on the East Coast and we'll continue on our track here. So again, on this radar, we are not seeing any red anymore for the most part. The vast majority of these storms are just regular showers at this point. Again, no lightning. So I'm less concerned about what's going on the East Coast at this point. The only place where there's some heavier precip is to the east of Sussex as these move southeast. So if you are in Nova Scotia and you are, anywhere along the track of where these storms are headed, Cape Breton, that kind of thing, right now these storms are dying off and weakening. You may get rain, that kind of thing, but as we get away from those darker colors, that is indicative of storms dying out. The lightning has essentially disappeared as well on a good portion of it. That is also another indicator that storms are weakening. So Maritimes, for now, you're good. I think the severe component at this point out of these storms is over with. They just updated the severe watch. So I'm just going to take a look. They're just updating it, but it says until late this evening, so we'll see if storms come from Quebec, possibly could be severe later on. We will watch that. That was a potential as well. So again, covering a very large area here, so we'll swing back. We're going to take a look at things. I'm looking from Franktown radar right now. Going to take a look at King City radar. Nothing around the GTA area. There are few pop-up storms that are just happening around Cambridge at this point, and then again to the west of Listowel, but this one is just getting going at Cambridge, so we will watch that to see if that intensifies, because it popped in one scan, maybe two if you're being very technical. So we'll watch that. Lots of lightning on it, already moderate rain in there, and maybe even moderate heavy. So that is a cell that needs watching or monitoring. So we'll see moving eastward at this point. So obviously going to go maybe between Hamilton and Oakville, but nothing severe on that at this point. And then I'm going to swing all the way back out to Alberta. Just checking here, those storms again to the east of Edmonton is just for heavy precipitation. And what are they doing? And they've killed the warning on the river. So when I hear that sound in my ear, I need to make sure that there's nothing new. That is our tornado warning. They have expired the one that was along the St. Lawrence Seaway over the water. So again, that is what is taking place. So all tornado warnings southeast of Ottawa, along the 401 corridor and the St. Lawrence Seaway have expired. I'm just watching storms here in Saskatchewan as they continue to kind of march northeast. You can see this is a line of storms. The reason they are severe warned for the main part is the heavy precip with a bit of hail right now we have tucked in here. It looks like there may be a tiny amount just south of Hodgeville at the 43. This is Glenbane, it looks like. So lots of lightning in this storm, lots of precipitation as this moves northeast. Not a lot of wind in it on the radar, so that's the other thing there. So, okay, let's swing back to southeast Ontario eastern Ontario, folks. Bear with me. Like I said, this is day 6 straight of live streaming across Canada, so we're just trying to get the information out there. So I appreciate everybody's patience with me today. So. Okay, so Karen Lane outside of Perth, multiple trees down, multiple hydro poles down, and that's for those strong winds that came out of Perth earlier. So let's just take a look at that. I can swing that back. We're actually getting some strong winds here by Domville. I'm going to take a look here. This would be about 85 kilometers an hour. And that is 1,800 feet off the ground. So again, at the surface, probably 60 to 70 kilometers an hour would be my rough estimate on that. So velocity scans, again, when you're looking at them, it's those brighter colors, and then you can see the directions of the winds there. So there was a pocket, it looks like right here. Let me see. So there was a pocket right here of strong winds going through Perth. This would have been just in this area here. That would be probably about 80 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more. I can't measure them on that scan because our tool, but right here would be about 500 feet off the ground, so it's very close to the radar. Again, right in that span right there, Rogers Road, North Street, in through there was definitely some strong winds on this velocity scan. So Rick just reporting to us that that's what he's hearing on Lanark County Scanner. So give them a follow on Facebook if you don't and you live in the area. Rick runs Lanark County Scanner on Facebook. So let's just take a look right now. Ottawa, the city itself, staying out of trouble at this point. So that's good news, especially after yesterday. I am seeing a boundary, several boundaries parked out here that could be problematic if storms were to engage with them. And I'm going to show what I mean by that. This is one of the other things that we like to kind of educate people on. We will see as the storms move through. They're going to leave a boundary behind them, and I'm going to highlight that boundary and then play the radar back so you can see how they originate. So there's a boundary right in here, roughly, and then there's another one that is drifting here. The question is whether they become stationary and if they sit there and cook, and I'll explain why that is something that we pay attention to on radar. Let me draw this back. And you can see if you follow on the screen, and I'll go full screen actually on this just so it's more visible to folks depending what you're watching this on. You'll see these storms moving, and then there's boundaries that get left behind those blue pixels, and you can see how they line up there. They've just kind of come out of those storms. If those were to sit there and cook in this temperature, they are an enhanced area of moisture and also possibly vorticity as well. So this is, as storm chasers, that's what we look for when we're storm chasing and we want to see where something's going to possibly happen. That is the area that we would look for. The Rossburn tornado in Manitoba several days ago fired off one of these boundaries, and that's what caused it to go nuclear. It literally went from no storm to 48 minutes later, there was a tornado on the ground. So again, that's why I highlight this kind of stuff and try and show people just so you have a bit of an understanding as far as what it's like to read radar and understand what storms are going to do. So right now, heavy rain moving obviously through this area here over Johnstown. There may be some hail. Just taking a look at some of this area here. So small pixel of hail. Right here, maybe just over 15 back to the north of Maitland. And this is moving eastward, so rain moving over the 401 corridor right now, heavy to moderate to heavy rain, some lightning in there. I'm going to check whether our camera has a decent view of that, so bear with me for 1 sec while I bring that up. Got another... Okay. This camera's not coming up, but let me see if I can kickstart it. Sometimes that helps. Refresh this page. Bear with me for a sec. Okay, yeah, so this is what the precip in that storm looks like. So again, I'm going to go back to the GG's tree care webcam, or weather cam, I should say, and you can see the shaking again. That's just a motor running near the camera, but you can see all that rain moving through the area here. Even if you look on the ground, you'll see it kind of the wind's blowing it around, that type of thing. So loss of visibility would be a great way of putting it. So far, the winds are a little bit elevated, but we're going to look back towards Brockville. So just a typical heavier rainstorm as this moves through the area. So this is again down Johnstown near the St. Lawrence Seaway, right on it basically. And this is Master Feeds actually allowed us to put this camera up there. So thank you to Master Feeds for that. They've helped us out immensely, especially climbing up this high. I freely admit that I was going up that post, and about 100 feet up, I tapped out. And said no thank you, and thankfully their maintenance guy that climbs that thing 10 times a day went up and put the camera up, so we were good that way. So anyways, on to continuing with the weather here. Okay, Connor's giving us a photo from Brockville area, so bear with me for a second here. So many buttons to press, so little time. So this is from picture from James T, and this is in the Brockville area, so let me share that up. You can see the storm approaching here. Obviously looks quite menacing. Heavy precipitation, lots of lightning, and some wind associated with this, but this is coming into Brockville. So James T, thank you very much for sharing that with us, and Connor sending that on as well. So Let's just take a look here. So again, these are our storms. This is our biggest cluster of storms that seems to be holding on right now. As far as severe weather, anywhere that we're talking about, we'll go back and look in Quebec and take a look and see whether that's anything is happening any further there. But you can see this is the progression of the storms this afternoon through eastern Ontario at this point. Nothing for Ottawa, which is good so far. We're still in that severe watch area, and there's still more storms potentially going to develop later on. We are only 4:30 p.m. here, so I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to play a quick commercial from Gigi's Tree Care, our sponsor of the stream today, and thank you to them for being a sponsor on the stream for quite some time now. And again, if you have any issues with trees, yesterday, the day before, today, and anytime onward, definitely give them a shout out. They're based out of Eastern Ontario, and they'll definitely get you guys taken care of.
Again tonight with dangerous storms from coast to coast as millions are set to return home or heading out of town to ring in the new year. States of emergencies declared.
So again, if you guys do have any issues with tree damage, the guys and the crew, I guess, at Gigi's Tree Care will definitely take care of you. I'm just going to bring up their website here, share it with you. We cannot get this kind of stuff out there without their support, so thank you to them for supporting us. You can give their office a call at 613-692-8368, or cell is 613-743-2240. Again, they've been a proud sponsor of ours, and we're proud to be teamed up with them. They do phenomenal work. So again, thank you to them for sponsoring the storm. I did see a comment. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to pull it up. Down here, that's the first thing I looked at when this came up, because this does look like a hook, which is something that storm chasers look for. Well, it disappeared on me. Let's just take a look at our velocity scans. So right in this area, this is an appendage that's sticking out. Normally, I'm going to see if I can go back a scan there and keep it there while I draw. There. Let's see if my drawing tool. So this is what's called a hook. And you could have something happening in there. The first thing I looked at when I flipped to this image a while back was whether there was any velocity scans in here. Traditionally, if you've got a hook, this is a typical hook, you would have some strong winds in there, and there was absolutely nothing. I don't know if I can, oh, there you go. Is this our latest scan, or is this the old? No, that's a problem. I can't switch back and forth. That's definitely something in the software that I need to talk to Steve about. On history, I can't flip back and forth between velocities. But again, nothing to be concerned about. It does look menacing on radar, but it is nothing right now where we're getting any kind of rotation or anything of any major concern. Again, strong winds just crossed over to the U.S. through our weather cam down that area. The winds back here in these bright pinks are about 76 kilometers an hour. And if you're going to have a bunch of bright greens and reds next to each other, that's where you start to pay attention. You can see it earlier on, but you have to watch and take a look from, multiple scans. So storm over Alexandria has died off. That is a dying storm. We do have a small little pocket of rain here southeast of South Mountain, north of Morrisburg. So that is also going on. But our cluster of rain right now, tucked in from basically Portland all the way to Prescott, Johnstown area to the Seaway. The heaviest of rain over the St. Lawrence and the 401 right now. Again, not concerning as far as winds in there, other than that ones that just crossed through to the east. Well, I guess it would be to the east. And then we'll see and continue to watch there. But you can see Connor currently sitting with Andrew, actually trying to figure out what their next gameplay is, because these storms are now not going to be anything high-end severe. Obviously, a ton of rain still in them, and moving off with lightning and some wind areas. Those straight line winds are still a problem, of course. So that's what we need to pay attention to with these straight line winds. We had some go through Ottawa yesterday and other areas, so not a lot of fun. I'm well aware of that, and that's why I try and highlight them. So this storm is moving eastward. And I'll watch southeastward. It kind of turned and crossed over. So these will be out of Ontario in the next half an hour to 45 minutes, I suspect. I'm just looking. Rick has got a stream ongoing here. He is sitting just west of Perth. Oh, he's in that way station, I bet. Yes, he's in the way station just west of Perth on Highway 7, watching the storms from behind. So the storms that are down by the Seaway to the southeast of Perth, he is looking at the backside of them. So I'll bring up, you can see the updraft in the back there. So that very fluffy cloud at the top, which is more wispy, that is the anvil. The stuff that's right in front of him, dead center over the trees, that looks like cauliflower or broccoli, that is your area of updraft. So if you want to know anything about storms and you're looking at them, when you see these cauliflower or broccoli looking clouds, those are strong, those are intense. You got to eat your veggies to get those big storms. That's the way I compare it. If you're going to have cotton candy, that is not good for storms. That means they're dying. So that's from a storm chaser perspective, obviously. So those are the little things that we look at. That's my analogy for them. You eat your cotton candy, you're not getting storms, but if you eat your veggies, you might get some storms. So let's take a look at things. Let's do a rundown here again through the regions that we're covering here today. And we'll continue to bounce around, obviously, like I said, covering a lot of areas. So out of the Montreal area, pocket storms to the north. These are isolated thunderstorms with moderate rain to light rain. Nothing concerning at this point. Trois-Rivières, I think those storms have basically died off. There's only a pocket here over Trois-Rivières that doesn't have, that hasn't died off yet, but this is heavier rain to obviously light rain. There's no lightning associated, so that looks like it's dying as well. And then we have some more storms here north of Notre-Dame de Portneuf. Directly north of there, we obviously have quite a bit of showers there, so I'll just show you how this has transpired over the last little bit. This is a storm. This could cause some flooding because they're not moving very quickly. You can see here repetitively the scans are just constant, so I would not be surprised throughout this area as this moves southeast. This causes some flooding, so something to keep in mind up in that general area. Then let me take a look at what other radars we have up there, so bear with me for one moment. That one is down. Where that red pill is, that's basically a radar that's down. We have a US radar over here that I could actually probably share with. So some minor pop-up showers again around Fredericton, but these are moderate to light rain at this time. And that is basically it on the East Coast. Southeast, I guess north of Amherst or Dorchester, we have some bit of rain building in there. Some lightning now. Winds are very mild, so again, not concerning. And just regular showers over PEI at this point. So let's take a look back by the GTA area. And let me grab King City radar if I can. So we do have some storms going through Hamilton, basically from Cambridge. They look like they've been popping up. There's not a lot of wind, but there is some heavy rain right now over Waterdown, north of Burlington, just moving out shortly over the lake. These are moving from west to east, so another area popping here. You can see that from Cambridge. Popped a few times, and then there's storms in there, maybe turning a little bit southeast at this point, as you can see in this scan. So just a line of lightning and heavy rain, not a lot of wind in there, not too concerning at this point for anything high-end severe. Listowel has a moderate to light rain storm right above it with one lightning bolt. So again, nothing concerning there. And I'm just going to look back to using the Detroit radar, and there's nothing going on there. So I try use US radar when they're close enough, because they update every 3 minutes versus ours that update every 8 minutes. So it just gives us information quicker and more often, obviously. Well, I don't know why that happened. Bear with me for a sec. So you can see as the storms are popping kind of over the Cambridge area and just drifting a little bit southeast. So that rainstorm will come into Burlington, that is currently to its north. But this is just thunder showers, basically, with some very heavy precipitation in that area just to the north of Burlington at this point. So that's kind of what we're dealing with at this point. And we are expecting possible tornadoes in Saskatchewan later. I'm going to just switch over to Alberta to see what's going on here. The storm on the very border of Alberta and Saskatchewan, west of Macklin, this is warned just for, it looks like, hail. It's also not moving. You can see how it's pretty stationary here, so that's going to cause flooding if that hangs out for any period of time. And again, that is an area that's overly saturated. So this is southwest of Lloydminster, back along the border here. This will cause flooding at this point. So I'm curious if they've severe warned that for... they're saying damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball size hail and heavy rain. And they're just saying it's moving very slowly. So when they put that language in there, it's generally to do with the precipitation, the flooding, and here we have some hail. So this is directly southwest of Provo on the Alberta side. So that's why that severe warning is located down there. And then again, we're still near the St. Paul area. All of these storms are slowly crawling northward, so they will cause flooding. That is what the severe warnings are out for there. And then let's dive into the Saskatchewan side of things. So this line is kind of getting organized. Let's take a look here. I'm going to see if the winds are going to be an issue here shortly, but there is some hail in these storms as they're moving kind of northeast. Nothing high-end severe right now at this point, other than you've maybe got some hail in it. So let's just scan and take a look at that. So we do show northwest of La Flèche there, or Glenbane, to the east of Glenbane, we do have that hail indication. We saw what that looked like on the Greeley cam if you were here earlier. So this hail core is moving kind of northeast towards Gravelburg and probably to the north of that. Lots of lightning on it as well down there. And then slight pixel of a hail here. This looks like on the Trans-Canada Highway. So heavy precip as you get over the Trans-Canada to the east of Morse, it looks like. So again, moving northeast at this point, this line, and we're expecting more in the Saskatchewan area later on. Right now, it's only 2:47 p.m. Peak, magic hour, we call it, is from like 6 to 8 p.m. As far as severe weather is concerned. So we will continue to watch that and let you guys know what's going on. I am going to switch back up to the radar to the north. And this is down as well, I think. So bear with me. I'm going to switch over. Yes, so now our radar north of Timmins is down. We have 4 radars out currently. One in Quebec, one in New Brunswick, one in Northern Ontario, and one in, Exeter just came online. Oh, Exeter is back. We're trading broken... we're trading off broken and working weather radars. So Exeter is now able to see things there, so that's good to know for later on. Again, we do have some storms over Burlington, but those are just thunder showers with heavy precipitation moving slightly southeast. The winds in them, give me one sec. Let's take a look here. Winds in there not very strong, and no real rotation in there as well. So so far a mild start to things, which is good. Obviously, the only area that sustained any real heavy precipitation and winds would be here south of Ottawa. Half the storm has exited the country, is going off to New York, but we do have some elevated winds in here, about 60 kilometers an hour off the surface, maybe up to 70, but this is 1,700 feet off the ground. So you're basically looking at about 500 meters roughly. And that on the surface means it would be about 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more. So stronger winds, but not intense where you need to worry about, the possibility of damage. Just something I highlight for you folks. So again, moving east, southeast, this is from North Augusta and around that area, heading eastward at this point as the storms kind of progressed through eastern Ontario at this point. And again, a bunch of it has moved off already into upstate New York. So this is all good news. Right now, again, Ottawa doing very well, nation's capital, after the last couple of days in the area. I mean, what are we even today? Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. So Wednesday was bad, obviously Canada Day, but Tuesday, Ottawa dodged another bullet. That storm that kind of went from Arnprior and stayed west of the city. Had that gone into the city as well, then Ottawa would be in a much worse situation today than it already is, because like I said, I've heard of flooding of, cars floating, all sorts of craziness. The Queensway looked like a river. Obviously very bad, conditions there. So right now, all the storms in Eastern Ontario, other than along the Seaway, and this is moving out right now, you're seeing that most of the red is disappearing out of it. We're down to oranges and yellows and greens, which is on the low end of the scale. So that is all good news, folks. And then but we're not out of the woods yet. It's only 5 p.m. We could have additional storms pop. We will continue to monitor things. Connor is relocating somewhere. I don't know exactly where he's going, but we'll keep a watch on that. Okay, Mark is out chasing in Quebec as well. So let me see if I can see where he's at. So Mark is up by those storms on the Quebec side. So let's take a look here. Where is Trois-Rivières? Right there. So he is up in the area of Trois-Rivières. I'm going to see if his stream is up. Let me take a look here and see if I've got him running. I may have to do something here, so bear with me for... Oh, there's Mark's stream right there. Oh, yeah, there we go. So he's watching some storms. He's doing the storm chasing thing, looking to see what he thinks is going to be the best area to chase. And he's got, obviously, a storm here right by, let me zoom in where he's at, Saint Ursule. He's on Highway 348, roughly in that area, and he's just watching the storm. So I'll bring that on the screen here. Let me see if I can find that. He's on 348. I was just seeing that. Right there. He is watching this storm currently. That's in the center of the screen here. Obviously, it has a lot of precipitation, a lot of lightning on it. So we'll continue to monitor Mark's stream there as well. Mark is one of the founders of Outbreak, the storm chasing simulator. If you're interested in storm chasing, I highly recommend downloading that game on Steam. It is a lot of fun if you're a storm chaser. We play it all the time. We've actually live streamed on here. We even had some people comment that they thought it was a real chase just because, obviously it's a kind of a VR type game. Yeah, that's where things are at right now. So Mark is out there doing the real storm chasing now. I enjoy playing it because it's my only outlet right now as far as storm chasing is concerned. So we can see we have a bunch of severe warnings. These storms aren't too bad. They're just moderate rainmakers with lightning, and the wind velocities in this one particularly look fairly strong. So this is 117 Saint-Agathe-des-Monts to the northeast of that. Let me just see how high off the ground. So we've got some 85 kilometer-hour winds packed into this little storm. Let's just take a look what it's going like here. So they just kind of intensified over the last 2 scans here, moving southeast on the Quebec side. So this will go to the north of Val David and then onwards to 370 basically it looks like. But these winds again about 85 kilometers an hour, and these are about a little over 500 or 600 meters off the ground. So at the surface I would think 60 kilometers an hour to 70 maybe at most. But if that continues to intensify, obviously those winds would be problematic on the surface if we start exceeding 70 kilometers an hour. But most of the storms on the Quebec side don't look too bad at this point. Again, we've got Mark out there. Oh wow, a bunch of chaser meetups. I just got a picture from a bunch of chasers, so that's kind of cool. Andrew sent me that. So there's other people out there, obviously chasing as well. Let me just see here. I try and monitor as much as I can on our pages, but there's just so many of them at this point. Let me see here. Okay, I'm seeing if just see. Yeah, there's so we were talking about tree damage. Just seeing an email here from it looks like Heather in Athens. I'm going to bring up the image. So our sponsor again, Gigi's Tree Care. I talked to Devin. They're very busy, obviously, with all the tree damage. But if you have anything going on today, or over the last couple of days, or in the future, definitely give them a check out. This is Heather shared this from Athens yesterday evening. The storms that moved through there, so you can see the size of this tree that it snapped. My chainsaw definitely wouldn't handle that. That would take some serious work. So if you are in over your head as far as tree service is concerned, that's where you guys can call Gigi's Tree Care. Again, they're a super awesome group out there. And they'll get you guys taken care of. So, okay, on the Quebec side, again, so far storms pretty docile. They're basic thunder showers with some heavier areas of precipitation. Let's just take a look here. Definitely a much calmer stream today than was the last several days, which is a good thing, obviously, if you're in front of these storms. Just looking on the New Brunswick side, again, we do have some thunderstorms around Fredericton just to the south and to the east of there, but nothing of any significance at this point. I believe these warnings are expiring. Yes, so all those warnings, again, on Prince Edward Island, these all expire in about 3 minutes. Maybe I can get them to disappear even quicker. I can't. They sometimes do, but this time they didn't. So, again, East Coast looking fairly good at this point. I'm not expecting much more out that way, but we will keep an eye on it up until we can say that things are over and done with at that point. So let's bring this up here and switch over. We still have those old tornado warnings along the seaway. Those are expired. There's nothing to worry about there. Storm moving off of offshore, basically going into the U.S. at this point, being exported. There are some stronger winds in here, again, maybe 80 kilometers or less, 75 roughly, just to the south of Algonquin, heading towards Maitland as this moves off across the seaway into upstate New York. Very heavy rain in pockets. Those darker oranges and reds, those are indicative of quite a bit of precipitation. There is still quite a bit of lightning on this as it's progressing through. Just looking at our velocity scans, again, nothing too concerning. Addison, Greenbush, a lot of rain over there at this point. So there's something getting updated like crazy because that's what that beeping is. It looks like on the Quebec side, they're updating those severe warnings, but let me zoom back in. Nothing along the seaway, not the seaway, north shore of Lake Ontario, not much going on there. We just have this one severe thunderstorm warning for the storm's training through Burlington. This will probably start to cause some flooding, folks. You're going to see how these storms are marching kind of from Cambridge through Burlington and over to the lakeshore, but they're repetitive storms, so it's like a little conveyor belt, and that's the part you have to pay attention to. So I'm getting a comment from one of my moderators here. Oh, cool. Thank you very much. Mary left a positive comment. Thank you very much for the kind words. We, again, appreciate all the support that we're getting here over the last 48 hours. Again, Connor and I have been around for 12 years storm chasing. For me, it's been a hobby. A lot of you know Connor. I know that. That's been his thing, posting, Facebook, doing that for the region, his forecasts and all that. My specialty is severe weather chasing. And again, I've chased in the US. That's primarily where my storm chasing spent the month of May. That was my vacation. So that's how I know about severe weather. I come from not only reading radar, but I see what's underneath that radar scan as well. So I have both sides of it, not being just behind a desk. I've actually seen close to 100 tornadoes. I've seen baseball-sized hail, softball-sized hail. I've seen it all. It's my passion. I enjoy weather, and now I've turned it into this platform with Connor. We've teamed up to do this, so we want to get the wording out to people. We want to make sure people. If you need to be concerned about an event, we will let you know. If there's not something to be concerned about, we're also going to let you know. It's not about hyping stuff up or fear-mongering, any of that stuff. There are plenty of platforms out there that do that. We exist for the exact opposite reason, and that's our niche. We are severe weather experts at this point with what we do. We are not perfect. We will make mistakes. I've done them, but we learn from them and we move on, and we hopefully don't repeat them. That's the main thing. So again, right now, this is the biggest thing that we're dealing with in Southwest Ontario, and this is not even Southwest Ontario. Listowel has a storm around it. Let me just take a look at the velocity scans on that. Moderate, heavy rain to light rain, a few lightning bolts on that, and I can show you how that is transpired. Came ashore over Lake Huron, and then transitioned and came ashore. That's basically all that's taking place there, and obviously the line of storms that you see here, moving from roughly the Cambridge area and then through Burlington. It is drifting a little bit southeast, so it will probably eventually catch Hamilton, Grimsby, St. Catharines over to Niagara Falls if it persists. But it is drifting south slowly. And you can see another obvious boundary on radar here. We're going to see if that comes into play. So I know I was pointing this out earlier, but there's a boundary here where these storms fired. And let me move this down. And these can be trigger points for storms. That's why we watch them as storm chasers. And I've learned from some of the best storm chasers in the world. There are much smarter people than me when it comes to meteorology. I definitely listen when some of those people are talking. So I'm still constantly learning. At every turn, I am learning. Every single day, I'm learning. I don't think you ever stop learning when it comes to weather, to be totally honest with you. Let's take a look at Alberta. So it looks like we have a bit of a line trying to fire here as well. I'm going to see which radars I have access to, and we do. So I'm going to highlight some storms here that have initiated in a line. You can kind of follow it here. Down to the tip of the other storms that are in Saskatchewan, and those have just gotten going. I'm going to see what they're doing here. You see that kind of rotation on them. So let's highlight where they are, where they're going. So these are moving mostly north. This is far from the radar, so I'm just trying to see quite a bit of hail here. I think this is the one that's been parked here, actually. Yes, this is the storm. Wow, this is not going to be good. For anybody southwest of Provo in Alberta, I don't know if we have anybody watching from there because we haven't done a lot of streams out west. But this storm here is just dumping hail and precipitation and is literally parked over this area. This is like somebody taking a faucet, turning it on and walking away, and then you're done. You're dealing with it. And this scan right here, this is all hail. So honestly, I wish I had a camera that I could see what's going on there below this storm. This has got to be looking like winter almost at times down underneath the storm, because it's just continuously producing hail for the most part. I mean, there are smaller pockets of it, but right now on that last scan, that is some big hail core essentially. And again, if anybody's southwest of Provo, that's not fun. So we do have a line of storms south of Macklin, and these kind of go stretch southeast. These are minor for the most part. One by south of Macklin, there is some hail indicated on radar there. So that's why these are 3 of those are severe warned right on that Alberta Saskatchewan border. That's why they are severe warned. And they've stretched the warning further south because the hail is now reaching just a little bit further south from where the original box was. So those are severe warned for that. And then St. Paul, that is all to do with rain just trailing through that area because for flooding. That is just heavy rain that is not moving off. And you'll see that these storms are just slowly trickling north. And that is a very saturated area from the last few weeks of precipitation. So that's the story there as far as the severe warnings out in Alberta. And again, Saskatchewan, we are watching the line that is slowly marching northeast. Let's take a look at it if there's anything to worry about. What I'll say with lined out systems where you have storms in a line, there's less likely that there's going to be rotation. What storm chasers look for is an isolated storm that's on its own. I'm just going to, before I say anything too much here, I'm just looking to see where that is. Bit of rotation up here. We'll keep an eye on it to see if that's radar, but you're less likely to see rotation in lined out storms because they interfere with each other. It doesn't mean it's not possible, but the possibility is less with them. So chasers that are heading to this area for later on, possibly for tornadoes, they are looking for an isolated storm on its own by itself, and that's usually what they're looking for. So severe warnings all on the East Coast are done at this point. So I'm going to stop covering that area until if we had another severe warning go up, I will jump back on it. But I'm trying to minimize the area that I'm covering so I can be as detailed and as accurate as possible and stick to that area as much as possible. Still got a storm here. I'm just going to check if Mark is still live streaming. So let me pull that up. He may not be. Let me just take a look. Yeah, there's nothing there right now. So I'll see if actually, give me one sec. Let me come back to this and check one of my chats. Okay, no, we're good right now. So the storm that Mark was on, again, right near Three Rivers or Trois-Rivières, these storms are just moderate to heavier rain showers with some lightning, not a lot of wind. So these are just isolated thunderstorms, obviously with more rain than an average storm at this point, just on the heavier side. That's what we're seeing there. I'm going to take a look around the Montreal area. Nothing again in that area. So we are looking pretty good at this point. But again, we're still a long ways from dark. When we get towards dark, you lose what we call diurnal heating, which is a component that helps to keep sustaining storms and gives them a little more energy to get going. We are not seeing that after dark generally. So that is always a good sign. Let me take a look at the storm down here by to the north of Brockville, over Prescott and Brockville area. It's stretched out over that. We do have some stronger winds right over Blue Church right now. And Blue Church Road. I happen to know that road for some reason, but there's some 86 kilometers an hour. This is probably around 700 meters roughly. So it's off the surface. So I would say 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface at this point. So that is what's happening there. It is moving off into upstate New York. Again, heavy rain piled into this back corner here, but with those darker reds. But for the most part, lightning is subsiding on it and not going to be too bad as it moves off. There's no other storms currently behind it, but we have a ton of boundaries out here that I'm seeing. So we're going to keep an eye on that to see if anything happens. Just watching these storms to the north of Ottawa. So storms popping around Maniwaki, moving eastward and kind of around Casabazua. So we'll see if those get organized. I'm going to see if they're closer to Blainville or, yeah, they are. So let's just take a look. And you'll see the colors are different. And I'll show you this. This is one of the things I like to show on radar. So if I look, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Appreciate that. So right now we have a bunch of orange and a little bit of red. This is from the Blainville radar. If I switch to Franktown, it looks much worse. There's a bunch of reds, oranges. The reason being is that Franktown radar is further away, so we are reading up higher into the storm, and a lot of times that precipitation before it hits the surface will evaporate. All sorts of different things happen. The closer you are to the radar, to the storm, I mean, or the storm is to the radar, whichever way you want to look at it, the more accurate your scan is going to be. And sometimes you get in between two radars where they're both about equidistant. I will look at both radars just to assess and see what I think is happening based on the radar scans themselves. So again, this is the last of that storm moving off, kind of the same path that was last night on those storms that were just giving their last ditch effort yesterday evening. But so far, nothing too bad. I don't know why they have this severe warning back here by Ottawa, though. Let's see if that's expired. Let me do a refresh. Are you going to refresh for me? No. There we go. No, they're still there. This one expires. Thunderstorm warning expires in 10 minutes. So, and the one down below, they're still maintaining just because that storm is still within, obviously, Ontario, just over the 401. So heavy precipitation there. And that is basically it at this point. Let's take a look at Exeter radar. So they have severely warned the storm that is near Drayton. Let me take a look why. Let me see here. Velocities. Let's take a look. What is going on here? Sorry. The reflectivity that's outside of the storm. So one of the things I've talked about it before when we were talking about the tornado, if you were here watching when we had the tornado warning south of Ottawa, this is green and red next to each other. But what you have to look at is you have to flip over and see reflectivity, which is where the storm is located. That is outside of the storm. So I know it's nothing to worry about because that is just corrupted data that we see with our radars here in Canada. You get this weird, I'll show you here, this Christmas confetti, I call it. That's the way I'm going to refer to it from now on, always, is Christmas confetti. That is polluted or corrupted data coming back out of the radar. So it does make it very hard for people to read radar, whether you're sitting at Environment Canada, whether you're here. It just makes it more difficult to be able to read it. I think they have the same thing. I don't know if they have software that cleans that up, but obviously that's what we get. I would hope that if they have software that cleans it up, they should share it with the public, but I don't know if that's the case. I have no clue. So just wanted to clear that up. So they have severe warn this storm that's, again, to the west of Elmira. So that is basically saying they're tracking a storm producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. I'm just trying to see if this is sitting in the same area. No, this is a storm that looks like it's trying to die, to be totally honest with you. It's spreading out. So when you get those storms widening out, a lot of time that's indicative of it trying to just kind of weaken and die. If you have a cell that's organizing and it just continues to grow in a, in a circular kind of way, and the core keeps intensifying, that's a storm that is getting stronger, obviously. So we'll monitor this, but they have severe warned it at this point. So we still have the line of storms moving through kind of south of Cambridge through Burlington and into Hamilton. They're just moving south-southeast with an easterly course on it. And obviously heavy rain in some of them. So that will possibly produce some flooding because they're not moving far off. Like it's been through Burlington for quite some time or close to Burlington. And so possibly some flooding going on with that as well. So What else have we got going on here? So that's basically it at this point. Storms are out over the water. There's obviously a squall watch out there, or warning, I mean. So you've got a squall warning, still good for another hour, just saying, calling for 45 knot winds, poor to very poor visibility and frequent lightning. And you can see how much lightning is on this line as it goes over Lake Ontario. So that is it that's going on in Southwest Ontario. And then around Detroit as well. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. Let's take a look here. And that's it at this point. So, we have the radar that's still down up here. So I can't even report to you folks. It might be from the Quebec radar. So, okay, I've got an update here. They have not severe warned this line on the Quebec side. So we've got the line of storms way to the north, obviously. This is west of Chibougamau. I always love that name. So it is just moving eastward, but these are just heavy rain showers or heavy heavy thunderstorms would be the way I would categorize that. So right now, that's where we're at. I'm seeing a bunch of alerts that went up here. So bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to see what they threw out here. Thunderstorm warning expires in 2 hours. That I'm just looking here. So that's around the one that they just severe warned. So I thought I heard additional beeping. Oh, they did put up some additional ones here out in front of this storm going into Guelph. Let me see if that has any more information. Nope, they just put severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind, gusts, and heavy rain. So again, I'm not seeing the heavy rain in this other than there's a few small pockets of it, but it is heading eastward and will be kind of into the corner of that arrow I say arrow, but I'm talking about this area here is why they've put the warning out ahead of it. So we'll see if that continues to sustain that storm. Right now, the storms in Burlington have far more precipitation on them than they do than the ones to the north. You can see far more red and orange in those than you do when you look at Exeter radar from here. This is mostly orange to yellow to green, which is light, moderate to light showers. Wow, could they update this any more often? And they're just still putting no information in there. So they're extending the box way out here. So people getting the warning behind in Listowel up to Harriston, Arthur, you guys don't have anything to worry about. These are moving eastward or southeastward at this point. So that's the story down in the southwest corner of Ontario at this point. And again, we'll move back to the Ottawa area. I'll take a look here. Storm is almost left. There's just a little bit of rain that's going to make it's going to be heavy rain coming into Brockville, so you can see those Flanders Heights, Bethel, and into Maitland. Very heavy precip in there. Let's take a look at our winds. Maitland, a little bit of wind, but nothing to worry about at this point. And then along the Seaway and then through Johnstown, Prescott, it has almost moved over all into upstate New York at this point. Sorry, I got to adjust, guys. My legs are starting to bother me from all this sitting that I've been doing. So we're looking at possibly doing something about a stand-up kind of desk where I can switch between the two. But that's, again, down the road when we have some time. So, Haley saying, let me just switch over here. Trees down was a point I couldn't see across the road, and so much hitting the house had the dogs and the cat in the basement. I don't know where that is, Haley. If you could let us know. Wait, I see a comment up top. Ingleside. So out in the Ingleside area. So let me bring that up. It's on Highway 7, I want to say. I just want to make sure. No, it's back. Oh, no, it's actually South Stormont. There was very heavy rain. There was nothing as far as rotation was concerned. We had two of our storm chasers on that. This is from earlier from those tornado warnings. There was definitely a lot of precipitation and a lot of wind in it, but nothing rotating to the point where you would have a situation of a tornado touching down. Straight line winds can be just as damaging, and that's what vast majority of damage that we see through Eastern Ontario. You're going to see those straight line winds. Just think back to that Dericho that came through south of Ottawa 4 years ago, or what is it now? Maybe 5 years ago now. No, we're 2026. Yeah, it could be like 5 years ago. I'm trying to remember now. Connor remembers instantly. He's really good with dates. But anyways, that's basically what's going on there. So straight line winds can do just as much damage and be just as dangerous. And that's why we do try and point them out when we've got really strong winds in a certain area. You can also have microbursts or downbursts. Those are other scenarios as well, but they're far harder to see on radar versus anything else. So again, Eastern Ontario at this point, very good in the sense there's no storms. I'm just going to look. They're just updating. Somebody over there just clicking buttons at Environment Canada and updating things. So we do have some heavier storms now on the Quebec side. Lac des Cerfs and kind of east of there, Lac Saguet, and we have, again, those dark red areas, heavy precipitation, lots of lightning. I'm going to switch to Blainville radar, and you can see it looks completely different from the radar that's closer. I'm going to double check that that's 6,000 feet off the ground from that radar. Let's see what Franktown is. 8,000 feet. So if we switch over to Blainville radar, they don't look as bad. These just look as regular thunderstorms with moderate to light rain. There's only one tiny area here, Grand Lac du Cerf. That is the only area that has anything in terms of a little bit of red. So moderate, heavy to light rain in those, moving eastward at this point. And that's basically it. Going to look at the closer radar here to these storms. So the storm over the water right now, Louisville, picking up a little bit of rain, precipitation. So very heavy rain in that area along the 40, heading northeast. This is moving eastward. So you'll see that here as it moves across the water. So it'll pick up some rain there. And then we have another here. Another storm right in the center of your screen. This is over Louisville. Maddington Falls, in that area there. I'm just going to look at velocities. Not any real strong winds in there, but very heavy precipitation with those reds and oranges and lots of lightning on that southwest corner. Again, moving eastward at this point. And then another storm kind of to the north of that area, Grand Pile and Saint-Tite, and in that area, 150, or what is that, 155 it looks like, and 153. Heavy rain in that, a bit of lightning, but nothing too bad at this point. Are they actually, I don't understand why those are severe warned from Blainville, from the Quebec radar. Okay, let's go back to the west of Toronto area. And we're seeing a storm here. The north portion of this storm is dying off. The only area that may have any intensity would be right here. This is Elmira. So let's just take a look. I'm going to see whether this velocity is legit or whether this is actually just dirty noise. It's outside of the storm. So some places might call this rotation. It is outside of the storm. So you have some very dark green in there, which is on the low end of the speed scale. You have some red next to it. Somebody might look at that and think that's rotation. When you flip over, there's no storm over top of it. So that is one of the first things you need to look at when you're looking at velocities and you're looking at radar. You have to understand that. So again, nothing of concern here for rotation. This is just a lot of rain and obviously a lot of lightning. So not concerned about that at all at this point. This is moving. I want to say it's going to be turning a little bit southeast the way that's split off. So you can see the progression here, and yes, it has turned southeast, so it's going to head down to St. Jacobs and possibly into Waterloo, but this is a thunderstorm. That's all it is. There's no hail in it at this time on this scan, and the stuff to the north is dying off essentially. So there's more precipitation and more intensity down by Hamilton area as those storms are moving out over the water. And let's see what the Buffalo radar sees there. So again, it's kind of like a conveyor belt coming across here. In the wintertime, this is what we call lake effect snow when it comes off the lake and onto land. That's the kind of situation you have where it's just dumping precipitation on land, and that's why we have those lake effect events where you get tons of snow in one particular area. It's just this little line of what I call a conveyor belt of storms, basically. I've got a question from North Bay area. I don't think there's anything up there, but let me take a quick look. I don't have any severe warnings up there. Nope, there's no storms, nothing on the radar. This is as of 5:17 p.m. So no storms up in the North Bay area whatsoever. There are some way up here in Quebec. That is a line, but it's not even severe warned at this point. So again, we have only some pockets of that. Connor was listening to me. So the Derico in Ottawa was May 21st, 2022. That's when we had it. Oh, wow. What? Uh-oh, Colville, Saskatchewan. Let me pull up here, guys. We've got a possible ongoing tornado, which nobody knows about. So bear with me. I got to find Colville. I'm switching immediately to this. I just got this sent to me. So I just want to make sure that there's... How is that happening? Oh, this is near Colville, but I'm just going to see which radar sees this best. So I'm going to pull it up. Permission to share. Okay. This is in Saskatchewan, folks. So near Colville. I'm going to share a photo here of this storm. I believe it'll be the northern storm there. So bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to pull this up and zoom in here. This is again east of Colville, Saskatchewan, north of Kindersley, and this is the photo that I'm going to show you guys. So this is a tornado that it did touch down. That is right to the surface. So that is a tornado. I'm going to find Kindersley. Where is Kindersley? Colville was back there. So this is north of Kindersley and Colville. So it's got to be one of these smaller weak storms. And sometimes you can have these, not mesoscale accidents, but things we don't see. This is again, a tornado from just a few minutes back. And obviously nobody's seeing this, not even Environment Canada. I'll take a look at velocities. The only thing on velocity would be right back here, but I'm trying to see how that lines up. That would be the only thing. I'm just assessing radar here, folks, for a second. Bear with me. There may be. So anyways, this is what we just got sent into us. This is out in Saskatchewan again. I am looking at radar here. Kindersley is just to the south. And where was that? There's Colville. So this is the storm that we're looking at. You can see those very light pixels of rotation. I don't blame anybody for missing this on radar because they are very light. And again, this goes back to my comment of when we have our radar scans every 8 minutes, you can have this happen in between radar scans and nobody will ever know. And this is one of those situations. This is 4:35. So again, we're talking Saskatchewan time, which is 2 hours back. So that's 3:25 p.m. Currently. So I'm just trying to figure out when this happened in the last few scans. So it would have to be somewhere right in here if I was guessing as far as where that rotation is. But again, it doesn't look like it's continuing. We don't have confirmation of that or not. They sometimes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. So that's why it's so difficult sometimes to track these down. I'm getting another picture from that tornado. This is probably when it was roping out, and you're going to understand why it's called roping out in 1 second here. This is the same tornado that was there, short-lived, I suspect. I'm going to try and get confirmation so you can see this rope-like effect, and we'll see if that's on the ground. This is by, I don't know who it is. I'm trying to get a name here. Curtis doesn't have it, but let me see here. So again, this is in Saskatchewan right now, north of Kindersley on this line of storms that we have up there. I'm going to switch to reflectivity and get you guys that view. These are weak storms, but as you can see, Roth Clayton, it's trying to keep going is what he's saying. So it would be a storm right here. It doesn't, again, looking at it, I would never think that we have that. So I'm just trying to get a more accurate location. Let me see here. Come on, scroll for me, please. East of Colville, north of Kindersley. So Kindersley is on 21, and it was east of Colville. So it would be this storm right here, probably. So if you are anywhere in this area, again, it is it's a visible tornado because there's barely any precipitation on it, but it would be this storm right here. Based on that scan, I would suspect it's this storm right here. This is moving northward again in Saskatchewan. It's kind of a little bit northeast. But this is the storm that's trying to do it around 31. And obviously with that rope tornado that you're just seeing there, it is still trying to keep going is what we're getting the report from our people out there. So again, thank you very much for for sharing that with us. That is again from Roth Clayton. So Curtis also helping to get that to us. So one of those things that you just never know that surprise you. There's now a tornado watch out there. So they literally put out a tornado watch 2 minutes ago saying conditions are favorable for thunderstorms to produce, which may produce a tornado, which they don't realize there's one currently going on. I'm just going to see if anybody's reporting this. Want to try and get that to Environment Canada so that they can get an alert out, obviously, with the alert ready system. So again, showing that rope tornado. This is again on that Saskatchewan side of things. This is what we're watching right now. So north of Kindersley, east of Colville, that is this storm right here. So we're trying to get an exact location just so we can get it to Environment Canada. It is not evident on velocity scans and the radar. Again, I do not blame anybody for missing this or not seeing it. It is just not that evident. And that's can happen with these especially if it's lower down in the storm. So right now we're seeing 7,000 feet above the ground on one radar. And then let me take a look at the next one here. Let's switch over and see what CASU sees. And that's 10,000 feet above the ground. So if that rotation isn't high enough up in the storm, it's just not going to get picked up, and that's the issue. So right now, that storm here moving north, we are confirming that we've seen a tornado on it. It is moving northeast slightly. This is to the west of Plenty. We don't have an exact location. So again, this is an estimate based on what I'm getting from our chasers in the field and what I'm seeing on radar itself. So again, we were told east of Colville, which that storm is, and this is north of Kindersley. So that is what's going on in Saskatchewan right now. So west of Plenty in Saskatchewan, we are still saying that it's ongoing. So we're trying to see if whether this will die out or not. I'm going to wait to hear from Curtis, and I'm paying attention to this because it is unwarned right now. Not a large tornado, but it is still a tornado, so they can do damage. Eli, Manitoba, that was a rope-like tornado, and it's the strongest one that ever existed in Canada to this day. So you just can't take it lightly because it's a rope tornado or not very wild. So wide, I mean. So we'll stick with this for now. Again, this is a life safety issue. The rest of the stuff we'll jump back onto in a minute there. And I'll do my best to answer, to go back and take a look at other things in Eastern Ontario. But this is, again, we're probably the only ones reporting this and have photo evidence of that tornado from one of our chasers, Curtis. He's got friends that sent him that, so we want to make sure that people are aware of it. I'm going to re-put it up on our screen here. This is a tornado east of, what did I say, Colville? Yeah, Colville, east of there, north of Kindersley. So that is one of the photos that was sent to us. And then this is the other one, a rope tornado. So this is roping out where they start to weaken possibly, but it can sustain. So that's why we are watching it. That is that orange circle on our screen. And it is right in the middle of the red tornado watch that was issued minutes after this tornado was reported to us. So I'm sticking with this right now until I know from Curtis whether we've got this situation under control or if it is continuing. So north of Kindersley, southwest of Plenty, and also southeast of Carobert or Carobert. That probably makes a little more sense. Anyways, so that is what is going on right now. Again, tornado ongoing here in Saskatchewan, unwarned. And I'm not blaming anybody for not seeing this because it is not evident on radar whatsoever. And I'm just monitoring what Curtis is doing here. So, or not what Curtis is doing. I'm just monitoring to see if he can get a little bit more information. So we are watching. We were expecting later on, but these small storms have managed to get that ropey tornado to happen. So already off to an early start in Saskatchewan. It's 3:33 p.m. Saskatchewan time. Our clock is obviously Eastern, and that is our storm in question. You can see how it just kind of got going there. So we're going to see whether this continues and there's other storms in the area. But again, we are reporting a tornado in Saskatchewan with several photos showing circulation on the ground as well. So obviously a fairly dangerous situation if you are in line with this. So it's basically a good thing at this point. So this is where we're at right now. We will look at the rest of the country there shortly. I just went back over here, obviously, because once you get a picture of a tornado, we want to warn people in front of it right now. The rest of the country, there's nothing severe that would even equate close to what we're looking at right here. And that's why we're focusing on Saskatchewan right now. We will move back to Ontario and Quebec shortly once we know if this has died out or not. I suspect it may be dying out, but I don't want to make that call until we are sure. So we will get to you guys when we can and go from there. So just getting a comment here. I guess somebody knows Curtis out there. Just sometimes you get lucky and a buddy in your hunting group chat sends you a picture of a tornado. And Curtis is lucky that way. So again, it's good to have people out there and knowing what's going on. And tornadoes are the highest level threat, basically, other than both behind that would be straight line winds, where you get really strong straight line winds. But this right now is the most concerning at this point, and it's out of a tiny little storm that I would never, even as a storm chaser, I wouldn't think about it. But that goes to show you Mother Nature does what she wants, and we're only along for the ride, and we don't understand half of it. So last scan was 5:29 p.m. It's now 5:35 p.m. We are waiting for the next one. And again, these are marching essentially northeast, essentially. So just waiting to see what our next scan looks like. That storm does look like it's weakening, so that probably is a good sign if that's the storm that's producing. But based on the description I got from Curtis, it sure looks like that's the one that's in question. So again, we are seeing a tornado in Saskatchewan. I'll share those photos again, just so people understand why we are out here. So this is the tornado right out there. And yeah, I'm on the right one, it looks like here. I'm just zooming in. It is. I cannot believe that that storm is producing a tornado. And this was the additional photo a bit later on. So it's got that rope-like effect to it. And generally you see that when a tornado is dying or weakening, you'll get this kind of ropey dance that happens. So the circle that we have on the screen is the accurate storm at this point. That is the one, but it looks like it's dying at this point. But I want to see if I can get confirmation from Curtis through his friend whether this is done and over with at this point. And again, going unwarned because it's not obvious. We're only lucky because Curtis got a photo from a friend, and Curtis is a friend of ours. So it's good to have friends. So that is the storm west of Plenty, essentially, at this point. I'm just going to see if there's nothing on velocity. I would never, ever, ever think that there's anything going on here, and it's just because this is so far from most radars that it's very high up in the storm, and tornadoes happen in the bottom 1 kilometer of a storm, and we're 10,000 feet up and 6,000 feet up, which is 2 kilometers or more, depending which side of the radar you're looking at. So again, that's why we're sticking with this currently. And we'll swing back here. I'm just going to take a look a little bit, and then I'm going to wait. I'm pretty confident right now that it's probably weakened at this point. But it's definitely an issue there. So I'm just reading some comments, just taking a look here. Okay. So again, I'm going to leave that highlighted. I'm going to swing back to the east while we wait for a new scan, but that is a storm that did produce a tornado. Let's take a look at it's down by Toronto area. So north of Kitchener, kind of Waterloo area, there is a storm up there that's heavy rain, it looks like. It is a little bit of wind in there, but this is just a thunderstorm with lots of heavy rain in it. Not seeing any hail indicators on it whatsoever. Not seeing any rotation that's concerning at this point. Okay, and so we have some other chasers. I'm just reading a comment for the Saskatchewan stuff, just making sure I'm on top of that, because I do not want to miss anything there. So again, those storms marching kind of eastward. There you see that moving one last scan. So we have this other conveyor belt of storms kind of moved through Burlington and now through Hamilton. It may be subsiding a little bit, less storms popping back behind it. So that line that is currently over Hamilton, there's a gap, and there's another storm that just popped over Cambridge. We'll see if that continues on. Connor's paying some kind of toll. Where is Connor? Anyways, we'll look at that in a second. That just caught me a little off guard. Let's take a look at Exeter radar for this. And right now, just a bunch of lightning on this, a heavy rain. There's no rotation of any concern at this point. Getting confirmation the tornado has lifted in Saskatchewan, folks. So the tornado that we had in Saskatchewan has lifted. We have confirmation from on the ground. Apparently, people are being told to take shelter in Guelph for some reason. On other platforms, there is nothing in here that is rotating, folks, that is requiring any kind of shelter. That is getting frustrating, to say the least. So I'm going to move you through here. If this is what people think is rotation, they don't understand radar. And I'm going to tell you, I went through this earlier, so I know people are jumping in here maybe. This is red and green together. Oh my God, we've got rotation. Let me switch over. There's no storm there. So this is outside of the storm. For you to have rotation, you need to be within the storm. That is noise or corrupted data that is in the velocity scans that we get here in Canada, unfortunately. Let me back that up, because when I switch between the two, this is not rotation. This is outside of the storm. So that is the biggest thing that you got to look at. Same thing up here. Switch to reflectivity. There's nothing in that. Well, it jumps ahead. But I did look at those scans earlier, and I assure you there's nothing rotating on here that requires shelter in any way whatsoever, other than it's raining and there's precipitation and lightning. You don't want to be outside because of the lightning. And again, we point that out on this channel. Lightning does fire way out in front of a storm. So for example, this lightning bolt here is 4 kilometers away from the storm. So those are the things that are more dangerous on this storm at this point than anything to do with rotation. There is nothing on here. I'm just getting a question because I guess you guys are asking about rotation in the chat, and Veronica, my moderator, asked me to address it. That's why I'm addressing it. There is nothing to worry about on this storm. I don't know what platform is talking about that, but they're inaccurate. And again, you have to look at multiple things when you're looking at rotation to see if it's legitimate or not. And again, on this storm here, this is a sizable storm, so it should have some reflectivity and velocities that would corroborate that information. So we're good there. So again, that's Southwest Ontario, nothing to be taking shelter from over there. That is a thunderstorm, and it's barely, I wouldn't even call it severe. Right now, Eastern Ontario, storms have moved off into upstate New York. We have a storm on the Ontario-Quebec border and the Ottawa River. Let's take a look at that. These are two little cells that are popping around Lachute and Hawkesbury area. We are not seeing anything in there that's concerning, maybe a little bit of stronger wind near the water, but right now no rotation in that as well. Ottawa is in the clear right now, folks. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be any additional storms. We're only 5:45 p.m. I'm just showing you what's transpired over the last 3 hours. Eastern Ontario, there's nothing to worry about here. Ottawa is very quiet, and the storms did move out of the area. So let me just switch over to Franktown here. I'm just going to see what they're updating on that severe watch. So you can see how the storms have marched through. I'm going to look on the Quebec side next. And again, back in southwest or southern Ontario, west of the GTA, that is just a regular thunderstorm. There's nothing that you need to take shelter from in that. That is somebody that doesn't understand rotation if they're thinking that those scans were rotation on them. So again, Ottawa in the clear. Back here to the west of the GTA, this is a regular thunderstorm. It's barely what I would call severe. There's no velocity scans on this, meaning bright greens and reds together. And I will reiterate, I'm going back because we're getting a lot of questions about it. This is radar noise. That's what the problem is with this. This is actually radar noise. So let me highlight this for you again. I'm just going to go over it again so that people are clear on it. Let me take a look here, and let me switch over to there's no storm there. That's the whole point. Anyways, I'm going to keep reiterating that there's nothing to worry about there. So we'll switch over, and again, that storm is not rotating. There's nothing dangerous about it. Cambridge is just a shower over top of it, doesn't even have any lightning. We will continue monitoring this storm that is by Guelph, but again, it's just a regular thunderstorm right now. Heavy precipitation tucked in kind of from Bloomingdale to the northeast of there with those dark red pixels. The orange is more moderate rain at that point. So there's more going on down here by the lake at this point, going through Hamilton and then over through to the water. Those are just heavy precipitation showers with a lot of lightning, as you can see on it. And they are just continuing to be there. So again, I would suspect maybe a little bit of flooding associated with this because it's been trailing through there for the last few hours. And there's always another storm behind that's going through. So at this point, pretty solid in that regards. These are drifting a little bit southward, so it's again going to come into Grimsby, Beamsville, eventually St. Catharines probably, and then Niagara on the Lake, because the line itself is just slowly drifting south as it moves east. So what else? Okay. So I've covered Ontario. I've covered that. The tornado in Saskatchewan is over and done with. Sorry, I'm looking at the Montreal area now. Wow. Okay, a lot going on. So only around the storms around the Ottawa River right now, there's 2 cells there. Those are just minor thunderstorms. They're not even severe warned. We do have some storms to the north of Montreal. Again, nothing too severe at this point. Not a lot of wind in them. And they are just heavy precipitation with a few lightning bolts. This is basically Domaine des Deux Lacs is roughly in that area, northwest of L'Assomption. Those are storms that, again, just heavy rainmakers, not a lot of wind in them, nothing to be concerned about there. Let's move back up to further up the river. We do have Victoriaville. This storm is very intense precipitation to the north of Victoriaville. You can see those bright reds, tons of lightning. So this is heavy, heavy rain. Let's just take a look at that. moving southeast at this point. So this is going to track kind of through a little bit of Victoriaville and then southeast of there. And it will end up in Chesterville and and then to Chester and on from there. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let's take a look at winds in there. There are some strong straight line winds. So these are gusting out winds or winds that are pushing outward. There's 87 kilometers, 90 kilometers an hour. So we are looking at some stronger winds in that. It is pushing southeast at this point. So these are straight line winds. They're not rotating. And I'm just going to switch over here on one of my things. Let me just take a look here. Okay, I've just got a comment here. I'll try and answer that question if I get a chance. I know there's some in the chat here. Right now, I'm going to cover what's going on. So again, this storm, the biggest concern is very heavy rain associated with this storm. You can see that right here. Tons of precipitation, and this is to the north of Victoriaville, heading southeast at this point. But on the leading edge of it, there are strong winds, so you don't want to get caught by this. They are, let me take a look again, 90 kilometers an hour, only about 400 meters off the ground, roughly. So not very high. And let's just take a look here. And then we have not much else around Quebec City. There's a small storm here, no lightning on it. Saint-Gilles and what is that? Agape. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that remotely close. And again, that's just died off. You can see all the red disappeared out of it, and now it's just moderate to light rain, so nothing to be concerned about there. This Victoriaville storm getting its act together at this point. Some strong winds in there, so we're going to have to pay attention to it. Another storm popped to the south of it. Let's just take a look at that. You can see that exploding over 161 at Chesterville. Huge amount of rain, and that just went up in one scan essentially. So let me take a look here. And then the other storm back to the south of Nicolet. This is another storm that has quite a bit of precipitation. I'm just going to look at winds. There is no wind in that of any concern. I haven't spoke about it yet today, but rotation in storms is actually normal. It's a normal part of the process. So you always are going to have rotation in winds. It's just a question of how much rotation you have. That's always the question mark. How high it is off the ground, how tightly it's rotating, and how fast it's rotating. So it's definitely a lot of stuff you have to understand to look at rotation, but sometimes you get caught off guard too. I mean, that Saskatchewan one, there's nobody that would pick up on that rotation. I would be shocked if anybody would pick up on that. It's just one of those things where that storm is in between radars, and it's making it very difficult to read it as well. So storms near Lachute did weaken a little bit on that last scan. These are just right now a couple of cells trying to figure out which one's going to be boss. So they may crash into each other and one of them will take over. Eastern Ontario right now basically completely clear at this point. Doesn't mean that's going to stay like that. And then we've got back to the southwest. The Toronto storms are south of Toronto in Hamilton, Guelph area. Let's take a look here. So let me draw this out here. There's some greens and reds together back here, but they're behind the storm. So again, nothing to be concerned about. That is radar noise. That's the problem there. Again, that pixelation makes it difficult to read radar, but if you've studied it long enough, and what I call pixelation is this kind of Christmas confetti looking stuff, those are just corrupt data from the radar itself, which unfortunately there's, everybody's getting that same data feed. It's no different for us than it is anybody else. So just watching these storms moving through the Golden Horseshoe there, Hamilton, and they're just going to come over the water there and make their way eastward. So these are just, thunderstorms with lots of precipitation and lightning, but not too concerning at this point. One more storm popping just to the west of Cambridge. But again, that is just a regular thunderstorm at this point. And let's take a look here. I'm going to zoom back to the north, see if this line, this is way up in northern Quebec. It's Matagami. It is not severe warned even. This is just a line of thunderstorms with some heavy rain embedded in it. Nothing to worry about there. Let's take a look back into Saskatchewan, see if there's anything coming into that area. We have a line of storms with some more broken up storms to the south. These are just very heavy rainmakers. I'm going to see if we have any kind of heavy wind at this point. And just watching a couple of my chats here, so give me 1 second. So we do have a bit of wind associated with this front line. This is to the west and southwest of Moose Jaw right now. That is where we're talking about right now with this line, and you can see as it's moving through, it is very narrow, so it will pass through fairly quickly, even if you get impacted by this. Early on, we were showing hail with those pink pixels, but right now we're only in the dark reds. Could be minor, small, pea-sized hail scattered here and there, but for the most part, pretty good. Cluster down to the south here by Assiniboia, or Assiniboia, possibly. Yeah, it's probably Assiniboia. Anyways, there's a cluster there. I'm going to watch those storms. And we did have, again, near Kindersley, we did have some storms that did end up rotating. They have severe warned these storms in the corner of the tornado watch, and that is because of hail signatures with those purple on them as these storms continue to move northeast. I'm going to see these storms around Kindersley. There's a bit of rotation on this particular storm south of Plenty. Let's just take a look at reflectivity. So again, we would be looking at rotation within this area roughly. And if I switch over to reflectivity, that's inside the storm. So that would be an area I would pay attention to. And if it does continue to increase, then we basically would warn you folks about it. But at this point, there is nothing to jump up and down about as far as this velocity scan is concerned. We are seeing, well, how high are we up? 6,400 feet. So, we're a little over, let's say a mile and a bit. So we're almost 2 kilometers off the surface. But we did see on the scans earlier from these storms to the northeast of Kindersley and east of Colville, that storm produced a tornado. And I, again, would have never guessed it in a million years. And Environment Canada missed it because we just don't see that bottom part of the storm. That's why it's great having eyes on that are on the surface when we have storm chasers and that kind of thing. Just seeing one of my other chats here. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at right now. And on the Alberta side of things, to the north, just heavy rain through that area. And then we do have some more showers here that are moving off. I'll show you what these storms did earlier. I'm at a oh no, actually that's the right radar. Give me 1 second here. This storm west of Macklin on the Alberta side, you can see how it just sat there and kept raining over that area. It is weakening and it has shifted a little bit east. Excuse me, sorry. That is the only area that had any kind of severity to it. So right now, today, definitely on the lighter end of things, which is good. We're just going to keep an eye on things out west and out east. So we've narrowed the field here. Quebec, definitely an area that we need to pay attention to right now with a couple of stronger storms up by Victoriaville. I'm going to see what our latest scan here is. Strong winds to the south of Victoriaville, and I'll show you how those are moving. So we'll show you as they progress. The storm is widening out. You can see those reds getting bright. So there are some stronger winds on the leading edge of this storm as it moves southeast. There's a storm in front of it that may have been helping in terms of keeping it from getting too crazy, but we'll see what the next couple of scans do. If this front leading storm here east of Chesterville gets absorbed into that storm, it could amplify that storm because it grabs all that moisture and feeds off of it, even some of the vorticity. So we're going to take a look at that. A lot of radar noise out here in Quebec, so that's one of the things that makes it harder on this particular radar. We have heavy rain in there. And again, this is Saint Leonard d'Aston to the left of there, and across 259. We've got heavy rain embedded in that. So definitely a storm that's worth looking at. It does have some lightning on it, but it's not prolific. The Victoriaville storm, you can see all the lightning associated with that storm. So this is a much stronger storm. And again, it is moving in a southeast direction. So I'm going to put that on the feed here. And Connor currently motoring. I'm going to see where Connor's at, actually, just while I'm double checking things here. Let's take a look where Connor is right now. Mark is still out on the road. Connor is going around Montreal right now. He is on the 30. So he's going into Quebec. So we'll see whether we can get some views there. But obviously you can see the storms on his live stream right there. So he is heading out to Quebec. Unfortunately, he's going to get caught in rush hour traffic because it's 6 p.m. So peak travel time, unfortunately, and he is on that 30 to the south. So he crossed the bridge there, and he's coming into Saint Constant area as well. So I assume he's going to travel on the 30 some more, but we'll keep an eye on Connor. We'll go from there. And then that is what is happening at this point. We've got just storms on the Quebec side. Now they're the area of most intensity, and we will keep an eye on them and just see whether things continue to increase there. And then we'll take a look on, I was just about to go and take a look into New Brunswick at this point. That radar is still down. So let's see what we have here. So we have some storms that did get severe warned. This is from a further radar, so I'm just looking to see what would have been severe on these. Out of an abundance of caution, maybe? I don't know. These just look like... I'm just trying to see if there's any hail indicators anywhere. Right now, I don't see it, but these are just thunder showers. Nothing much more. I'm going to look from our Canadian radar. Just it's further away, though, so it will... look worse than it actually is. That's the problem when you get really high up into those storms. These are, for the most part, just thunderstorms. Maybe for flooding. That may be the only reason they would be doing that. Just taking a look here. Just saying over Grand Lake and another south of Fredericton are moving southeast. And they're saying prior storms have evidence of rotation. So they're severe warning them for rotation. I don't think I've seen that before, but let me just take a look here. So yeah, not sure why that's severe warn. These are for the most part just regular showers at this point. So we'll see what's going on there. We'll go back to Quebec at this point and take a look at everything going on in the Quebec area, near Montreal. Oh, wow. Why is it doing that? I don't want it to do that. There. Okay. Anyways. Okay, let's take a look here. I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll run a commercial for Gigi's Tree Care, our sponsor for today's stream, and then we'll jump back into this and continue on and give you guys up-to-date information as we go. Again, we are concentrating on the storms near Victoriaville. That is the storm that currently is the strongest at this point. So I'll be right back.
We begin tonight with the dangerous storms from coast to coast as millions are set to return home or heading out of town to ring in the new year. States of emergencies declared.
So again, thank you to Gigi's Tree Care for sponsoring this stream and being able to get out the information to you folks. I'm just going to share their social media, gigstreecare.com. And if you reach out to Devin or Tracy, they will be able to take care of you guys. 692-8368. They're out of Eastern Ontario. They service all of Eastern Ontario. 613-743-2240. That's the other number that you can use to get them. So let's just take a look. Right now we are concentrating basically on Quebec. In South Ontario, we're watching storms. These are just regular storms at this point. I'm going to take a look to see if we have any concerning rotation around the Guelph area. We do not. This is a heavy rainmaker just kind of south of Guelph, and another one over Cambridge again. But no rotation. There is a lot of radar noise in here, so some people might get confused by that, but these are heavy rainmakers moving east, southeast, essentially, and that is all. They're just regular thunderstorms at this point. No hail in them, no real strong winds showing up on radar, and then we have that little conveyor belt of storms on the south end going through Hamilton, as you can see here on radar, and now they're kind of going into Grimsby and along the 401. Why does it say the 40? Is that next to it? That's weird. That's the QEW. Sorry, that's not the 401. That's the QEW. Heading into St. Catharines and the Niagara Falls. So that's basically just coming across at the shore here, and that's why they've now severe warned it. That literally just popped because these storms are heavier through the Hamilton area. I will stop that cycle and show you that. Let's just take a look here. So there it is. Heavy, heavy rain. I'm going to take a look at our winds here and just seeing what's happening. A lot of radar noise here again. Some people might get scared about this here down at the bottom. I'm going to show you why that's not a concern. There's no storm there. So again, radar noise is such a hard thing to deal with. You have to spend a lot of time kind of verifying what you're looking at. So these are just regular thunderstorms. Again, very heavy precipitation through the Hamilton, Stony Creek area, eventually into Grimsby, and then it's going to head along into St. Catharines and eventually into Niagara Falls. Lots of rain in the Cambridge area, straight line winds in there. There's nothing rotating and it's mild at best. And then we have this Guelph storm that basically heavy precipitation in there, nothing to be concerned about as well. And lightning. But right now, the heaviest of the precip is right here where the red is, south of 6. Tucked in over here. There is some moderate rain over University of Guelph, but that is slowly moving out of the area. And again, that is all that is happening in southern Ontario. I don't even think there's anything in southwest Ontario. There isn't. So everything for now is pretty copacetic. I'm going to switch back out to Saskatchewan there shortly, but I'm going to take a look at the Quebec storms first because some of those were getting fairly intense. So let's take a look at the Victoriaville storm. Let me see if there's strong winds down here by Chesterville. We have 84 kilometers an hour. This is 1,800 feet off the ground. So you're probably 500 to 600 meters depending where you are. So that is where you've got some strong winds moving southeast again. Heavy rain throughout the body of this storm. I'm just looking at all our scans here. Tons of lightning to the east, and I suspect because there's wind turbines out here. I believe there's a whole field of wind turbines, and you can see that the lightning has decided to hang out there. So I'm guessing that's the case there. Let me just take a look. Wait. Got another comment here. Okay. So let's take a look, and back to the west along the 20, this storm, heavy precipitation, not a lot of lightning in it, no strong winds at this point. And again, this is moving in behind that previous storm essentially. So you can see how this has progressed throughout the afternoon here. So these are the storms on the Quebec side, and you can see that picking up size in the last few scans there. And it is continuing to be thunderstorms, some of the areas with a little bit of wind, nothing rotating right now. So today seems to be underperforming at this point, which is a good thing. But we're only 6 p.m. I won't feel comfortable till we get closer to dark, about 8, 9 o'clock. Then we'll see how things look at that point. So again, right now, things look fairly good in most areas. To the northwest of Montreal, you can see this is mostly orange and yellow. Mont-Tremblant has a bit of red in there, just with that elevation change and over water possibly. So again, that is the only storm that has heavier precipitation. There are some strong winds in that. So let me take a look here. This is at 2,500 feet, roughly 2,800 feet. So you're just shy of a kilometer. There's 93-kilometer-hour winds in here. That definitely at the surface would be probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, roughly. So strong winds pushing with that storm. I'll show you guys. You can see that here. It exploded on this last scan where it really picked up after it went through La Conception. And then we have another area northwest of Saint Hippolyte. And that... let me just take a look here. 80 kilometers an hour, about 1,000 feet off the ground. So that's about 300 meters off the surface. So pretty much if it's 80 there, it's probably 75 on the surface, or 70 to 75 would be my guess. So just some pockets of stronger winds as these storms are moving through the region. This one down by Mirabel definitely has some wind in it as well. But these are straight line winds. They are not rotating. So 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, right around the Mirabel, north of Mirabel. And these, I believe, are moving eastward. So let me take a look at that as well. These are actually moving somewhat northeast, I should say. So heading towards Blainville, just stronger winds as it's approaching the radar. So we'll keep an eye on that as well as the afternoon continues. Eastern Ontario, free and clear. Up to North Bay, let's just take a look. Nothing happening up there. And again, we've covered this Southern Ontario part. I'll go back to it. Oh yeah, this radar is down. I forgot about that. Storms moving through the northwest Quebec area, non-severe. So that is just a line of storms or thunderstorms. And then we have our severe warnings to the west of the GTA. And again, you can see these storms, Guelph and Cambridge, are now kind of trying to get together there. Let's just see if Exeter sees that any differently. No, same thing. So let's take a look here. And these are just rain, some pockets of heavy rain. And I'm looking back here just to see what our reflectivity looks like. And so just mild winds in there with a bunch of radar noise, unfortunately. So heavy rain right north of the 401 and where the 6 meet. So heavy precip in that area, again, dropping southeast, and wherever you see this red and orange, just to the southeast of Cambridge at this point. So over Sheffield and Branchton, and continuing southeast towards Hamilton, Burlington. It might skirt through Milton, but this is, again, just regular thunderstorms. Nothing to be concerned about with this. We've seen a lot worse than that for sure. So I'm going to look from Exeter radar and see if there's anything. A couple of pop-ups trying to come across Lake Huron, but we'll see if that sustains. And we'll go from there. And then let's head back out west. Storms as they're approaching this line, definitely somewhat aggressive on the leading edge. You can see some purple and pink in there. So that would indicate hail. So north of the Highway 1, this would be what's kind of southeast of Central Butte. Heavy precip in these with those dark colors, the reds, the purples, or the pinks, I should say, and then the darker oranges. And then there's an Old Wives Lake here to the west of that. There's still heavy precipitation with a couple pixels of pink, as you can see in there. Why does my tool do that? I don't understand. I'm clicking something that I don't understand what I'm clicking. Mossbank, to the west of that, there's several pixels of pink here, so there'd be some small hail, pea-sized hail in that. Quite a bit of lightning as well. And then to the southeast of Mossbank, there's a bigger hail core showing right in this area here. And I'll show you how this is all marching just so you can understand that. So that's why we have these severe warnings, and it's a line making its way. This will come into Moose Jaw and eventually into Regina later. And we're going to see whether that continues to track that way. And we'll see that the interesting part about the tornado watch is that it's in a totally different area than the outlook was. So obviously parameters have changed throughout the day. I haven't looked closely since I've been on stream here at the parameters out west. So I do know that they were talking about tornadoes south of Regina, but at this point they put the watch out way up to the northwest or west of Saskatoon essentially. So that's what's unfolding out in Saskatchewan, west of Regina. And then let's just take a look at the Alberta side of things, just heavy precipitations to the west of Cold Lake. And then we have a severe warned storm here. What's going to be our closest radar to that? Let's just take a look why they've severe warned this. There was a hailer in there, and there's like the continuous kind of storms popping and dying right southwest of Paradise Valley on the Alberta Saskatchewan border. So that's the only thing happening in that particular area at this point. So let's just take a look here. Okay, and then we have a bit here on the Saskatchewan side. I'm just going to take a look at velocities in there. This is near Denzel or southeast of Macklin. There's a bit of hail in that storm as well. So just looking here, not moving very quickly either. This is kind of just crawling. So that last scan shows a bit of hail as well in that area. So that's basically what's going on at this point across the country. Again, I'll just quickly take a look on the East Coast. Just some storms moving off, heavy precipitation. We are a little bit far from the radar because the closest radar is not functioning. That's why that red pill is there. It's just not outputting data to anyone at this point. So north of St. John, heavier shower, but it's just a regular thunderstorm. There is no crazy velocities or winds in there. And then to around Sussex and to the bit to the northeast, heavy precipitation, nothing to be concerned about. So let's take a look at our radar here up at Victoriaville, and this storm looks to be falling apart possibly. There's heavy winds on the leading edge still. So as that storm dies, what happens sometimes, the storms go up and you've got these updrafts that continue to go up, and when they die, they come crashing down as it's falling apart, and they hit the surface and blow out from there. I don't know if that's the case here, but it does look like that this storm is weakening, and I'll show you why I say that. Back here, you can see how much red there is at the top of our radar scan. And then as it moves through, you can see it's spread out. It's more orange and yellow at this point. So I'm just going to take a look. That's the only thing I see in there is those strong winds. Another storm back to the west of Victoriaville, heavy rain, but no winds to be concerned about. And then let's take a look. We're on the right radar here. So this is 1 pixel of pink right in the center here. So maybe some tiny hail off the storm just coming off Lac Saint Pierre, and it would have picked up moisture across the lake, and we'll see if that sustains. And this again is moving east southeast essentially. So that's the only action right now. So a very quiet evening or afternoon and evening at this point. So compared to the last several days, we are definitely in a much better position as far as storms are concerned. And then I'm going to look around the Montreal area. So that that storm going over the radar right now, let's take a look at our velocities. This is a little bit misleading because it's right over top of the radar, so it's going to struggle to read that properly. But Blainville looks like a stronger storm over it, so a little bit blind because of the way the radar beams come out. They basically don't come straight out. They climb. So that's what we're looking at right there. So right now, strong storm near Blainville, and it's moving northeast, it looks like. You can see they popped and turned. So a bit of an easterly component on it, but reaching out to the north somewhat. And then there's a cluster of storms behind it, but straight winds in there, but moderate to light rain behind it. So not as concerning as well. Clear through eastern Ontario, it looks like as well. That's continuing to be the case. And then let's take a look back in the Toronto area, back to the west, Cambridge, Guelph. Let's see if there's any velocities in here. No, this is just rain, thunderstorms at this point moving along, and they're going to go through Hamilton again, now through Grimsby and reaching out to St. Catharines. That's all we've got going on, folks. Again, for where the parameters were for today, it is definitely on the low end of what we were expecting. So this is good news for everybody in the line of storms, especially those that have been affected over the last few days. This is definitely not high-end severe at any point right now. So this is good. So a good day ahead right now, especially for Eastern Ontario, trying to dry out after the storms yesterday. We had the early storms come through, but at this point, there's zero happening in Eastern Ontario near the nation's capital, any of that area. So give me 1 sec. I'm just going to check something here. And that's basically it. So I'm just double checking some of my conversations there. Thank you, Yuli's World 6 for the donation. Thank you. Will Montreal get anything? I'm a bit anxious. I don't like being in a tornado risk. You are not in a tornado risk for the most part. They did mention them, I think, in the watches. Let me just take a look if the watch does indicate it. Okay, yeah, they did mention them in the watch. Right now, everything around Montreal, bring it up at the closest radar. So far, everything is underperforming. There's nothing here that is rotating of any major significance. This is right over the radar, the storm here in Blainville. So you can see that, but heavy precipitation, but no rotation that needs to be warned or anything like that. Storms are struggling today. That seems to be the theme of the day, and that storm is dying here. We can see that on the latest scan near Chesterville. Strong winds as that storm dies out, pushing out to the southeast. So you can see that near Ham-Nord and Notre-Dame. A lot of ham in there. Anyways. So we have some stronger winds pushing through there because that storm is dying at this point. We'll see if it recycles, but we have moderate to light rain in it at this point. And then we have this cluster. This looks very disorganized. This is just heavy rain south of, well, in St. Albert and to the south, and lots of lightning, but again, not concerning in terms of winds or rotations. The hail disappeared on the storm coming off of Lac Saint Pierre there and moving southeast. So again, it's going to follow behind those other storms and probably will weaken. And we have another storm to the north, just going through Sainte Anne de la Pérade. And let me see if there's any wind on that at all. And there isn't. I'm just going to take a look where our chasers are. Mark is heading home. Mark is heading home. I'm almost sure of that. Connor is on the 30, I believe, or no, he's out east of Longueuil somewhere, but I think Mark is heading home. Let me check for a second. I'm gonna actually message him. He may be listening, but I don't know if he is. Okay, I sent that message to see if he's going. So again, today underperforming so far for everywhere that we're talking about. The only question left is Saskatchewan at this point. Again, southern Ontario. These are just regular storms, heavy rain, obviously in pockets. Some wind associated with them, but no rotation. And in fact, the winds in here are very mild, and just a lot of prolific lightning, a lot of rain. and moving through Grimsby, Hamilton, St. Catharines area, but absolutely nothing to be concerned about, folks. Like I said, today is underperforming through Eastern Canada, that's for sure. And the last thing we'll be looking at is out here in Western Canada. So we'll see whether that's the case. I'm not getting any of my alerts off of my radar software, so I'm just curious what's going on here. Canada, and just seeing why I don't have any sound coming from there. That's bizarre. Might be a glitch. The radar software is giving up, or the computer's giving up, because it's been working so hard over the last few days. Okay, so this is the line in Saskatchewan that's the most concerning in sense of severe. It's starting to bow out, and there's going to be some winds, I suspect, in here. So let me just delete all my drawings there, and we'll jump in here. East of Mossbank, there is some hail. It looks like it just went over a tiny airport, possibly. Planes and hail don't mix together, unfortunately, but that is hail in that area. I'm going to see if we have any rotation happening, but we don't. Nothing that's jumping out at me. Again, we had a tornado earlier to the north of, to the east of Colville, and where else was that? I'm trying to remember the name of the town now, and I'm forgetting it, so bear with me for a second. That wasn't Swift Current. Oh yes, it was Kindersley, northeast of Kindersley, in that tornado watch. But we'll address that in a minute. So, kind of to the west of Moose Jaw right now, you guys are about to see a lot of rain. There is some wind packed in behind this, so you can see the lightning. Let's take a look at velocity. So to the west of Moose Jaw currently, about 2,500 feet off the ground, so just under a kilometer. There's 90 kilometer-hour winds. So at the surface, I would expect 70 kilometers an hour roughly. Coming eastward, we'll see if that continues to increase. But again, moving northeast into Moose Jaw, and then we have the line below it, which will come into Regina. And this is, let's see, winds. The winds aren't super strong on this right now, but heavy precipitation for a very narrow band, with some of it having hail in it at this point. So that's what's going on kind of west of Regina. And then let's look back up to the northwest and see what we have going on there. A few storms up here by Kindersley, a little bit of rotation on them, heavy precipitation. Sorry, been a long couple of days, folks. So these storms are just kind of sitting there. They're moving northeast, but very slowly. So a little bit of hail may be in them, but they are not severe warned yet on these storms. And let's just take a look from there. Let me see here. Reflectivity, velocity. We are far from the radar, so I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. Where is our closest radar? Yeah, that's our closest radar. So we do have Denzel. There's a ton of hail in this little storm right here. Pixelation, a lot of pink, so there's going to be some hail. Grapes in there, maybe slightly larger, but you can see that parked right over here. And that's been kind of the pattern out west here in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Storms not moving too quickly. This has slowed down suddenly. So this is between Primate and Denzel. Lots of hail falling out of that right now. So if you're in that area, please pay attention to that. And then I'm going to switch over looking from one of our other radars, and just on the Alberta side, a few little bit of kind of hailers out that way. So right now in Saskatchewan, the biggest thing we're talking about is the line forming here to the west of Moose Jaw that is kind of walking northeast at this point and heading off from there. So that's what's kind of unfolding at this point. So, yeah, definitely a lot slower than it's been for the last few days, that's for sure, especially Eastern Ontario. Obviously, we had those strong storms earlier on this afternoon, but they've made their way out. Some strong winds around the Perth area we were made aware of, some damage there. Heavy rain moving through, but that was done and over with at this point. So again, Saskatchewan basically right now, that line moving from the southwest of Regina, that is the main area of concern there. And then we can see all the warnings up here in Quebec. And I just wanted to check something. Yeah. So, okay, let's take a look here. So I'm going to bring this up. We're talking about storms north of Montreal going through to the east of Blainville. Other storms back there. Terrebonne. These are just mild showers. There's no lightning on. Sorry, I should say mild storms. There's no lightning on them. There's heavy rain. I'm going to see if the velocity scans are bad. They are not. So this is all kind of to the north of Montreal. And then we have our additional storms back to the east. So the Kingsley Falls storm, I'm going to look at that. Heavy rain within that storm, but again, not a lot to speak of on that side. So, yeah, we can just see that right here. So heavy rain kind of south of Victoriaville. The storm on the east side of it looks like it's dying, but they are reaching out for each other. These storms are trying to hold hands right around Chesterville. So we'll see if this turns into one big line essentially. And you're looking kind of across here. That's where I'm going to be paying attention to see what this does. Still strong winds leading out in front of that dying storm to the east, but now with the two storms trying to combine, we'll have to keep an eye on that. And another stronger storm here back to the west that came off of Lac Saint-Pierre, and it has moderate to heavy rain and obviously a bit of lightning, not a lot of wind in there, so that's also a good sign as well. And they've just updated that severe warning, so let's just take a quick look at that. So they just updated this, producing damaging wind, quarter hail, and heavy rain. So they're just talking about the maximum possibilities, but this is definitely very heavy rain here to the west of Warwick on 116, southwest of Victoriaville. And back to the west, there's another storm with heavy rain. Those are the biggest components in those. And then we have a storm going for the radar. This is along the Highway 40 or along the river. And you can see that there's some heavier rain in that particular storm as well. So, like I said, right now we look to be doing very well. This isn't even severe warned. So again, just regular thunderstorms because there's a bit of lightning on them and that kind of stuff, but overall pretty good. Oh, my computer's running out of power, or my laptop. Bear with me. Okay. So let me jump back into things here and take a look. So they still have this severe warned out here. This is far from the radar. Let me take a look from the U.S. radar. Yeah, the U.S. radar is showing heavy rain, but these are thunderstorms. I'm going to see if I see any rotation. Nothing that I would raise any alarm bells over or pay attention to right now. I'm just tracking through the cycle here just to see if anything is moving. We are down a radar there. Unfortunately, the closest radar is not functioning, so I'll bring up the Nova Scotia radar and we'll see if there's any rotation in there, but it is far away, so this rotation would be very high off the ground if there was any. So again, not seeing anything of any danger or significance. So Maritimes, again, those are just regular thunderstorms at this point. Nothing too concerning at that point. So, okay. Let's switch back to Montreal and take a look at that. Not seeing anything in there that's too scary. It looks like Saint Eustache, just a rainmaker in there, again, orange. And then Terrebonne, Heavy rain in there, but the lightning, you notice all the lightning is gone from these storms down here. So those are not, that's not a good indicator. It is good for people in line of it, but there's very little lightning there. Saint, does look like there's a storm getting going here. So I'm going to watch this one. Or it's dying out, one of the two. Let me just see here. No, it's got a bit of, it just picked up on that last scan. So it's dropping southeast and it's going to go towards the US, towards Granby, but we'll take a look at that. Connor stuck in traffic by the looks of it. So he's chasing rush hour traffic, unfortunately. And then I've got a comment here. Okay, so Curtis has got his stream going for out west. Let's go back to southwest Ontario. Again, we'll see what we've got down here. So storms have moved into Burlington again and Hamilton. So there may be some, again, flooding involved there. There's no rotating or strong winds that are of any concern in here. Basically we've got just heavy precipitation along that QEW all the way into St. Catharines at this point. So I'll run that cycle. These are going to move their way out of the province and they're going to go into New York. You're going to see that there may be additional storms that pop behind it. But again, these are just regular thunderstorms. There's not any large hail in them. I don't even see any signatures for hail, but right now not seeing anything on the scans for hail. And nothing for strong winds either, just prolific lightning and a lot of precipitation. That's basically what I'm seeing there. So what else? So that's basically it. I'm going to look through Exeter. Those storms that are trying to come across at Lake Huron look to just die out as they do. Yeah, they come across and they die. So that earlier stuff is the old radar data from a couple days ago because Exeter was down for several days. So don't disregard that. So yeah, it is very quiet. It's very good. This is good news for most people watching on the stream here. Again, in the horseshoe, that is just regular thunderstorms at this point. Nothing in terms of big hail or anything like that. So I'm going to swing back out to Saskatchewan and we will take a look from there. And let me see here. So this line is getting closer to Moose Jaw now. It's actually on the doorstep of it. So let's just take a look at it. I'm going to see where the winds are in this. Moose Jaw to the west, folks. You need to be paying attention. These winds are picking up. This is coming for the Trans-Canada. It's only 2,000 feet off the ground. So you're about 600, 700 meters. There's 95 kilometer-hour winds registering in here. So on the surface, I would expect probably up to 80. 70 to 80 would be my estimation on this wind. I will show you how this is progressing so that you guys can see that. And you can see they picked up right here and they're going to go kind of, they may get into Moose Jaw, but they're going to more than likely go north of Moose Jaw. But first, they're going to go across the Trans-Canada. So this is right now at the 735 south of Caron or Caron. I'm using my French, so I'm stuck in French mode there from the eastern portion of the country whenever I see a French name. So let's just take a look here and switch over. So that is the line moving over and it stretches all the way to the south. There is another additional line in behind it, but looks like a line that will just go through Moose Jaw and Regina eventually. I will tell you how far this is from Regina being a more populated city. And so from the center, we are roughly 80 kilometers, 85 kilometers from the center of Regina to those storms. So still some time before they get there, but that's what's happening in the Saskatchewan side of things. Just looking around at these cluster of storms back to the east of Kindersley and then east of Eston. Let me just take a look. Or west of Davidson, there's just a cluster of storms. They don't seem to be moving too much, but let me see here. Yeah, they're just kind of they drifting slowly, but they are very stationary compared to the line further back to the south. So definitely a a much calmer day at this point for most of the country. Well, let's go back here. I'm going to start jumping into some comments now that things have quieted down, and I'm kind of, not a whole lot to report on as far as any kind of major danger at this point. So we obviously had just that one tornado in Saskatchewan, very small, but they can still cause damage. We haven't heard anything from there, but that would be the only thing. And I just saw a hail marker on this storm, so that's going to be something I'm going to jump on here just to look at it. Let's take a look. Yeah, 1 pink pixel. So this is just on the edge of having hail. This is to the east of Copetown or to the west of Hamilton. And you have maybe pea-sized hail or smaller in that. We will monitor to see if that continues to intensify as it moves kind of east-southeast at this point. So and Connor is just playing the conga line. It looks like near east of Montreal. So we'll see what he's going to get himself into. So, okay, let's get into some comments here. This getting into some really loud thunder in the Hamilton area. Obviously, you can see that right now. There is quite a bit of rain and precipitation, but the winds are not strong, and there's nothing rotating of concern. This is all just very heavy rain, and it's good from there. So, what else? There's a lot. Thank you to my moderators for answering questions in the chat while I've been doing what I've been doing. So thanks to the mods. They're definitely very helpful. What else? Will there be a tornado in Montreal? No, there's not going to be any tornado in Montreal right now. Nothing happening in that area. Connor is he's just going for a scenic drive to Quebec at this point. Mark, who's another chaser, also heading home at this point, just because things are underperforming, which again is good for those people who are in line with these storms. They're not as severe as they could be. They're not as bad as they can be. They are pretty reasonable thunderstorms. Obviously, lightning is still going to cause power outages and damages that way, but for the most part, you don't have very strong winds. East of Ottawa yesterday, we had 120 plus kilometer-hour winds. We had 110, 120 millimeters of rain dumped onto parts of Ottawa and other regions. So it's definitely on the low end of the scale, which is phenomenal. Just keeps everybody out of trouble as much as possible. We don't like reporting when things are really bad. So, okay, what else is going on? Trevor saying, yes, St. Catharines is lit up. It's getting there soon. The lightning is definitely over the water right now, but this is coming towards St. Catharines and then eventually into Niagara Falls. You're going to see that as far as that's concerned. So I'll just run the cycle here while we're concentrating on that area. Anything north of Toronto like Newmarket or Barrie, no, I don't think there's absolutely anything up there. So clear sky, not clear skies, but clear of any storms to the north of Toronto, Barrie, Innisfil, Orillia. All of this is clear, and so is Eastern Ontario. We have just this tiny little cluster of storms in the Golden Horseshoe, and that'll eventually move out. So again, low end of the scale today. So asking about Prince Edward County again, just looking at that, there were some storms that moved through, but there is absolutely nothing there today at this point, and it doesn't look like we're going to get anything later on, but we will give you guys an update if anything were to happen at this point. So good thing there wasn't any more storms near the Toronto GTA World Cup match in like 35 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. All of this is staying to the south of Lake Ontario, essentially, at this point. And it's going from there. Why is Montreal severe warned? I wish I could tell you. I don't understand why they've severe warned Montreal. I'll switch quickly back to that. You can see all these storms are dying, folks. There's barely any red. The only one that is there is in Mascouche, and that is going to die out as well. These are all absolutely dying. The only storms right now with any intensity are back here to the south of Victoriaville. And that is it, basically. Just looking at the winds in there, those are dying down as well. So these are just very heavy rainmakers at this point, moving east southeast. So I'll stick over that area for a bit while I answer some more questions. Okay. I hate this warning system. I don't blame you. I've gotten very frustrated on the live stream a few times with our warning system. It's long overdue for an overhaul. I've voiced my frustrations a few times here. So, what else? The question, why do storms seem to mostly travel west to east? It has to do with your jet stream and upper winds and that kind of stuff. So that's traditionally the way they move. But we had storms before Canada Day. They were all coming south, where that storm came south through. So you do generally from west to east across Canada. That's the norm, just to do with the prevailing winds essentially. So Montreal, you have nothing to worry about. Again, we are looking in the Montreal area here. I'll show you. I don't know why they've severe warned in Montreal. We've got right in the center here. These storms are basically dying. There's nothing much to them. They're the only one that might have any kind of heavy rain in it would be Saint Esprit. And that's the only one. So we'll keep an eye on it. But most of these storms are just regular storms that you guys are seeing all the time. So what else? Nothing's going on in Montreal. So I've got a lot of questions about Montreal. I'm glad I can at least answer those. The only place there will be a tornado is at my dinner table. Tony in Toronto saying that. You know what? I might have one at my place too, because I haven't sat down for a dinner. It's been a week. This is day 6, like I said. So it's been crazy. So anything in the Maritimes, I can take a quick look over there. There are some storms out there. But they are not, they're thunderstorms. That's basically it. We have one radar down, but over St. John, heavier precipitation, but this is a radar that's reading it from farther away. Let me see which is the closest here. It's not there. So yeah, they're just heavy showers in pockets, so isolated with a few lightning strikes. So these are just regular thunderstorms, nothing to be concerned about, and they're moving southeast, and you can see there's very few of them left. So they are popping back to the west where they're initiating, essentially. So that's basically what's going on. Nothing to be concerned about. There's definitely good thunder on some of these storms around Montreal for sure. But again, nothing too concerning at this point. This storm just around Saint Esprit to the south that I'm looking at in the screen here, that is the only thing at this point. So how does radar know specific wind speeds? We actually put out a video about that, but basically they put out these pulses and we send 2 sets, horizontal and vertical. And what it returns is basically when it gets a return back off that particle that's in the air, that's how it determines through the software the speed of the particle, the direction of it. We have an explanation on our channel if you want to see that more in detail. Connor was putting one out about that, so you can find that on our in our library on YouTube, and I believe on our Facebook page as well. So what else? With all due respect, my friend, are we going to get a break anytime soon? I would love a break from all the weather that we've been dealing with, but it's the reality of the game. So again, Eastern Ontario today faring really well at this point. Most of Southern Ontario and even into Southwest Ontario, there is nothing to talk about down there other than these storms around Hamilton, Cambridge. They are the last of the kind of weather. Burlington would have some flooding because there's been rain in there almost for the last, several hours, and at times very heavy. But now it's hopefully going to be the last of it, as we see here in these scans. I'm just looking to see if there's anything popping further behind them or initiating behind them. When I say popping, I'm talking about storm initiation. So this is on the edge of Hamilton through Burlington. Again, there's probably some flooding in Burlington area. And there's our latest scan from the radar. And this continues to move eastward, so this is going to be out of the area soon, other than along that QEW corridor south of the lake. That is it. And again, it is nothing concerning at this point. It is just very mild, to be totally honest with you folks. I'm going to take a look at our storms here near south of Victoriaville, so Val des Sources. These are storms that look like they're dying with some stronger straight line winds in them. Let me just see here. Yeah, I mean, there's heavy rain and a lot of lightning in some of them. I'm just trying to see what happened with the lightning off that storm to the northwest, but it looks like it's died off. Our lightning is tucked in right here. Val des Sources, heavy rain in that area, moving again south and a bit southeast. The storms on the east side of that are weakening. A lot of orange and yellow, which is on the bottom end of the scale, as you can see. And then we still have a cluster of heavier rain back to the west, but no real lightning. There's one lightning strike on that. And then a line of storm, or a couple of storms here over the radar that are moving through as well. So we'll see what they look like on the other side, but they aren't severe warned either. So again, these are just regular thunderstorms at this point, and nothing of concern. I'll look around North Bay, nothing up there, nothing coming off Lake Superior probably. Nope. So we've got something in the U.S. trying to get organized, but let's see if this is just a boundary. Yeah, these are just firing off a lake breeze or something like that. You can see it agitated in that area, but they're not coming into Canada at this point, so they can stay in the U.S. And then back to the Toronto area. So let's take a look at Saskatchewan. I'll try and answer some questions as to what's going on, as far as the comments. And Moose Jaw, you're just about to have this line come in. So this is the most severe aspect, maybe compared to Quebec and here. So south of Victoriaville and this part of the part of Saskatchewan right now looks to be the most severe part. And again, that is being used a little liberally. Let's take a look at our winds. Winds did die off a little bit as they came into Moose Jaw, which is good news. Sorry, guys. I'm worn out. I'll tell you that much. So good news. The wind died just as it's coming into Moose Jaw, which is fantastic. The winds have, let's see, heavy rain though. Lots of lightning, heavy rain, and maybe some small hail with this. All the way down the line. This is again south of Moose Jaw, all the way to Assiniboine. And that is on the 13. That's as far as that stretches at this point. I do know a lot of chasers that are out there hoping to catch some kind of tornado, and I'm starting to have doubts. Would be a good word for it. So we're right now 4:49 p.m. Saskatchewan time. Obviously, we're in Eastern Ontario, so 6:50 p.m. So we'll see what's going on here. But those storms are heading towards Moose Jaw and then eventually into Regina later on today. So question here, if today underperforms, will tomorrow overperform? Great question. One has nothing to do with the other generally, unless you get an environment that gets completely depleted the day before where storms wipe things out, then the next day might underperform. But the lack of storms today doesn't make tomorrow, any worse at this point. And we still have to look at what's possible for tomorrow. We did see a storm moving through Eastern Ontario on some of the models earlier in the morning, like 10 a.m. Coming off the Georgian Bay. And then moving through Eastern Ontario, I should say, till about 3 p.m. But that was only one or two models. And again, that has changed since, we've been on the air for the last 3.5 hours or so. So it That, like I said, we'll have to look at tomorrow. We'll look at it late tonight. And quite honestly, I'll be okay with today underperforming if I don't need to be up till 2 a.m. covering storm coverage and then getting up in the morning and, 10 a.m. doing another, live stream. So we'll see what it looks like, but we'll keep you guys up to date on our Facebook page and kind of go from there. Southwest of Saskatoon, there are some small hailers. That's why these are severe warned here, right southeast of Plenty or northwest of Rosetown. And we have a couple more back in this area as well. Just seeing those pinks in that in some of the storms, and they're kind of handing off. They're getting strong, dying, getting strong, dying. So you have these pulsing storms essentially, which is what is going on at this point. So I'll jump back in the questions as well. Do you foresee any storms? So I just answered that just in regards to that storm coming off Georgian Bay and then moving through Eastern Ontario. It possibly could go through Bancroft, but right now, not sure. We will put an outlook video in the morning and go from there. So what else have we got here? West Island of Montreal, dark and a lot of thunder. Wind is picking up. That's from Patrick. Thank you for that. We do have storms out that way, but really not a lot of them considered what I would consider severe. They're thunderstorms, so lots of rain and lightning, but there's not any crazy winds. I'll go back and take a look. But we'll definitely try and help you guys out to give you a little bit more. So really appreciate the knowledge, experience, and information you guys are providing to us all. Thank you very much for the kind words. That is our whole purpose at this point. So asking about hurricane season. So with El Nino kind of picking up here soon, and we're supposed to get into a super El Nino. I just don't like that word. It's like a strong El Nino, but basically what's going to happen is hurricane season, actually, the way they're predicting it to affect it is that there are going to be fewer storms through hurricane season, but it does not mean less impactful. So you could have, let's say, instead of an average of 12, you only have 5, and then those 5 still could be monsters, but the number of them will be less. That's basically it. So okay. What will need to be looked at is cloud cover, dew points. Yeah, okay, those are all great comments. There's so many factors that come into forecasting for storms. It's crazy. You're an amateur meteorologist, without getting the piece of paper and going to school, but that's basically what you're doing. Oh, thank you very much, Laura. I appreciate that. Can I just say I'm so happy you are here. I like watching Ryan Hall, y'all, but he's USA. Yes, we're Team Canada. This is Ryan Hall and Max Velocity are definitely kind of the inspiration behind this channel. And we were just tired of seeing other platforms out there that just a doomsday scenario at every possible turn when it comes to weather. And we try to say that 90% of the time here, you don't have to worry about weather. But if you do have to worry about it, we're going to let you know. You'll see my demeanor. I'm less joking. I'm less lighthearted. And if there's a tornado, it's boom, we're focused on that. Or if there's straight line winds. So thank you very much. Love that. And again, that's the whole reason that we are here. Definitely difficult to cover across all of Canada. Usually, it's funny, Ryan Hall are covering maybe 3 or 4 states. We're covering from one end to the other at this point. So it does take a little bit more work, but we're happy to do it. Let's take a look at storms around the Hamilton area, and we're going to see if they're slowly moving again over the water, but coming into St. Catharines. And so a little bit of QEW is going to be soaked for a while here because the storms are kind of sticking along that QEW corridor. and you can see a boundary pushing out from these storms, but hopefully we are at the end of it. Burlington, have they canceled this? Yes, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Oakville and Burlington is now expired. The rain has subsided, so hopefully Burlington can dry out somewhat, because there's been a lot of rain in that particular area today. And let's take a look at Montreal. I said I was going to have a look at that, folks. Sorry, I'm going to bear with me on that one. So looks like we have just moderate rain, a little bit of heavier rain here, northeast of Montreal, northeast of Repentigny, and I can't pronounce it right now, or Verchères, I can pronounce that one. Heavy rain in there, but not a lot of lightning, a few bolts in that area as well. So yeah, that's basically what's going on around the Montreal area, and it looks like storms might be subsiding back to the west. So these are going to move through, and that hopefully will be all of it, but we'll stay with it. We're at 7 p.m. right now. Going to take a look at storms just to the east here, Drummondville, and this looks like obviously Val-des-Sources, Walton, and then Saint Félix de Kingsey. Heavy rain in there just because of those bright reds and dark oranges, but the overall complex looks like it's dying. You can just see how it's spread out, and there's a lot of yellow, a lot of orange, and far less red in it. So as this is moving south towards Richmond, St. Claude, and southeast of there, these storms look to be dying. Maybe it's because Connor finally caught up to them. I don't know. Let me see. Because he can be, we make fun of each other as storm chasers. We call each other storm killers. And I've killed plenty of storms in my lifetime, driven up to them and had them just die right in front of me after driving for 3 hours, wondering what I'm doing with my life. So the storms, Val-Alain, over the radar here. This is definitely just a moderate storm for rain. Not a lot of red in it, and there's very little lightning. So again, that is not something to be concerned about. So I'm starting to see things taper off here for most areas. Saskatchewan is going to be the issue. So Connor says, I say never, Connor. He just sent me a message about something. So that's why, you know, that saying exists for a reason. So what else? Okay. Why has the spring-summer season seemed so much stormy across Canada than other years? Curtis, I have no idea why we are getting... The biggest question I have, to be honest with you, and I don't have the answer to it, is why are we getting so much rain in areas? South of Montreal, 150 millimeters of rain. Winnipeg, northwest of there, 250 millimeters of rain. Flooding all over the place. I honestly don't know why we're getting so much rain. Oh, wait, we just got a... Oh, is that... Yeah, that is a tornado warning. Coming back to this, folks. Give me a second here. The heck is going on? They're tornado warning this storm east of Kindersley, west of Rosetown. There's some noisy velocities, but this has produced a tornado in that area before. So they are warning the storm west of Rosetown. This is again in western Saskatchewan. It is not moving very far. I'm going to zoom out. This is southwest of Saskatoon and to the south of North Battleford, or southwest of Bigger. So again, this storm right here in this area, that's what they're warning for a tornado. So I'm going to concentrate on this immediately. And we're going to take a look at velocities. There are some red and greens together. They are in the storm. There is, looks like a little bit of radar noise, but we have had tornado earlier on these storms in this area. So definitely worth looking at. So it's not moving very far or fast. I'll show you. Again, we'll get the last few scans here. So that's the movement on it. It hasn't been a whole lot. And so this is moving northeast at this time. So the warning basically just out in front of it. Let me just take a look, and kind of heading out in this area. We have no confirmation on the ground or anything at all, so that I can tell you guys, but yeah, let me see here. No, I'm the audio of my earpiece isn't working in terms of the warnings, and I don't know why. Usually, I can hear when they update things in the system, and I'm just not at all sure why I'm not getting that audio. So let me double check that this is, yeah, that's all set up properly. Uh, I was getting some audio, but again, I'm just gonna double check if I'm missing anything. It's bizarre. So that's where the tornado warning would be. I'm going to read the tornado warning there in a second. Oh, that's why. What is going on there? How did those connect? I have a second set of earphones. This will probably solve my problem. What the heck are they doing on? They're not on. Anyway, sorry. So this is our tornado warning moving northeast from here very slowly at this point. So let's read the tornado warning. Environment Canada tracking a storm that is possibly producing a tornado. The damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall is the cut and paste about 20 kilometers south of Stranraer. Moving northeast at 20 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path is Herschel. So again, this is where the storm is located. Our velocity scan is right here. So again, not 100% sure if we have anything on that, but we will try and see if I can get some confirmation of anybody, if anybody's got anything on there. So hopefully my audibles are working now again. And I'm going to adjust that just to see here. And then we'll see from there. Farmers have... I should know. Curtis is bored sitting outside waiting for storms to happen in Saskatchewan. You know how I can tell because he's got comments like this. Sitting out suntanning probably out in Saskatchewan at this point. So he feels that his pain should be everybody else's pain. Anyways, just kidding, buddy. You know that. What else? Oh, wow. Thank you, Brett. Appreciate that comment very much. That means a lot to me, especially with how much hard work we put into this. And especially since I can't chase, I would, my place is out in the field. But again, I decided to jump on and do this so that people can get information and stay informed at this point. So west of Rosetown, Saskatchewan just got a tornado warning. Yes, that's what we're looking at right here. This is our storm. We have no confirmation if there's anything on the ground. We did have a tornado earlier. So if you are just coming in here from Saskatchewan, we did have one several hours ago. Again, it went unwarned. We actually got lucky because one of our good friends, Curtis, who is commenting in here, has a buddy who saw the tornado and sent us photos. I can kind of well, I'm not going to share those because that might confuse people right now because that's a tornado from earlier, but our rotation is right in this orange circle moving northeast. So between Plenty and Rosetown, that's where it would be located. So Yuli's World, thank you very much for the update. For Montreal, the severe warning, thunderstorm warning has ended. And again, in east of here, there's not a whole lot going on. So you can see Connor doesn't look like he's doing much of anything else as well. So he may have just gone for a really scenic drive at this point, which is what happens with storm chasing. I've been countless times, I have been driven 8, 10, 12 hours to sit in the sunshine and see absolutely nothing. So that's all part of what happens with storm chasing, and it's part of the game. So again, we are looking at some rotation values here, moving northeast, and we did have a tornado in this area east of Colville, northeast of Kindersley, so just to the northwest of this several hours ago. This is another area of rotation, so we're sticking with this till we know that this is okay at this point. This is the scans this is at 4:59 p.m. Saskatchewan time. We are transmitting from obviously Eastern Ontario, so we're 2 hours ahead. And then so just want to make sure that we don't confuse the time zones and that kind of thing. So normally I'll change my the clock on the system for the area we're covering, but we're covering all of Canada today basically. So anyways, what else? You guys are awesome. I've been watching you guys since Tuesday. That's impressive because we've been on the air a lot. So, oh, Barb saying I had to pump out a foot of water from my basement and the Dauphin Hospital was evacuated yesterday. Oh my God, 8 feet of water took out the pharmacy, kitchens, laundry. Oh, that's terrible. And that area has had a major problem with water over the last. I've been live streaming and there's been tons of water issues up that way. So I'm sorry to hear that. That's no fun. Yeah. I don't like, that's unfortunately with the severe weather, that's what you end up hearing or seeing, that kind of stuff. So, definitely horrible that it also took out the hospital itself because if they had to evacuate the hospital, then what do you do, right? So let's take a look here at our rotation. I'm going to move it over. There is still some rotation showing on this storm and it's not moving anywhere. This looks like this is just the north of Fisk. It looks like, and it's just kind of stationary at this point. You'll see that on the scans. The circle doesn't even really need to move. Let's flip over to reflectivity. There's also a lot of hail in it. So that's the other issue is there's a lot of hail associated with this. So there is a strong updraft here. So I would not at all be surprised if there was a tornado under this, but we don't have any confirmation right now that that's the case. Environment Canada just saying still a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Obviously, if you are anywhere near this circle and to the north, well, anywhere around it, because it's not moving very fast, I would get into shelter. And just if you don't have a basement is ideal. If you don't have a basement, then please get into an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And a bathtub is always a good option because it is metal. So that's basically what we're looking at here. So question, this is for Saskatchewan. This is a tornado warning that is out in Saskatchewan, southwest of Saskatoon. North of Swift Current, way up here on Highway 7, east of Kindersley, west of Rosetown, just so we're clear on this. I'll show you guys where that is, and then we'll play the loop here. I'm going to grab a quick drink, bear with me. That was a loud pop. Okay. Veronica, it's actually Fisk, not fishing. It's Fisk is where it's directly north of, which is a small little town in Saskatchewan, as you can see. And it's just sitting there directly north of the town. So again, east of Kindersley, west of Rosetown is where this is located right now. So let's take a look. So I'm going to stick with this while we have the tornado warning in here. And again, I would not be surprised if there was a tornado. I have no confirmation from anybody, but let me see here for a second. Yeah, nothing. I'm just looking around. They're all watching the line of storms. So again, back to the east of this, southeast, we have this line moving as well towards Moose Jaw. It is in Moose Jaw right now, so heavy precipitation while we're looking at this. There are some stronger winds to the north of Moose Jaw, getting close to that radar, so it's going to be a little bit... there's a word I'm looking for, and I cannot remember, and it's probably because I've been going for so many days, but... it's not false information, misleading. So it's a little bit misleading here because it is close to the radar, but there are some stronger winds to the north. As this line approaches, you can see all along here, this is heading up towards Regina. But the good news is, for the most part, usually when you have these lined out events, rotation is less likely. Not impossible, but less likely. So our tornado warning again up here to the north on east of Kindersley, west of Rosetown, and we do have a bunch of hail in it as well. We're about 3 minutes from getting our next scan here, so we'll keep an eye on that. We've been looking at storms in southeast Ontario, around Montreal, and right now we just have this one tornado warning, and they're updating it again. So let's just take a look if they've put anything valuable in there. No, just producing a tornado, possibly producing a tornado. Environment Canada tracking, and then winds, large hail, and all that stuff. But that is no different than what they put out a few minutes ago. So we need to wait another 2 minutes till our next scan comes in, and we'll take a look and see what's going on. We have reds and greens together. Let's take a look how high off the ground we are. We're 6,000 feet, so we are about 2 kilometers up at this point. So roughly. So it's significantly high off the ground, but we have 40-kilometer-hour winds with 52-kilometer-hour winds in there. So obviously a circulation is there. Whether this is drilling down to the surface, that's the question mark. So what else have we got? Curtis. Where's Curtis? He's somewhere. He's in front of this line. So let me pull that up and see if I've got Curtis's stream in the top left corner. Nope. Let me see if I refresh it while we're waiting here for our next scan to come out. Refresh. Come on. Oh, there we go. That's the line approaching. So let me switch back. He's not on this tornado warned storm, just so we're clear about this, folks. So I'm going to bring Curtis's live stream up to show you guys where he is. I'm just going to look on the map. Where is he? He is... Where are you? That's Moose Jaw. Okay, so he is going to be south of where this tornado warning is, 7-11. This is our latest update. Rotation is still in there, so let's take a look at that first before I go looking at pretty clouds. There is some rotation still here, and it's kind of just dancing around or drifting around. Again, we don't know if we have anything on the ground at this point, but that is where it is. And it hasn't really moved outside of this box. It's just kind of been sitting there. And I'll show you. Let's do reflectivity, and let's just do a play, and you can see that this doesn't move out basically out of the area here. It's just moving back and forth mostly, so you can see that. So again, still getting that tornado warning. We do have some velocities in here. They look weaker at this point, but we're not going to say nothing's happening. I'm going to switch to reflectivity, and we can look at Curtis, who's out front of this storm. He is sitting in front of this line somewhere right out in front of it. And this is Curtis's stream right here. So beautiful structure on that shelf-like structure, which is that leading edge, like carpet sweep, I call it sometimes. Bit of lightning and obviously some heavy rain in that, but that is out in Saskatchewan at this point. So, oh, there's Curtis right there taking photos. He's repping the shirt. That's awesome. But this, I love seeing, like, for me, this is, you know, my happy place. I can be sitting in front of this line of storms. I just love looking at that kind of structure. So it's just a lot of fun to do that kind of stuff. So that's Curtis out there in his element. Luckily, he didn't have to drive as far as some of them had to drive. But right now, they're getting some good storm structure on this. So I'm going to switch back and forth here. Our radar, obviously, picking up some rotation to the northwest. This is on Highway 7. That is where the tornado warning is located. Let me switch to the local radar there. And our velocity scans. Getting a call from Spam. So this is directly to the north of Fisk on Highway 7 in Saskatchewan. Tornado warned. We did have one northwest of here a couple hours ago. So an area that, you know, has had the history of producing. We do see rotation. We don't have anybody underneath it at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that. So what else is going on here? Yeah, Brett. Yeah, so this is fantastic comment. There's an alert on a tornado reported in your coverage area, and your coverage area is like 300 kilometers. And that is definitely one of the frustrations that I don't, when you look into these warnings, so whether it's a tornado warning or whether it's a severe warning, they're below where this cut and paste first portion where Environment Canada is tracking a thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado. Some of the guys on the desk will put the location of the storm, which is what you want, whether it's a tornado or a storm, what direction it's headed in, how fast it's moving, and what's in line with it. With all of that information, any person can decide, okay, I'm nowhere near that. I don't need to worry about it. But when you just say, hey, we've put out a warning and there's a tornado somewhere out there, luckily, this box is very tiny, but we've a few weeks back in Manitoba, there was a 120-kilometer long tornado box. We had one in Ontario that was 360 kilometers long. So yeah, not ideal, and that's the frustration with Brett. So I totally understand that, and I appreciate it. So. Tom, how come on WeatherWise it shows you the Canadian weather alerts, but mine doesn't? That's from Peanut Dudes. So if you go into your settings up here at the top and you hit that little triangle and then hit settings, there's United States and Canada, and you have to click enabled at the top corner here. So you can switch. I have mine for the US off, obviously, because I don't want to get a bunch of dings and alerts from there, but switch Canadian on, and then you can set all your stuff up with your colors for your different warnings. So hopefully that helps you out. What else? Just discovered your channel a couple weeks ago and really glad I did. It's fantastic. Really appreciate your knowledge and experience interpreting radar scans. Thanks for all your work. Thank you very much for jumping on the channel and subscribing, and also being here and supporting us. That goes a long way. So again, we've seen a lot of support over the last 48 hours just with all the storms that have gone through Eastern Ontario. But thanks for everybody joining in, and we'll continue update people. So what else is going on here? What about West Montreal? So sorry, that's when the comments jump, I can't. So right now there are just basic storms in West Montreal. I've been watching them. They are not dangerous in any way. I'm focused on this area in Saskatchewan because we have a tornado warning where that orange circle is. So I will look on my phone while I'm checking or watching this. So bear with me for 1 second. I have multiple apps that I can use. So let's just take a quick look at Montreal. So right now through Saint-Jérôme, there's moderate to mild rain. There is lightning. I'm not seeing any rotation. I'm not seeing strong winds. This is just a regular thunderstorm at this point. And it's a line of it that extends from kind of just to the north of Grenville, eastward through Saint-Jérôme, and then to the north, and it would go to Mascouche. That's basically it in the Montreal area. East of there are just basic showers, nothing too concerning at this point. So hopefully that answers the question there. Thank you very much for the donation there for this. The Serpler end. The Serpler end. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely hoping that so this comment here just saying storm targeted warning, which is storm polygons. Apparently, they're still working on them. They're trying to get them deployed. They need to do it sooner than later, but I guess they're having some difficulties and that kind of thing. So I definitely would make my job a lot easier if we got these storm polygons rather than based on counties or townships or whatever the case may be. So yeah, so there's Chris, the weather nerd, just saying this. There's out there, there's not much. So if it's tossing like wheat or hay or canola or any of that stuff, not really going to show up on radar. It's very rural out here in that area. I haven't looked on Google Maps to see if there's any properties, but you rarely will see a CC drop on Canadian radar unless it's obviously hitting trees or whatever. But mostly out here, it's a bunch of grass, canola, crops basically, and they don't really show up on radar because they're not that. It's not like corn stalks, if they were large corn stalks, that kind of thing. So let's take a look here. 7:17 p.m. Still a bit of a velocity scan there, but I'm skeptical that there's much going on. But we had a tornado go completely unnoticed on velocities that we reported a couple hours ago, just because we had some pictures of it. So again, I don't want to discount it. It was just to the northwest of this, within 10, 20 kilometers. So again, that's why I'm staying alert or vigilant on this one, just for the sheer fact that I don't have anybody underneath it and I don't have any confirmation otherwise. So what else is going on here? Okay. Okay. Apple may be the issue with the GPS positioning on phones. That's the rumor anyways, that I'm hearing, that they're being difficult about getting these warnings working. So that's just what I've been hearing through the grapevine. So yeah. What else? Yeah, definitely. Just earlier on, when we had the tornado warning east or southeast of Ottawa, along basically the St. Lawrence Seaway. So it's difficult. Like I said, it's difficult. Hopefully they get it fixed, because it's long overdue and needs to be fixed. So um, Peanut Dude's asking about tomorrow in Ottawa. We are looking at some possible severe. There could be stuff coming off Georgian Bay and kind of heading southeast from there, heading towards kind of where the St. Lawrence meets Lake Ontario, Kingston area. But that's, again, only a model, and a lot has changed over the last 4 or 5 hours. So we'll see whether that's the case. If there is anything bad, we will be on to cover that area as well. But right now, Saskatchewan, I would not be surprised if there's anything under this. Just looking at those velocity scans, looking back further away from it, you can kind of see that circulation sitting there. So it's interesting how this kind of feels like Colorado to a certain extent in the U.S. with that continental forcing, just the way tornadoes happen out there. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, Rick just sent me a Google Maps shot of north of Fisk, and there's basically nothing out there other than agriculture. So CC drop would be really hard to get on something up here, just because it's probably tossing small canola, because it hasn't grown yet. Well, it's grown, but it hasn't gotten anywhere, and it's a small crop. So let me take a look if there's anything on there. No, nothing right now for Saskatoon or North Battleford area as far as these storms that are down here where the tornado warning is. There is a line marching that way. So when you say if something is going to hit it, I'll show you there are storms tracking up that way. Whether they maintain their intensity till they get there, that's the question mark. But you can see these are very slow, and a lot of them are dying off. So we'll see if they make it up there. Right now, the more intense portions are not getting up into that area at all. So this is our latest scan. It is breaking up here, this circulation. So I think right now, I think we're okay on this, but we'll continue to monitor it. They have severe warned a storm to the south. East, this is just a severe warning for hail. This is south of Conquest. I'm going to see if there's any kind of town. There isn't really. This is Lake Diefenbaker to the west of it, south of Conquest. And then we have the line of storms. I'm going to see if Curtis is still live streaming there. Well, he is. He's driving away from the line, so he's going to go get back out in front of it. So we'll patch into Curtis there in a second again. And then take a look. Connor is literally not moving. I don't know what's going on. He's stuck in traffic. He's going to hate himself heading home in this, but you can't get if you don't try, is what I have to say. So let's zoom back out here, take a look at our storms coming towards through Moose Jaw. There is definitely hail west or northwest of Ojima. And let's see if we've got any strong winds in this line. A little bit of wind in there, but nothing too bad. This is now marched past Moose Jaw. There is some hail on Trans-Canada here right east of Moose Jaw. Those pink pixels in there. He's stuck because there's a train crossing, and I can see it now in the image. Connor is anyways. Sorry, I'm bouncing around between comments. So anyways, this is on the Trans-Canada heading east, and it'll come into Regina eventually. We are 5:26 p.m. right now. Heavy rainmaker with some hail. Not a lot of wind and a lot of lightning in it, though. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. And again, so far, this is the worst of it out in the Saskatchewan area. We still have that tornado warning southwest here. That is the one storm that currently north of Fisk, west of Rosetown, east of Kindersley. I'm going to swing back to Ontario. We'll update you folks on that. Let's take a look here. So this is just progressed as we expected, just rain kind of drifting off the lake along that QEW corridor and is now just moving along there. Still going to be some successive showers there for a little while. There are a little bit more popping or initiating back behind Hamilton, and that is it basically at this point. So that'll this last one popping over the 403. Bit of moderate rain in there heading eastward and going along that QEW corridor now through St. Catharines, going into Niagara Falls, which we were saying earlier on, and it's just going to slowly drift south. These are, again, just regular thunderstorms. There's no rotation. There's no high winds. It's just a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. There is nothing. Let's take a look north of Toronto. There's nothing. And then Eastern Ontario, again, I'll double check that just to make sure. Nothing there. And then we have some storms in Montreal, but when we go to the local radar, you can see these are orange to yellow. So that is the middle of the precipitation scale, moderate to low. Lots of lightning in this. I'm going to see if the winds are anything in here. Nothing too serious. Maybe a little bit windier over by Grenville, but that's farther away from the radar. And just looking back to the east here, regular showers as well. Let me take a look on these storms near Stoke, Saint Camille. Those are all just regular thunderstorms, heavy precipitation, some lightning in it, and it's just a line moving southeast. And then we have another storm up here. This is, again, a regular thunderstorm. Let's see what the winds are in. They are okay. So, again, most of the country, we are now down on the bottom end of anything severe happening. I'm happy to report that this has underperformed compared to what the outlooks looked like, what some of the models looked like. And that is good news for everybody in line with this. So we will continue to watch what's going on here. But Eastern Ontario finally getting a little bit of a break after those storms that moved through kind of through the Brockville area, Smith Falls, Perth, and went towards the St. Lawrence Seaway. But again, nothing too bad at this point. And obviously this afternoon, everything is looking pretty good. The severe thunderstorm watch has been pulled all the way back into the very far east corner of Eastern Ontario. They still have a watch out in Southern Ontario, but I suspect that's going to get knocked off here soon. Just looking at the rest, Northern Ontario, they've killed off the severe watch up there. Just going to look at radar. That is an old image. That is from 4 p.m. Please disregard. That radar is down. We had several of them down today. The line moving through Northern Ontario is losing intensity as well, and that's just showers at this point. So we are, again, isolated to Saskatchewan, Alberta. Right now, the line moving from the West of Regina, between Moose Jaw and Regina, is the only area of severe at this point out that way. So we are more of a western live stream at this point, just keeping an eye on the stuff in southern Ontario. But again, I reiterate, these are just regular showers. Oh, geez, that's interesting. It just looped back like that. So this is just regular showers. There's not a lot of wind in these, and you can see they are kind of broken up. So again, nothing to be concerned about here at all. We did get some questions early on, several hours ago, about Guelph storm, having to take shelter. There was no reason for that. These are, again, just regular thunderstorms that have gone through the area. So again, we'll go from there, and we'll keep up with Saskatchewan at this point. And I will continue to look in Montreal. Connor is actually out that way in southern Quebec. And we'll see what he sees there, if there's anything at all. So Karen asking, but what about Ottawa? There's nothing going on here. We are free and clear at this point. So what was I going to say? If anything was to pop, we would obviously give you guys a heads up at this point. But right now, today has totally underperformed compared to what the possibilities were, which is good news for folks in front of these storms. And you can see the warnings have now basically all disappeared. Eastern Ontario, Southern Ontario, and then just left on the Quebec side for some of these storms that are producing heavy rain. And you can see that, but that is the most that you're dealing with. Again, to the north of Montreal, that is just moderate to light rain. In the middle of the scale at the top of the screen here, you can see that orange. And as I drag it down, that's the light end of it. If we started seeing a bunch of red and pinks and purples, okay, Houston, we got a problem. But this is not the case. So it's absolutely great news in that regards. We have heavy rain here southeast of St. Camille or north of Stoke, but that is just all it is. It's heavy rain with some lightning. I'm going to see what the winds are. There are some winds in there, 60 kilometers an hour, probably maybe a little bit less. And again, that is it at this point. I'll look out on the east coast here. I got to use the Halifax, or not the Halifax, the Nova Scotia radar. Some precipitation in St. John, no lightning on that, so it's just heavy rain. And there's a little pocket over the water here, kind of Bay of Fundy, it looks like, or which is that Bay of Fundy? I can't even read it because of but it's to the south of Fundy National Park, basically, but over water at this point. So that's the Bay of Fundy. Sorry, I'm way off there. Anyways, what am I trying to say? So yeah, there's nothing going on the East Coast. We're all good there. Right now, we are on the bottom end of things. So again, thankfully, not a lot to report on. They still have the tornado warning up here. I'm just going to see whether they're still continuing that. I'll flip over to that radar. Let's take a look at velocities. Velocities have definitely subsided a lot. There is still some red and green together, but haven't seen anything. We've got a okay, so I'm being told we've got a couple of live streamers here. So sorry, I just bouncing around there. Yeah, Shannon's got, I'm going to turn off her location because that's not accurate. Oh, there we go. This is the camera. So this is out in Saskatchewan, and this is the line that is moving through Moose Jaw, has gone through there, and is now heading towards Regina. So that is this line right here. They are out in front of it. That's what it looks like from a distance. So like I said, as a storm chaser, that's beautiful structure. I love that kind of thing. But people who are seeing that come at them may not agree with that statement. So that again is from Shannon Boleski out in front of that. I'm going to take a look and see if Curtis is streaming. Let's see if we've got his stream up. Right now it doesn't look like it. So I'll switch back to the main, and we'll take a look from there. So Connor still persisting on the Quebec side, so we'll watch to see if he gets into anything. But you can see how this line is heading that way and heading into Regina at this point. So yeah, that's where we're at this point. Like I said, a lot less excitement today compared to the last number of well, the last 5 days, actually. I don't think I've had a stream where it hasn't been, kind of anxiety and whatever as far as heavy storms, tornadoes. This has been the quietest of the streams. Stormy Boy, yes, I'm south of Ottawa, actually. I'm in Kemptville area. So definitely sitting out in the Kemptville area, we can take a look with one of my weather cams here. Let me take a look. It's getting, well, it's not getting dark, but we're seeing the sunset soon. Let me see what my camera shows outside of the studio here. But yeah, we basically, Connor and I are both situated south of Ottawa. And let me take a look here. A little bit windy here. I just saw a comment, but it's not too bad. I'll share this. This is the camera looking outside of my studio, so a little bit of wind in the trees there. But obviously sunny. Nothing to see here as far as weather. I might get a nice sunset picture off my weather camera here, but that's all that's happening here in Eastern Ontario at this point. So again, we are concentrating on the storms coming out of Regina, moving in a line formation. So they are going to be intense for a very short amount of time. This will blow through. There are some winds in it, but they I don't think are too bad. So bear with me. We'll take a look at velocities here. So there are some winds in it, but it is not bad. It is more about the heavy rain and possibly a little bit of hail in it as well. We had some on the Trans-Canada earlier where this orange circle is, but now it's almost up to Pence, and then moving eastward from there. I'm assuming all these updates are for Quebec. Those beeps that you're hearing, those are them right there. So I'll switch over to here quickly and just look at that line. Again, looks to be dying off at this point. These are just regular showers, folks. Nothing to get excited about if you're watching from the Quebec area. Again, today is the more calm side of the streams that we've been doing. Let me go back out to Saskatchewan and take a look at that. And I appreciate anybody who's joined today, become a subscriber of the channel, or if you have become a member of the Sunshine Club, thank you very much for the support. Also, thank you everybody for donations. They go a long way. We are going to do some upgrades. We're going to do some more cameras on Connor's car. We're going to put in a Starlink, all sorts of things. So we're just constantly trying to improve things at this point. They've now tornado warned in the northern part here. Let me go up here. So we've got we're the farthest we can be from radar. That's the problem right now. So they have tornado warned up at Denzel and Macklin. Let's take a look. I'm going to see from the other radar. So again, because this is far away, and I'm going to show you guys that my inspection tool, we're 8,000 feet off the ground. So that's just 2.5 kilometers up. There is some dirty kind of velocities. Normally velocities should look like this, where you've got green and then like a light green and a light red. And then as they brighten up, but here we have a whole bunch of different colored pixels. So that could be noise in it, but they are warning this for the Denzel area. So out of an abundance of caution, we have seen some tornadoes in the area. We had one earlier to the southeast. I'm just going to see which radar right now is the closest. So Castra is closer. Now this is 14,000 feet off the ground. So we're closing in on, that's 4.5 kilometers up. So completely pointless to see that one. So we'll switch over to the closer radar and look at reflectivity. It does have hail on it. So again, if you are anywhere, they're just rewarning it. So I'll read it to see if there's any kind of indication as far as this is great. Whoever the Met was, thank you very much on this. They're tracking a storm possibly producing a tornado. Tornado detection method. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that. Radar over Denzel, moving slowly to the east in the path, Denzel and Salvador. Props to whoever put this out. This is excellent information. I can then pass that on, but I can also tell you where the issue would be. This makes it a lot easier. So this is right over Denzel. Again, we are seeing rotation in this storm, and we have seen tornado in this area earlier. So if you are anywhere in this circle or around it, I know it's a fairly remote area, but Denzel, a small town out there, take shelter, be in a basement if you can. If you don't have a basement, get into an interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is always a great choice in a bathtub because they're metal and they will take a beating and provide you with some protection. So, so yeah, what else? What else? Montreal, West Island has strong winds and heavy rain coming from Pete. So yes, there are still some storms in that area, but they are not as severe as they could be. They are probably on the lower end of things. So Connor talking about a shelf on the cloud or on the system that he's looking at. I'm going to check if Shannon is still live to the south, but we are still, yeah, so that's the line approaching from the west in Saskatchewan. We'll come back to that in a minute. This is the tornado warned storm up to the north. We now have two of them essentially. Down here to the south, north of Fisk, this is right over Denzel. Not like Washington, but Denzel. And then we'll see if this is rotating here. So let me switch radars and look at velocities there. The velocities have disappeared on this. So I think we're okay with the one to the west of Rosetown, the one over Denzel, where you're going to watch for the next few radar scans just to see what's going on. But that is the area that has that tornado warning. And then we're also watching that line moving east past Moose Jaw over towards to Regina. So thank you, Tom's Coffee Fund. Appreciate that. Team Otis, thank you very much for the donation. Okay, so again, they're updating it. Let's take a look what the warning says. So they've got damaging winds, large hail. All the info kind of disappeared out of that warning. That's interesting. Wonder why that is. I'm curious about that, but look at all the boxes that I have to search through here. Warnings, thunderstorm warnings, tornado watches. There's so many things overlapping here. But that's, I like the first warning much better. It had a lot of info in it. So this is our latest scan, 741 just came out. You can definitely see reds and greens together. So this is why they're looking at it. We are fairly high up again. Just want to reiterate that 8,000 feet. So that's about 2.5 to 3 kilometers, just under 3 kilometers up roughly. So what we're just going from there. So this is where it is. It's not moving off of Denzel, so hopefully there's nothing happening in town, because stationary tornadoes can be some of the scariest just from the sheer fact if it's doing damage. You can't do anything about it, but let's hope that's not the case. This is hopefully just rotation aloft and not something that's getting down to the surface. There's definitely some hail falling out of this, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, just checking some comments. Yeah, I did use the Q word. We're not allowed to use the Q word because that just jinxes things. Okay, so that's where we have that tornado warning again. Anybody that's tuning in, Denzel, there is rotation above that. There is also hail. We are still following this storm coming towards Regina at this point. It's almost into Pence, it looks like. The precipitation on it has reduced a little bit. There looks like there's some stuff breaking up in it, not as red as it was earlier. If we go back here, you can kind of see that. Much more red and intense here by Moose Jaw, and then kind of breaking up a little bit. So as it comes to Regina, that could be a good thing. There are a bit of winds in it, but it's not really strong. And this stretches all the way south to Ojima. and heading towards Regina, and it's going to continue on from there. But right now, severe warn mostly for probably small hail, that kind of thing. So getting a comment that it's picking up pretty hard in Montreal. So let me just go back there and take a look at things. We're seeing in Blainville. Let's see the winds in here. Okay, there are some stronger winds in here. Thank you very much for the comments. I'm going to make sure I update. This is moving southeast. They are probably, this is showing some 80-kilometer-hour winds, so there is some strong wind gusts moving through Laval, moving into Dollard-des-Ormeaux, town of Montréal, Côté Saint-Luc, into Montreal west through Dorval, then through downtown Montreal, where you're seeing all these bright pinks. Those are just strong straight line winds. So these are, let me just take a look here. You can see how they've kind of pushed out here from the storm. There is rain coming with that as well. So again, thank you for that. The storm back to the west looks very light in terms of the rain side of things. This one only orange. So moderate rain, maybe moderate heavy. But the winds are tucked in basically south of Terrebonne. So it would be kind of in this area right here, tucked in that kind of teardrop idea. And it is moving southeast. So if you're out in front of this, if they do pick up even more, we do want to be careful because 80-kilometer-hour winds are going to blow stuff around. So you can see that on the picture. So Laura, thank you very much. I believe is put the comments. Yeah. So definitely, Laura, thank you for putting that comment in there. Again, I try and stick or keep up with them, but not always possible. So that's good that we caught that. Just looking at some velocities here to the east. Lac Mégantic, definitely, if you know anything about Quebec history, unfortunately, a huge tragedy there with a train, unfortunately. But I was there a couple years ago to shoot the solar eclipse, so I've been out that way for that. Just heavy rain, some wind in these storms on the southern southwest tip, so please pay attention to that as this moves southeast. It is getting farther away from the radar. This is about 6,000 feet off the ground, so 2 kilometers almost. So just be careful with that. But other than that, it's just regular rain. But Montreal about to see some strong winds. And we'll switch back to that. And then I'm going to go back to Saskatchewan. West of Lachute, there are some stronger winds as well, these bright greens. So please pay attention to that as well. And I'm just going to go take a look here, zoom out, and get back out here to these 2 tornado-warned storms. Let's take a look. They are still there. The latest scan over Denzel is showing some rotation. We haven't had an update. That's 7 minutes ago. We should have one here any moment. And we have another storm that was tornado warned. I think they've still got it as tornado warned, but does not to the west of Rosetown, still throwing a lot of precipitation, not moving very far or fast either. Here is our scan. A bit of hail in that one. Not seeing a lot of rotation, but to the west of Rosetown, we've got hail tucked in here. That would be kind of maybe pea size or grape size, I would say, actually. Let's take a look over Denzel. Less obvious rotation, but there is still rotation in there with a few pixels of pink. So again, take shelter in that area where we've got that orange circle. Hopefully it's all visible if there is anything happening on that storm. So that is where we have our 2 tornado warned storms, and then back to the east here coming into Regina. So this is about to get rainy and windy. They've just extended the severe watch, or warning I should say, out to Regina, almost to Pilot Butte basically. So as this storm is coming in, I'm noticing the lightning is still there. We're going to see if that continues. There are some winds on this, but they aren't very strong. And there's going to be quite a bit of precipitation in this. The only place I see hail is way down to the south, and that's probably because we're getting far from the radar. But this continues to march kind of northeast to the east as well. So that's what we're looking at right now. Yeah. Modern cat saying in Montreal, dark clouds and strong winds rolling in. Yeah, we were just talking about that. There are definitely some 80-kilometer winds heading towards the island of Montreal coming from the northwest. This is Saskatchewan that we're looking at, obviously, with Regina on the map. And so, wow, I just turned the whole world upside down. Clicked one wrong button, and that's what happens. The world goes spinning. Anyway, so this is just walking in. It looks like it is losing some of its intensity as it gets closer to Regina, obviously a more populated area. So we'll see as that goes through here, just zooming in. So still to the west, I'll tell you distance-wise how far we're talking about right now. Let's take a look here. So from downtown Regina to the edge of it, 27 kilometers roughly at this point. So basically within probably, I would say 40 minutes or so, that will be into Regina, maybe a little bit less than that. Still paying attention to these two tornado warned storms up to the north, one over Denzel. And then the other one just to the west or northwest of Rosetown. Less concerned about this one, but we saw that it was easy to miss a rotation on a tornado there. Going to look into southern Ontario. Let's take a look, and far less precipitation in there. This is starting to break up, and it's because that sun is getting closer to the horizon. That's why you're seeing that. I've lost my satellite imagery, so give me a sec here. Not sure why that is. Let's do a refresh. There we go. Not sure why that disappeared, but what I'm going to show you is how it's getting darker. So this is our satellite scan over eastern Ontario. And as you're going to see, look at the darkness coming in. And that's when you start to see storms. Traditionally in Canada, you'll start to see them lose their intensity because they're losing that diurnal heating. So overnight, we generally don't see monster storms happening. We definitely had that storm 2 days ago in eastern Ontario, kind of buck that trend a little bit. That's because it was just going, and it was a monster basically at that point. So it had the energy to sustain itself and continue. So yeah, it's definitely an issue. What's going on here? I'm just seeing something about a tornado in Montreal. Guys, let's not just seeing this here. We don't have any rotation in Montreal. We have strong winds, so let's be clear about that. There's a big difference between tornado. These are all straight line winds. Let me just take a look here. I'm switching over. There is some radar noise right in this area. You can see it on both scans. So when I switch over to velocities, they're bright green. That is radar noise. It's outside in front of the storm. Again, it's windy. I get it. That is definitely the case here right now. Let's take a look. Coming through Montreal into downtown Montreal. Let me take a look at the speeds of these winds. 90 kilometers an hour. So this is going to be blowing very hard as it comes through. There is a ton of radar noise. What I call radar noise is this Christmas confetti looking stuff. And that is hard to determine sometimes when you have rotation. But right now it's very obvious where those strong winds are. They kind of tuck in this area here and back. So it's going to be very windy through Montreal Est, through the island, through downtown Montreal shortly. Côté Saint-Luc, Dorval, Montreal West. All those, let me go back. All those areas are going to be windy. They have just put out a squall warning for all of the water, just areas because of this strong wind making its way through here and 50-knot winds. This is moving southeast at this point, coming, and I'll show you how this has progressed, but this is just straight winds, meaning no rotation. We can see that as I back through here, coming through Blainville, Boisbriand, Saint-Eustache, Laval, and now off to Brossard. Brossard has some very strong winds in here. So a bit of a straight line wind event happening. There's 90 kilometers an hour. This is 1,200 feet off the ground. So you're basically about 400 meters or half a kilometer up. So very windy, straight line winds. Let's take a look here. There is some rain associated with it behind that, but you can see that the winds are blowing out from this storm because it's collapsing is what's going on. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, it's a storm that is dying and it's just gusting out at this point. So that's what's causing those strong straight line winds. There is nothing rotating. Please do not say that there are tornadoes if you don't have confirmation of it. It just causes problems for everybody in the chat. So please, make sure you're careful with that. Okay, Gabriel. Oh, thank you, Gabriel, for updating. I think appreciate that as well. Again, this is a strong storm in terms of straight winds, but it is not anything that is rotating. So please don't confuse those two because it just, like I said, it causes problems. So right now through Saint-Lambert, La Prairie, Candiac, Saint-Constant, Brossard, all of those areas, just winds blowing through as this storm is dying out. And then you see all the rain here kind of coming through, but that's the last of it at this point. And I'm going to look a little bit further east here. We do have just heavy wind or heavy rain with some winds associated with these storms. These are straight line winds as well. As those storms are dying out, they're heading over to Maine and then they're going to through Montreal, they'll go into Vermont or possibly New York, depending how they track. That is it. That is all. And then down by St. Catharines, we have a storm here with Smithville. Let me just take a look at that. No rotation, but we do have some heavy precipitation with some small hail here north of Smithville. So that's the going to be pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that. And again, over Fenwick and Beckett's Bridge, heavy precipitation heading towards Welland and off to the southeast into New York at some point there. So that's the last of it. And then we're dealing with Saskatchewan at this point. So again, I'm going to take a look and see if we've got video from Shannon by chance, but maybe not. Yeah, we do. They're out front of it parked. You can see it on the right-hand side, so they're facing south. And then on the east side, they've got that. I'm going to see if Curtis Curtis is relocating here. So he may have a view here shortly. I'll keep an eye on him. And then we'll show you guys the radar here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let me switch over. So again, coming into Regina, we have a line of storms at this point, but nothing too bad. Connor now has a really good view of the shelf out in Montreal area. So we're bouncing, we're time traveling. So you can see this elevated shelf. This is near Montreal. Let me take a look where he is. He is on the storm that is kind of blowing out through Longueuil and Montreal. This is that storm that's moving through the Montreal area, it looks like. So Connor's got a view of it here. Obviously, his cell service isn't the best right now, and they're updating a tornado warning. So let me switch back to that. Let's take a look. This is the tornado warned storm over Denzel. So let's take a look there and see if they're updating the warning. So they're saying that it's a thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado. They're reissuing it here for Denzel. Let's take a look. And showing some rotation on the back side here. So again, right over Denzel. So if you're in that area, get into your shelter, basement if possible. If you don't have access to a basement, then as many walls between you and the outside in an interior room. Bathtub is probably your best bet just because it's metal and it'll provide you with some protection. So storm here at the south, I'm going to take a look if this tornado warning is still good. We'll do a refresh just to see if that goes away. They have dropped the tornado warning by Fisk in Rosetown, so that is good. The only one we have left here is by Denzel. And then we have this line of storms coming into Regina, again, as we've been covering. These are moving eastward, and it is a line, and there's not much for, there's very little in terms of wind speed. I'm going to just see it for rotation right here. That's an interesting area. Bear with me for 1 second. Let me just take a look. It's in the middle of the line, so I think that's just noise. And what I mean by noise is this Christmas confetti looking stuff. So we'll monitor that to see if that continues to be there. It does have my attention a little bit, but it just doesn't look right. So that is on the doorstep of going into Regina, a little bit stronger to the south, but this is a narrow line moving through, lots of lightning on it, heavy precipitation, and some moderate winds at this point. So that is all that is going on right now with this. You can see how this has progressed over the last few hours. So yeah, continuing to move eastward at this point, and into Regina at some point. So again, on the Alberta side, we've mostly had warnings for rain. I'm just going to see if that continue. This one's expired, so they're expiring them on that side. Storms are continuing to move north towards Cold Lake, but nothing of a major concern in that area. Let me look in Montreal, because that wind, obviously I want to keep people abreast of the situation in Montreal. We have 7:59, so this is the latest scan. Let me just take a look here. So we do have some stronger winds. They are subsiding a little bit, and they have shifted a tiny bit here. So let's take a look. 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, a little bit above that, but we're 1,300 feet, which is about 400 meters roughly off the surface. So a little less under than 80 kilometers an hour on the surface. Still very windy, obviously, but you can see where this is tucked into around the Montreal area. So just windy, lots of rain behind it. And you can see that storm is essentially dying in terms of precipitation. Still moderate to light precipitation, but let me show you what this looked like a while ago, how much orange there was in there, and now you're seeing it break apart. So these are just dying storms. I'm really curious about the one back to the west over Mirabel. Heavy rain, or moderate heavy rain to light rain in that area, and there is some strong winds back here. Saint Hermas, west of Belle Riviere, and the Montreal Mirabel International Airport, kind of back to the northeast of that. So that is moving eastward as the winds come through here. You'll see that bright spot going through Lachute, picking up speed here on that second last scan. So that is moving eastward, probably through Mirabel, and then continuing. But you can see the bright pink area. That is where we have big area of stronger winds, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour off the surface. So a little less at the surface at this point. So just something to keep an eye on. So what else? Just keeping an eye on things there. So anything else out east to look at? I'm going to switch over to the other radars. This is all the way through to the south of Lac Mégantic. Heavy rain on that 263 running south of Lac Mégantic. And then heavy rain in there just going into Maine. Am I losing my mind? Yes, into Maine. And some stronger winds in there, straight line winds as well. So as these move through and are dying, you're getting those strong wind gusts behind it. So again, Montreal experiencing some stronger winds and some heavy rain. Eastern Ontario and Ottawa, hopefully all in the clear, nothing to report there. And then down in Southern Ontario, hopefully this is dying off, but we'll keep an eye on it. There are no rotating winds to concerned about. Heavy rain east of Smithville in that red area, lots of lightning. And then to the west of Welland over Beckett's Bridge, Chambers Corners moving southeast as well. Just showing those two last storms. That's the last of what you saw here. And they are just going to drift south, and we are losing that sunshine. So these are all kind of dying off at this point. They will take a little bit of time to continue through there, but nothing of concern at this point. Again, today has been downtrending for everybody for the most part, even out in Saskatchewan. So I'm going to come back here. Connor, you can see that shelf on his camera here, and he almost fell in the ditch running around there, it looks like. Anyways, you can see this beautiful shelf cloud. And what a shelf cloud is when a storm dies, the air comes to the surface and rushes out in front of it, and the air out in front of it climbs over top, and that's what creates that shelf look. So that's why we call it a shelf. Just you'll see that on those outflowy thunderstorms, or a line of storms will do the same thing, what we're seeing out in Saskatchewan. So just in reference here, actually. So the line that you see out in Saskatchewan is the same thing that's happening in Montreal, just those winds are gusting out. And as they plow the road, the wind or the air in front of it rises up and goes over top of it. So yeah, definitely a little bit of excitement in the Montreal area. So I'm going to take a look and see whether we've got an update. 7:59. We should have an update for Montreal here very shortly. So I'll swing back there after we get our update here. So we still have a tornado warned storm that is parked right over Denzel. There's no hail in it right now, which is good, but we see all this noise in here. So there is still a circulation in there. They are still maintaining that tornado warning on that around the Denzel area. So you do want to be in shelter if you are there. That would be kind of in this area right there. And then our line coming into Regina is going to, blow some stuff around, make it really rain in Regina. It is just on the outskirts at this point, continuing to march eastward. And we're going to watch here. So we should see a new scan here in about 1 minute, and then I'll jump to Montreal. Connor's trying to stay out in front of that storm on the Montreal side. That's what we're seeing here as well. So we'll bring that up a little bit big screen, and we'll see if we've got, I'm going to check if I've got any of my other chasers live streaming. So Curtis is live streaming, Shannon is live streaming. So we'll try and get you guys some images here. They are staying in front of this line, just like Connor is staying in front of the line. So a couple of nice shots there right now from our streamers. This is out in Saskatchewan, these ones, Curtis and Shannon, both in Saskatchewan on this line that is moving eastward. Connor is obviously near the Montreal area as well. So what else? So here's our latest scan, 8:05 p.m. Things are weakening a little bit, breaking up right here in the middle. You're seeing a gap starting to form in there, so that does usually show a sign of line weakening. Still going to be heavy rain into Regina. Let's take a look back up to the north. I just want to take a look at that tornado warned storm. Still a bit of velocity up there, but I'm a little more feeling a little more comfortable with it. And we'll take a look into Montreal. So let's take a look at our winds here. I'm teleporting back here. Let's take a look at wind velocities. Yes, the winds are pushing out from this. So give me a sec. Let me delete our drawing. So we have stronger winds in this area. They're tucked roughly somewhere in here. And we've got, let's measure them out. So on the leading edge here, about 80 kilometers an hour, near, let's go zoomed in a little more, near southwest of Chambly, 92 kilometers an hour, but this is probably a little over 500 meters off the ground. At the surface, it'll be probably in the 80-kilometer-hour range, so still windy, but obviously blowing out from this storm as it's progressing. And you can see Connor trying to progress with that storm as this moves southeast, so I'll show you where these winds started. You can back them up kind of near Blainville. I'll zoom in a little better. And you can see those pinks moving through Montreal and now moving southeast of there. So we are getting further away from the radar. So you're getting higher up in the storm. One of the things I compare it to, at the bottom of a mountain, it's not windy. You get to the top of a tall mountain, it's blowing very hard up there. So that's the same concept that we're looking at here. The higher up we look in the storm, the more likely those winds are to pick up, but they may not be down at the surface. What else? Just looking at my my chat here with Storm Chasers, just trying to figure out if there's anything I need to worry about. Okay, so there's apparently some damage in Louisville, Quebec, from the winds here. Mark is actually reporting that out of the Montreal area. Let me see if I can find exactly where this is. Oops. Not Kentucky, that's for sure. Louisville. There we go. That is up here earlier up in this area. There's apparently some damaged winds up that way, and that would have been from straight line winds. So Mark just reporting that they witnessed that down there, or up there, I should say. So that was earlier today. Thank you, Mark, for updating me on that. Just looking at Connor's chat just to make sure I'm not missing anything there. Again, we have strong winds through the Montreal area to the east of there now and southeast moving away. We'll continue to monitor that. And the winds on the back to the near Mirabel have subsided a little bit. We were watching those as well. So that's good news. You can see that bright green spot. And as it's moving south of Mirabel, it is dying out, or they have weakened at this point. So just still quite a bit of rain near Blainville, Mirabel, Saint Eustache. Moderate to light rain, depending where you're located. And the storm around and east of Montreal is dying off. That's why we're seeing all these big winds gusting out from it on our velocity scans, which is the pink stuff here. So that's what's taking place at this point. We will, let me just actually forget that. We'll skip out to the west and see what's going on coming into Regina, and we'll monitor that line as well. And we still have Denzel with a tornado warning stormed over it, but it's just been sitting there. Connor has what he calls a mega shelf on it. So this is the line southwest of Montreal, or southeast of Montreal, my apologies. So Connor is, you can see him in the field there taking photos of this. You can see how fast it's moving now. So obviously that shelf and storm moving out, there's good precipitation in behind it. So Connor out there doing his thing. So Carlos saying, okay, I have not seen that yet. I really hope that's not the case for this tornado warned storm. Let me see here. Carlos, can you tell me where you've seen that information? I see the comment in the chat. I just want to know if you can point me to the right direction where that was reported. Because right now it's saying that it's producing a tornado, but again, it's near Denzel. So I'm not surprised to hear that. I just want to know if you can point me to it. Other than the wording in there, if somebody has confirmed it as well. So this is a rotation right around the Denzel area here. It's been sitting here for the last good 20 minutes to half an hour. Let me just take a look here, and I'll switch over that. We'll take a look here. And I'm switching a couple of things around. So we've had this storm just kind of parked in the Denzel area. There have been rotation notices on the velocities, and it's been going up and down. That is our storm as we sit. I hope there hasn't been a tornado sitting there that whole time, but thank you, Carlos. I appreciate that. Yeah, saw the storm move through them. Oh, that's Montreal. I'm just trying to keep up with comments. I see that it's in the warning. Again, it's been there for quite some time. I just want to see if there's any reports on social media. I thought maybe that's what you were referring to, Carlos. So that's all. This has been 42 minutes till it expires, but it's been here 20 minutes at this point. I'm just going to see if I've got anything on social media that I can find for a tornado out in Saskatchewan. So we had one earlier, so I'm not surprised at all to hear that. Saskatchewan. Let's see here. Yeah, just seeing the same reporting as what we've got, but I'm just trying to see a photo or anything like that, but I don't see anything right now. Let's keep up with it and go from there. So Yeah, imagine the rainfalls amounts over Denzel too, and that's the problem. This storm has literally been parked. Let's take a look here. How long has it been over Denzel? We'll back it up and we'll take a look at our scans. And I hope again that it has been raining basically in Denzel for just started at 3:35 p.m. because this is Eastern time, and you're looking to almost 3 hours of rain just sitting parked in this area. So obviously flooding is going to be another issue, but that's the least of the problems if there's an actual ongoing tornado at this point. I'm just trying to find it anywhere, but I can't find anything right now. Yeah, no, I'm just searching around here. Where's this? No, still not seeing anything. So, anyways, let's see if we can figure that out. But we're gonna stay on it and go from there. Again, this is sitting and parked right around the Denzel area. We've been telling you guys to get into shelter. Obviously, basement is your best bet. And if you don't have that option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom in a bathtub is a good option because it's metal and will give you some protection. So, what else? Let me see here. Yeah, just following what's going on here. So that is our area of where that tornado warned storm sits at this point. The warning does say that it's tracking a storm producing a tornado, but that was 20 minutes ago. So I'm still not sure if it's on the ground or not. Just trying to get confirmation one way or the other. So just taking a look here. So if anybody has any information they can confirm on social media about this storm in Saskatchewan, I would love to get an update if we can confirm either way, just so we know what's going on. So again, thank you, and we'll go from there. Let me take a look. I do have a photo of the line as it's approaching Regina. So let's just take a look at that. Bear with me for a second here. Okay, let me share this. This is from Curtis. He's out in front of this line heading towards Regina, basically drifting east through the southern portion of Saskatchewan. So obviously very pretty storm if you're into storms. And that is what's going on there. But we'll continue to monitor the area by Denzel. And hopefully that is not on the ground anymore, but we'll keep an eye on it just to see what's going on. The last update again for this was 20 minutes ago. So I would hate to have a tornado sitting on the ground 20 minutes and barely moving. Scan updates, when do they happen? They're every 8 minutes here in Canada, unfortunately. So you can have tornadic events that happen between scans because 90% of tornadoes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. It's only that last 10% that's on the ground for longer than that. So here we definitely sit waiting patiently. 8:17 p.m. This is our latest scan. It definitely looks indicative of rotation southeast of Denzel. I don't like the look of that at all. So again, if you are anywhere around this area, it has just been parked here basically. That is definitely a good strong couplet. We are higher up, but again, out of an abundance of caution, and because that warning did say that the tornado was ongoing 20 minutes ago, please be in shelter at this point. Be not underground, but in a basement. If you do have a tornado shelter, obviously be in there. If you don't have an option of a basement, please get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you can get into a bathtub, that will give you some protection if the worst case scenario happens. So what else have we got here? Yeah, Petit Joe-Louis talking about the shelf cloud going through Montreal, definitely. Let me see here. Yeah, Veronica's been searching on socials trying to find something. It's a very remote area as far as Saskatchewan. So, I mean, there are people out there. It's just not sure if you're going to find that on social media. We're trying to confirm whether it's on the ground, but right now, nobody that we can confirm with whether this has lifted or not, or if we still have a tornado on the ground, that kind of thing. So that's our concern. So again, this is Denzel, Saskatchewan, right on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. It is west of Saskatoon, all the way close to the border. We still have that line of storms moving through to Regina at this point. It will be on the doorstep. Let me click the right button here and switch over so you can see that just coming into Regina now. Let's see what our winds look like. There are some decent winds in here. They're about 60 kilometers an hour, about 400 meters off the ground. Some of them 40 kilometers an hour, so not very strong, but it is going to get gusty as this moves through. Obviously, quite a bit of rain packed into the front line of this, but not long lasting, and the lightning is still quite consistent and prolific on that line as it moves through, and we'll continue to monitor that as well. So let's zoom in here. And again, this is our storm of concern at this point. That is obviously a very solid couplet showing on radar, and it hasn't moved out of that area. Basically, it's just kind of sat east of Denzel and then continuing to kind of drift around that area. So let's take a look at our tornado warning that they've just updated. Now they're saying a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So they've downtrended it in the warning at this point. Again, it is in the Denzel area. This scan is 4 minutes old, so we've got to wait for another 4 minutes till the next scan. So Montreal storm is heavily dying, especially northern side of Montreal. Thank you very much for that. There's definitely a lot of rain in Montreal at this point, and again out front. There's obviously some strong winds again, but I'm sticking with this tornado warning storm just for the sheer fact that it has been sitting here for a while. What else have we got? Oh, okay. I'm just reading some comments to see whether that's to do with the tornado or not. So, again, Curtis sharing some really nice shots from the line near Regina, but this is our storm right here, and it's been parked basically in the same area for quite some time. You can see that right here. This storm hasn't left the area. The storm back to the west is about to slam into it, so I'm curious what will happen there. Hopefully it pushes it off that area and kills off any rotation. So we'll see whether that's the case here in the next scan, which is basically about 2 minutes out at this point. So Skyscraper, I live in Macklin, 10 minutes from Denzel. We have take immediate cover warning still. I'm driving right now. Storm seems like it's about to hit us. So right now, the storm to the south of Macklin is moving eastward, and it's about to slam into the storm in Denzel. But you have a bit of light precipitation in Macklin there, Skyscraper, but it is just about to hit. You can see it's about to smack that storm. So again, we will see here in about 2 minutes what's going on. So yeah, it's definitely I'm really curious what I see on the next scan here out in Saskatchewan, and we still have that line marching into Regina. Hopefully it's not too bad, and hopefully things are dying off, especially because we're about half an hour from sunset as well. So southeast of Montreal, it's going to be very windy and rainy with those lines moving through. I'm just sitting here waiting for the update on the tornado warning storm, and then I'll quickly jump back to Montreal as well, trying to keep both areas in the discussion at this point. So that looks like our next scan, 8:23 p.m. Still showing a circulation in there where these red and greens are close to each other over 31. Let's see what the storm behind it hasn't impacted it yet. Let's take a look. Yeah, it hasn't impacted yet, so we're gonna still need another scan. Environment Canada is still putting out that tornado warning, obviously with this velocity still showing here. So again, I would stay in shelter up until we can clear that. Let's take a look at down here by Regina. We'll take a look at the line. It is going through town right now, but a lot more yellow and orange than red going through the main part of Regina, which is good news. Some winds in there, maybe 50, 60 kilometers an hour, but not too bad at this point. Rollo, I believe, is this one down here. It is heavy rain in that area with lots of lightning, moderate to mild wind in comparison. Let's take a look further down. Same thing down to the south, heavy rain all the way to Ojima. And then let's see if we've got any storms coming from the south. Not yet at this point, so let me swing back to Montreal and let's take a look at the winds here. Thank you very much for that donation. Really appreciate the support. And that was I can't even anyways, that's the one I'm going with. Apologize, I just can't decipher the name quickly. So let's take a look at our radar in Montreal. We'll switch to the winds. So we have strong winds on the south side of the island, basically through Saint Constant, but they are subsiding somewhat. These are probably 70 kilometer hour winds. Our strongest winds about 2,500 feet off the ground, just to the south of Maryville or Saint Angèle de Monoir. 84 kilometers an hour, which this is basically about 700 or almost 800 meters off the ground. So at surface, it will be less, still going to be windy, folks. And then let's take a look at our rain situation as well. The rain is completely dying out in this. The only area that has heavier rain, Saint Angèle de Monoir, Rougemont, that's the only area with red pixels basically in it. The rest of it is dying off, as you can see here. I'm just going to bring it through, and you can see how that has kind of somewhat collapsed at this point. So this is moving southeast. So again, the rain and the winds are going to move southeast to the Cowansville and everywhere in between there as that's going through. The other storms have moved off into Maine. So let's just take a look if I've got any other storms. Nothing left that way. Again, a lot of weakening storms just because we are getting towards sunset. Let's look at our storms near... well, the Welland storm has almost died off. Again, because we're losing that daylight, that's exactly what happens. Heavy precipitation coming into what looks like Crystal Beach to Stevensville. This is orange and down to yellow, light, moderate to light rain. There's only two areas with those darker red pixels. Those ones there would be heavier precipitation. Still some lightning on that storm, but we're going to go right back out to Saskatchewan. Let me zoom out. Let me fly across here and take a look at our storm to the north, 8:23. We've got another 2-3 minutes before this updates. I really hope that storm in the back just slams into it and kills it. If we still have something going on here, it would be southeast of Denzel. And a ton of rain in that area, so there's going to be flooding out there as well. That's going to be the other big problem that they've got. Let me look at my other chasers to see if I've got anything. Curtis just under that line, and Shannon looks like I'm not sure where Shannon's headed at this point, so we'll keep an eye on that. Rouleau is where they filmed Corner Gas. Oh, that's awesome. I found it one time by accident. I was coming from the US to Canada to storm chase during the summer, and I drove up the highway and I'm like, holy cow, Corner Gas. And it's no longer there, but I have a picture of my storm chasing truck there. The one that's behind me in Corner Gas, which was kind of cool. So Crisco, thank you for that little tidbit of information. Dog River was the name of the town, the fictitious town that they had. So is that on 39? No, where did I see Rouleau? Oh, It is sort of on 39. It is on 39. So like I said, I passed it totally by accident one time. Let's switch over to the Regina radar and take a look. Again, just heavy precipitation in sporadic areas around Regina. Further to the south, obviously a lot more red, a lot more orange. The winds in there are not bad. They're not super strong, 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, which out there is a gentle breeze when you're talking Saskatchewan and Manitoba. But we're going to see when this updates here, so it should be any minute. I'm going to stay with this right now, and we'll come back to that as well. Okay, what else? Is this the update? Yes, so we still showing a circulation here, and that other storm back to the west, it's almost like there's a buffer in between here. It does not want to push that storm off. You can see that line right in between here. So again, southeast of Denzel, still showing that velocity couplet where you've got rotation. That's not what I wanted to do. So again, reds and greens across from each other. I'm a little unsure of what's going on behind there. That other storm might be rotating as well, but we'll take a look as things update here. But lots of lightning in here, lots of precipitation, flooding in that Denzel area. There's another pixel of pink, which is indicative of small hail. So that area just getting pummeled by heavy precipitation at this point. So even that is going to be a problem for flooding out of that area. What else? Okay, just getting an update here. Yeah, I think we were watching this on the live stream that Connor's just sending me here. So just this is out of Montreal area. I'll share that with you folks. Zoom into that. Again, this is Chambly, Quebec, that shelf moving through. Connor taking that over rural countryside. Obviously a very pretty storm, but winds in behind that, definitely packing a bit of a punch. Again, southeast of Montreal. So we're going to just continue to monitor both areas. I want to take a look at the winds there again, just to be sure, because they are fairly strong. So let me take a look. They're still strong, but they're not intensifying anymore. They're still kind of, because we're rising up in the storm again. We're about 500. No, we're sorry. What am I trying to do here? We're about 900 meters off the ground. Math is starting to not math in my brain anymore, just tired from the last 6 days of streaming. So we do have some 84-kilometer-hour winds, but this is almost a kilometer off the ground, so still windy. Thank you, Brett, for donating those 5 subscriptions to our Sunshine Club. So a lot of people going to benefit from that. Really appreciate the support. Saint Chambly. Oh, okay, thank you, Rose. Appreciate that. So again, learning, and I love that I'm learning because we're just covering so many areas. So again, I do my best, but I always appreciate when people help me out with that. So again, these winds south and east of Montreal, it is still windy, but they are subsiding somewhat, and we are getting further away from the radar. So we are reading up 700 meters to 800 or 900 meters above the surface. So they will be less in that area. So again, good news in that regards. There is still rain, obviously, throughout this area, but it is far less, and you're seeing a lot more yellow and green and blue, which is a reduction of your precipitation cores on these storms, and they are dying off, which is good. So it's not going to just shut off in a few minutes. But it will slowly die out over the next half an hour. and down same thing in basically the Niagara Peninsula. We are now down to moderate rain to light rain, and it's basically almost over and done with in that area as well. So the severe day we've gotten through for the most part has been really good. I'm definitely very curious about this storm here up by Denzel, just showing that rotation for the last quite a bit of time, but also that precipitation is just stuck there, and it's like somebody opened up a faucet and walked away. So I'm curious what the next scan here in about 2-3 minutes will show us on this storm. Hopefully that back storm just disrupts the front one by slamming into it and doesn't enhance it in any way. It is 6:35 p.m. Saskatchewan time, just so we're clear. This is obviously 8:35 Eastern. That's where we're in Eastern Ontario, south of Ottawa. And because we're covering a bunch of areas from the East Coast all the way out to Alberta, I kept my clock at the same. But if we do cover Alberta or Saskatchewan or Manitoba or anywhere outside, we try and adjust our time accordingly to that. So Melanie asking about posting pictures. You can send them to canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, or you can send them through our Facebook page, through Messenger, that kind of thing. So that's another way I as well. Oh my God. 130,000 people out of power in Montreal because of the winds. That's crazy. Oh man. What else? Um, uh, Tom and Randy, I'm in Montreal West. How's it right now? I just did a brief thing. I don't know if your comment was before or after that. Basically, there are some moderate to light showers on the west side of Montreal persisting for the next half an hour, probably to 45 minutes. They are downtrending, so they're weakening as things are going on. And then there's lightning associated with that, and there were winds that went through the island of Montreal and now have moved off to the southeast. So we've been kind of covering that as well. So hope that answers your question there, Tom and Randy. Plymouth Racing has a tornado touchdown. So we have not seen anything on social media. At one point, the warning in here said, instead of saying that it's possibly producing a tornado, it said producing a tornado. So we have not had confirmation from anybody. I haven't found anything on social media. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. We just can't confirm either way, is what I'm saying. So it's basically... right now we have been seeing this velocity couplet on here. This is our latest scan. It is still there. And now the two storms look like they're interacting somewhat. So I'm curious what they'll do. It does look like the rotation is on the couplet still, but possibly weakening. But there is also a couplet now right back here. So I don't know what's going on. We're just very far from radar. So we're reading very high up in the storm. So I hope this is not a second circulation. Oh, wait. Hank Valestra saying, I just saw the Denzel Sask storm produce a tornado about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Pics coming soon. That is 5 minutes ago. So it sounds like, it definitely sounds like it is over with at this point. Based on Hank on social media. So that's the first post that we've seen about that. So thanks, Veronica, and I'm glad Hank was able to confirm that. But it looks like that it may be over at this point. So just to reiterate the timeline, this is 6:33 p.m. The post was made, Saskatchewan time. And he says 5 to 10 minutes ago, I saw it produce a tornado. So that would be anywhere from 6:13 to 6:18 p.m. Saskatchewan time. So hopefully that means that this is over and done with for Denzel. Unfortunately, still dealing with the rain component, which again, it has been raining here for a long time. So I'm sure there's some flooding going on as well. So oh, it's not Montreal area. It's all of the province of Quebec has 134,000 people without power. Thank you for the clarification. Really appreciate that. Plymouth Racing asking if the storm near Quebec has slowed down. The intensity of the rain and the precip has dropped. The winds are southeast of Montreal are subsiding. They're still probably about 60 to 70 kilometers an hour in front of it, but they are weakening as well. So it definitely is improving in that regards, but it is still windy as that storm is moving out to the southeast of the Montreal island, just so you know. Okay, so massive rain downtown Montreal coming from my kind, so my kind self. So again, we are watching this tornado warning storm out here in Saskatchewan. We have seen from Hank that it did produce, it sounds like it's over based on the commentary. So we'll swing back to that. I'm going to take a look at the line as it marches through Regina. It has slowed down. The southern end of it is a little more intense at this point. I'm going to take a look at winds. There is an area of kind of a little enhanced here winds here at Wilcox. To the east of it, there's about 70 kilometers an hour, just basically 700 meters off the ground. So maybe 60 kilometers an hour to 50 kilometers an hour on the surface at this point. So let me just switch over. And again, this is just marching northeast at this point. Maybe swinging a little bit eastward as well over the last, several frames. So northern end of it is weakening somewhat as far as the precipitation is concerned. Still a decent amount of lightning, but that north end, north of Regina, definitely a lot less intense than the rest of the line at this point to the south of Regina. Let's go and take a look at Montreal just so I can address any questions out of there. So the storm currently southeast of Montreal, there's heavy, moderate to heavy rain in Montreal. Let's take a look at our velocities, and we are seeing some brighter pinks down here, but again, that is higher off the ground. What else? So this is about 1 kilometer off the ground, 77 kilometers. So at the surface, 50 to 60 kilometers an hour roughly. So things are looking better as far as those winds compared to earlier, and I'll show you what I mean as they came through Montreal. That is much closer to the radar, so that reading is more accurate as to what's at the surface coming through Laval than the island. Then it came blowing through Brossard, Chambly, I'm making sure I pronounce that right, and then continuing on, but the pinks are starting to subside in color, and again, we are getting further from the radar, so it's kind of both of them are helping out in that regards for the data, and there's our latest scan on that. And you can see the precipitation totally breaking up now, and we are kind of in a situation where the storm is dying out and heading into further southeast, but that is all dying off. I'll take a look just probably for the last time down here. The storms died basically on the Niagara Peninsula, but there is one trying to get going here. Let me see what Exeter's too far away. Buffalo is the only one. So Hagersville, there's a bit of a thunderstorm with some moderate to heavy rain in there at this point. And then one by Dunnville, but these are garden variety showers right now at this point. So coming back to Saskatchewan, still got these storms trying to interact here by Denzel. This is 6:41 p.m. Saskatchewan time, 2 minutes ago. Let me just see here. I've got some comments I need to jump on here. Okay, I'm going to see if I can pull up this reel from Mark in Montreal area. He put a video together. Mark helps us out a lot. So if you guys, again, he one of the designers behind Outbreak, the storm chasing simulator. So if anybody's a weather enthusiast, I highly recommend that video game. It's pretty addictive if you're a storm chaser. So let's just take a look. Just right now, it does look like we have quite a bit of precipitation still sustaining with the Denzel area. The velocity scans are looking better. And again, we had Hank on that storm who did confirm there was a tornado, but based on the commentary, it sounded like that was coming to an end. So let's just take a look back here at the line as it's moving along. I'm going to take a look if I've got anything from my chasers. So Shannon out in a canola field out in front of this. So obviously taking photos. And Curtis not streaming, probably has tapped out at this point, but we'll see whether that's the case. Continue to monitor his things. So this is the line moving northeast and continuing from there. So, and I'll take a look at Mark's stuff here. How do I find volume on, oh, there's volume. Okay, I'm going to share this. This is from Mark from Quebec Vortex. He does 360 video. He does 360 video from his storm chasing. I just saw another comment in one of my chats, so I just want to make sure it's not something I need to worry about. So this is a little reel that Quebec Vortex is the chase group he's with. So let me share that. So basically right now, we can put some, sorry, oh, there's no sound. Okay. So this is a time lapse with his 360 camera mounted to his vehicle. These things are phenomenal. Mark really enjoying that. So this is the time lapse there. So give Quebec Vortex a follow if you're anywhere in the Montreal area or you're a storm enthusiast. They're a phenomenal group out of the Quebec side that do great forecasts, great storm chasing, and we'll see what's going on here. So this is a cool little video that he's playing here, or we're playing. And you can see how that storm is, the storm at this point is chasing them. And that sometimes happens when you're trying to stay in front of the storm and not get run over by it. But as you can see, it's moving faster than he can drive. And you can see that all that rotation and that mixing, that is, you know, you see that a lot on storms, but when that starts to go in a tight circle, that's where you need to worry about it. And that's what's beautiful about these 360 cameras, because you can look in basically any direction. So cool little video there that Mark put together. Again, thank you for that. That was northeast of Montreal along the St. Lawrence up there. So happy that they're sharing that with us there. So let me come back to this and we'll take a look at the rest of it and kind of go from there. So bear with me for 1 second. We still have that line marching through to the east. I just heard a beep here, so let's see where that is. They're just, oh, that's a air quality warning that they had out in New Brunswick. So again, I think in the east here, we're pretty good. It is now just getting to sunset. Storms are all going to be dying off and not really maintaining any intensity. Here in Saskatchewan, obviously we've had a couple of tornadoes today. We had that first one east of Colville, northeast northeast of Kindersley. That one went unreported. It was a small rope type tornado, and I don't blame anybody. You couldn't really see it on velocity. I would have never guessed on velocity that that's the case. That was one tornado, and then we've had one here, Denzel. That area is going to be flooding. I absolutely guarantee there's problems with flooding in that area, and this was a storm that was rotating. I'm waiting to see on our next scan here any minute, and we'll see if that goes off. So there we go. There's our next scan. Let's take a look here. Switch over to velocity. I don't like that. Let me just see here if that's noise. It just seems a little off. It's outside of the storm. Okay, so let me just highlight this. This pixel, these are bright, so that's what jumped at me right now. But if I switch to reflectivity, and this is why we verify, there's no storm above this, so there's nothing rotating there in terms of that velocity scan. So that is just what we call radar noise or corrupt data, basically. So lots of rain up there. The tornado, again, according to Hank, was a while back. And I don't see anything there that's concerning. Let's see if they're going to maintain. Still have the tornado warning there for another 31 minutes. Sorry. We'll see whether that expires or not. I'm going to just do a refresh to see if it's still there. It is. And then so we have a couple of storms south of Saskatoon, but those are not doing anything. Those are pretty weak at this point. And then we just have this line of storms moving basically east of Regina, going through soon. Where is this? Pilot Butte. Then it's going to go up through Fort Capel, through Capel on Highway 1. But the southern portion of this, south of Highway 1, there's a lot more precipitation in that with those dark reds and oranges, a little bit of wind with it, and obviously a lot of lightning. So that's what's going on the storm to the south. Curious about this area, though. Let me take a look at that. Let me see here. Kind of looks like an inflow notch to a certain extent. So let me just see here. Yeah, I'm going to monitor this area because we've got some bright pink next to green, and then it's also in the line, so it's always a little bit more difficult to tell. But that area looks like something may be trying to happen. It could be just that one scan, so we will watch it. And we'll go from there. So this is all moving east along that 39 corridor. Obviously more rain for the Weyburn area and then down to Estevan. But that is essentially what's going on. Southeast corner of Saskatchewan has absolutely been pummeled with heavy rain and all that kind of stuff. So let me just see here, Veronica. Sending me something here. I just want to double check what it is. It's taking a second to load. Yeah, there was definitely a tornado there. I can't share it because I don't have permission from Hank to post that stuff. So I can't share it to you guys. But there was a tornado definitely up in Denzel. So if you guys want to check it out on X, Hank Valestra. He's called Flatlander Hank. You can definitely check that out on social media. Again, we just don't share things that we don't have permission to. I rather the original source have that. So obviously they've worked hard to get to it, spend the money to get there and the time. So again, we're monitoring this area right now just because there was some velocity in there that had my attention. And actually, I'll back it up just to see what it was doing earlier. Yeah, it could be something that's trying to get itself organized. So we'll see on the next scan here whether that's the case. This is to the west of Yellowgrass. I'm not saying there's anything there right now, but I'm going to definitely keep an eye on it. So okay, I'm just looking at some more damage on the Quebec side as those storms came through. Oof. So these are those straight line winds that came through, I believe, based on what I'm seeing. So let me see if I can pull this up. Definitely some strong winds on along the St. Lawrence northeast of Montreal. So let me pull this up and share it with you guys just to show you what came through there earlier. So let me zoom in on this. It definitely did damage to a barn, unfortunately, and a very large barn here. This is northeast of Montreal. Where is this? Louisville. And basically that's the photo of the damage that occurred up there, and that's a large barn. It looks like a cattle barn, unfortunately, so hopefully livestock didn't get too injured. Never like hearing about that, but this is Louisville on the Quebec side, up along the St. Lawrence Seaway. So let me just take a look at that. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, so, okay. Let me jump back here. Thanks, Mark, for giving me that link there. And then we'll continue to watch this line of storms east of, marching east near Regina area and making their way from there. So let me just look here, just adjusting a couple of things. And this is the progress over the last 3 hours. And again, it's just a line at this point. North of the Trans-Canada right now has weakened. South of the Trans-Canada still maintaining some of its intensity at this point. So just going to see if anybody else is still out there chasing. Shannon obviously doing a lot of photos over the canola fields. It does look dark there. You can see the headlights from the vehicle. So under this storm, you can definitely tell that the darkness does creep in. I don't know where Connor is. Oh, he's doing sunset photos. Guaranteed that guy's doing a sunset photo right now on his live stream. You can kind of see that purple kind of haze to it, obviously with the sun setting. So I'm sure he's getting some photos there. They've moved the severe warning eastward with the line as it's marching. Yeah, so Curtis is seeing the same rotation that I was just pointing out here where this orange circle is near yellow grass. So I want to take a look. Actually, the new scan is out. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, that rotation is continuing. So to the west of yellow grass, this is trying to cause a bit of rotation in here. So we need to pay attention to that because these can spin up pretty quickly. Right now, the rotation isn't super tight, but these can happen in between scans. So you can kind of see what's going on right in here. This is to the west of yellow grass. Again, marching to the east at this point. And I'm concerned about that rotation developing there. So it is heading in this direction. So we're going to pay attention to that as it marches eastward. And if it does continue to pick up on intensity, we will probably caution people out in front of this. I'm not worried about it just yet, but we're going to watch it carefully. So yeah, again, this could be what we call a QLCS tornado, which is a quasi-linear convective system. And it's just a fancy word for a line of storms, basically. We're going to watch that area because it definitely is exhibiting some features that could potentially try to be they could definitely try to do something. So we're seeing that rotation. Curtis is doing the same thing. And this is a line that is moving pretty quick to the south. So we'll have to see if that's the case and go from there. Connor just said you're right that he's doing sunset photos, and there's some good lightning in there too. I've seen on his stream a few times there, kind of percolating. So again, right now, this is the area that I'm paying attention to because it stands out to me. It also has a heavy precip core, so dark reds, lots of lightning down there. You see how that's isolated. Sometimes that is indicative of that storm as far as the intensity and the strength of it. So we'll pay attention to it and make sure that we don't have anything trying to happen down here. So again, Curtis is trying to race towards it. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, Curtis driving, Shannon driving. So we'll see if they get out in front of these storms before it gets dark. Right now, we are, what time is it? 6:57, so about 7 p.m. Still a lot of daylight left out in Saskatchewan. Here in Eastern Ontario, we are basically getting to the point where the sun is going over the horizon and getting dark. Connor says he needs new pants from almost getting hit by lightning a couple of times, which is, again, that's the thing that scares me the most about storm chasing. So let's come back to here and watch this area. If you are in Saskatchewan, anywhere near 39, near yellow, what the heck was it? Yellow grass, which is canola. Anyways, if you're east of here, definitely we need to be paying attention to this storm because it could be trying to rotate. Right now, we don't see anything on this velocity scan, but it could be wrapping up. And because we have an 8-minute window, that is the difficult part. So Hank Valestra, again, his username on social media is Flatlander Hank. If you look up at Flatlander Hank, you can find his social media stuff. So you'll see the tornado there. So Laura asking, can I explain why storms die down when the sun goes down? So obviously sun provides energy to the storms or to the environment. that the storms are in. As soon as you lose that heating in Canada, because we're much further away from the Gulf of Mexico, so generally we have less moisture and we have less energy available just because of our location in the hemisphere. And when you do lose that diurnal heating, unless the storm is ongoing and is an absolute monster, like we had 2 days ago coming from Pembroke all the way down Arnprior in eastern Ontario, that was already going, that machine was going, and it would take a lot to kill that storm. But an average thunderstorm will die off once you lose that diurnal heating, because it's a kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It's something that just helps to sustain it. It gives it a little bit more of a kick, and once we get that darkness coming in, it loses that, and usually that sustains, or it doesn't sustain anymore, and it starts to taper off. So yeah, quasi-linear convective system, QLCS, absolutely. And that's possible, what we're staring at right now. So I'm watching that. We had the Dunrobin tornado in Ottawa. When we had those tornadoes, those were supercells embedded in a QLCS kind of thing. There's always this discussion around it. So you can have different variations of it, but definitely one of those things. Thanks, Veronica, for sharing his link as well. Really appreciate you doing that. So again, we're going to watch this. Hopefully the new scan comes up here in about a minute. Hopefully the rotation isn't picking up, but if it is, I'm going to probably caution people out in front of this, which we already somewhat are. It's just a question of what's going to happen here on the next scan. So again, we're about a minute or less, hopefully, from this scan coming in. I'm just watching it with bated breath. There we go. This is tightening up, folks. I don't like this right now. So if you are east of this in Yellowgrass or anywhere there, out of an abundance of caution, because these can happen very quickly, I'm going to say that you take shelter. Again, this is, I'm going to move or delete my drawing here. Sorry. Let me see here. Too many shortcut keys. So this is to the west of Yellowgrass, heading east over 39. We're going to show you where that velocity is. This is definitely speeding up. So there's a circulation in here. It is heading eastward in this general direction. I'm going to try and not draw over Yellowgrass. So again, if you are anywhere east of this circulation, I would suggest getting into shelter. And I would say that ideally in a basement. If you don't have the basement, get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A bathroom is a really good option, into a bathtub because it's metal and it'll provide you some protection, and throw something over top of you, small mattress, anything you can to give you a little bit of protection. But this is wrapping up. It's starting to get more and more intense. Right now we've got some 82-kilometer-hour winds in there. So it is a circulation with about 110, 120 kilometers across. So definitely an area that we need to pay attention to. And I'm going to go back here. You can see the reds and greens aren't very bright. Then we start to see a few pixels, reds and greens brightening up to the west of this orange circle. Here we get that pink pixel in the middle that had my attention, and I don't know if that's radar noise or not, but still the reds and greens are getting brighter, brighter again, and here we're getting even more. So this is indicative of a storm rotation picking up and strengthening. So that's why we're telling you that. There's probably nothing on the ground right now, but again, this can happen very quickly. So I would suggest anybody east of this, you need to be in shelter at this point, especially if you're in Yellowgrass, small farming community down there. So please get in shelter. If you know anybody that's in this area, get the message to them, share the link to the live stream, get the information out. I'd rather you be in shelter and not need it than not being in the shelter and needing it. And this can happen very quickly. It can also be in the rain, because there is a bunch of rain in here. So it may be hard to see even before it runs you over. So if tornadoes do get rain wrapped, you will see it before it hits you, but it's usually too late, unfortunately. So definitely suggest, I'm not trying to scare people. It's just, again, we are seeing the evidence of this rotation picking up. It is broad right now, but this could tighten up and try and produce something. We've already had 2 tornadoes happen today in Saskatchewan to the northwest. However, this line, the way it's exhibiting those features, I definitely am concerned about it. So again, heading eastward across 39 there. Where's that tornado warning? What is going on? They've re-tornado warned up here? Oh my God. They're re-tornadoing Denzel again, I bet you. So we have 2 areas of rotation. Let me just take a look here. So they are re-warning Denzel to the east of there. Let me just take a look at reflectivity. It's going to be down here in this area. So again, possibly another tornado ongoing here. And this is just sitting and kind of drifting to the east. So we have 2 areas of rotation to be concerned about. One here near Yellowgrass moving eastward. Let me switch to the proper radar so you guys can see that. This is definitely an area of rotation that is intensifying. We can't confirm anything there yet. It is moving east. Be in shelter down there. And obviously, we've already had 1 tornado up to the north here, again by Denzel. This is just east of Denzel. And there's some bright pixels in there for some strong winds, 80 kilometers an hour. So that's what they're looking at as far as rotation is concerned. So it would be in this area, lots of lightning. And again, it has had a history of producing a tornado. This is only kind of sitting in that area and drifting around. So not a real direction other than maybe a little bit east at this point. So again, 2 areas to watch out for. Right here to the east or west of Yellowgrass, moving eastward. So we're going to continue watching this. What time is it? It is 6:59 p.m. Saskatchewan time. We're about a minute out from the next scan, so I'm going to look at both of them. Hopefully this rotation breaks up or gets much broader, and then we'll go from there. So again, out of an abundance of caution, we've warned on this one, and then back in Denzel again is getting re-warned. So Environment Canada is seeing some stronger velocities up there, and it has produced before. So again, we had confirmation of a tornado on the ground there. So do not take either one of these lightly at this point. Here we go. This is the next scan. It looks a little more broken up, which is a good thing, but it may be cycling. So let me hit this. We have a broader circulation here. The velocities have gone down somewhat, so we still have that moving eastward again. So it's still not, we're not out of the woods yet. However, that scan still looks, hasn't intensified is the word I'm looking for. So let's take a look to the north. I'm going to go up to the northwest and take a look at the radar up in Saskatchewan. And there could be another tornado happening here. So let me just take a look at our reflectivity. That's exactly where I'm worried about, right in this pocket right here. If I was guessing that there was anything going on, that would be the velocity scan I would be concerned about. Hard to detect up here because it's so far from radar, but this area has had a history of producing a tornado. So we've had 2 up this way in north of Kindersley area. This could be the 3rd one trying to happen. And then we're watching the line back here, kind of on 39 or just to the west of Yellowgrass, northwest of Weyburn. Moving eastward. So we'll see if this tightens up. So right now it's broad rotation, but because of what's been going on, I would say out of an exercise of caution, I would ask you to take shelter at this point. So what else? What else? So we are 7:05 p.m. is this last scan. 7:08 p.m. is our current time in Saskatchewan. So we're watching these 2 areas for rotation. That's our biggest thing. So what else? We're doing our best to cover as much as we can, guys. Canada is a very big country, and I concentrate on where the severe weather is the worst and the most life safety is, at risk. Like I said, we cover a large area right now. We're doing our best to cover it, and if there's any tornadoes anywhere, we're going to definitely be on that. But we obviously have to categorize things when we're looking at it as to where we can cover. Right now, again, two rotational areas that are of concern. This one here, east of Denzel, has a history of producing. So that one there, we definitely recommend you're in shelter. And we are looking at the line down back here south of Regina. So let me switch over to the right radar, and we're waiting for another update on the scan here, 9:05. That's 4 minutes ago. So that's basically what we're looking at right now. Sorry, and again, the time is 7:09 p.m. Saskatchewan time. Again, we are in Eastern Ontario, so I apologize for that. Just trying to keep up with things here to get the time out. So, okay, what else? So yeah, we're waiting on the next scan here. Okie dokie. Curtis is still trying to get out in front of it. I'm going to take a look if I've got... Curtis is out in front of the line here. I don't know exactly where his location is, but I'm going to check here for you in a second. I've got a spotter dot on him. Not a spotter dot, but a location dot. So let's see where Curtis is. This is in Saskatchewan. Shannon is also out there. Curtis is in Yellowgrass. This is the storm or the line coming into Yellowgrass. You can see that blue haze in there. Lots of probably hail tucked in there. Heavy precipitation. And it is moving eastward at this point. So Curtis is just coming into Yellowgrass right now. We're seeing that live. And this is the radar area that we're talking about here on the line near 39. So let's go back to Curtis and bring him up. And you can see it's moving fairly quick. Lots of precipitation. Right now, don't see anything concerning in terms of that rotation. Probably still very broad, which is a very good thing. But just keeping an eye on that as we go through here. Curtis says it's chucking bolts just south of Yellowgrass, so definitely throwing a lot of lightning bolts, which is also indicative of a storm trying to intensify. We still have that storm in Denzel that is tornado warned and just sitting in that area there. So looking at things and going from there. And we'll keep with this visual, and I'll switch back and forth between the radar just to keep up with things. So again, that is the storm that is right near Yellowgrass. Curtis kind of getting in there just ahead of it and trying to keep a visual on it. So we'll switch back to Curtis here. You can see that he's probably going to head east if he can. So we'll see what's going on. But this is moving very quick. The look of it, though, is what we call a bit of a whale's mouth, which usually indicates a storm gusting out. However, we have had that rotational area in there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on things. And again, Denzel's still an area of concern back to the northwest and the Saskatchewan-Alberta border. So let's keep on this, and we'll switch back to our radar. Hopefully we've got a new scan here very shortly. 7:05 p.m. Saskatchewan time on the scan. 7:12 p.m. is our current time, so we've got about a minute, and there it is. The rotation is breaking down on this. That is fantastic news. Let me just take a look at that so you can see that there's no more obvious tightening of rotation on that area. So that is good news for folks on the line here. As it's moving eastward. So again, still a lot of wind in there and heavy rain, as you can see from Curtis's live stream, but everything to the north of Regina seems fairly good, moderate at best, and the winds aren't bad up there. And then south, there's obviously a lot more rain and, or a lot more precipitation in that. I'm going to come back up here to Denzel. That area is going to be flooded so badly. Let's take a look. There's still a couplet in here, and it's an obvious couplet right now in this area right here. and that's right in the middle of the storm, which is where we would expect it to be. So again, we can't say for certain if that is on the ground or it's not on the ground. So obviously, out of an abundance of caution, be in your shelter and definitely take this seriously, because this did produce a tornado earlier. So and there was one back to the south of this as well. So absolutely, out of an abundance of caution, but that couplet is indicative of a rotation to the east of Denzel. It is still tornado warned at this point. So we're just saying possibly producing a tornado from Environment Canada. And this is along to the west of the 675. So I'm just going to see. Veronica, I don't know if you can check to see if Hank has posted anything on his social media. So we'll see what's going on. Let me go take a look here. Let me see. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm just checking all my comments, trying to keep up here. Juggling a lot of stuff, folks. Just a lot of work to try and keep up with this and go from there. So let's pass. So again, what we were monitoring here on 39 is looking much better. Again, near Yellowgrass, northwest of Weyburn, still going to be a lot of wind and rain in that, but the rotational factor has subsided on that area that we were monitoring, and this is continuing to move quickly to the east now. It almost looks like it has picked up some speed eastward here. As you can see, it's starting to really motor by the looks of it, so it's picking up speed as well. What else is going on here? Getting a It definitely looks like where's this Salvador? That's, let me see if that's up here by where is that? Denzel? Where's Salvador? I don't see that. Let me see if I can find that on the map here. Brazil is definitely not going to be it, but oh, it's considered Denzel. Oh, there it is. It's down there. So we do. Hank has a photo of this. I'm looking at it right now. It definitely looks like it's trying to produce a tornado. It does not have anything on the ground as of 7:04 p.m. 12 minutes ago. But again, that is 12 minutes ago. That's the last indication we have on it. But we do show on the velocities there is a couplet in here. And it's definitely an issue as far as that's concerned. So still out of an abundance of caution, if you're anywhere around this circulation, it hasn't moved out of here very quickly. It's just been kind of drifting eastward and has had a history of producing a tornado. So that's why we're talking about it. Let's take a look at reflectivity. There's no other storms out that way. And let's take a look here. Okay, perfect. So let's look at our velocities in here. Still feeling pretty good about this one by Yellowgrass. We're going to wait for another scan to see if this is just cycling or if it's trying to do anything again. I'm going to see if Curtis has got a great view of this storm. It's very shelfy looking, so that usually, again, indicating outflow, not something that's going to be dangerous. But again, the areas can spin up quickly without notice just because of the way these lines sometimes work. Let me just take a look here. We're going to keep this on Curtis. Laura, appreciate you being in the chat. Really appreciate you hanging out as well. So TK asking if there's any more storms expected for Montreal. Looks like everything is dying off in that area. Eastern Ontario is really good. This is a beautiful storm, just obviously going over those grain bins. William, you have no idea what you're talking about. Tornado warnings in Alberta. There's not a single one out there. There's not even a watch. I think you need to understand that a warning is when a tornado is ongoing, and a watch means the ingredients are there and possible there. So you're putting information incorrect in the chat, William. Definitely incorrect. There are no warnings in Alberta right now. So I definitely think you need to understand the difference between a warning and a watch. Warning is the cake is in the oven. Watch means the ingredients are being put together. That's the easiest way to understand it. So please make sure you're correct when you're putting comments in the chat. That is factually incorrect. You're going to scare people that don't need to be scared at this point. So again, Curtis, on this storm, we're going to come back to our radar, and here is all of Alberta. Not a single warning or watch for a tornado anywhere. We're going to look into Saskatchewan here. I'm going to look on that storm to the north that has had the history of producing. So let's just take a look here. Still 7:17 p.m. Saskatchewan time. There is still a couplet in that area. And we are going to continue to monitor it because the photos that I'm seeing, it is rotating. It is definitely trying to do something. So until we see that that has subsided, we're going to continue to talk about that. And then we'll continue back southeast here. This storm has got a little bit of rotation on it. It's very broad, so not as concerned about it. And then we'll talk about the line where Curtis is right now. I bet you he's been run over by that storm. Oh, it's right on top of him. This is how quickly this line is starting to move. It has accelerated just because it's gusting out even more. But again, on our radar screen, that is just down by the Weyburn area to the north and coming through north of Yellowgrass. You can see that line just picking up, and obviously Curtis is live streaming from there. He's about to see a bunch of rain. But beautiful shot from there. So anyways, let's get back to our radar scan. Curtis, thank you very much for streaming out that way. And we'll take a look here. Let's see if there's any velocities. This is 7:17 p.m. about 4 minutes ago. This is now east of Regina. Again, just south of the Highway 1. Is where the more intense precipitation is, as you can see it on the screen to the north. Regular garden variety showers, moderate to light rain, and basically no real significant winds. This is continuing to track eastward out of Regina. We'll come into Fort Capel, but that is not too concerning. The southern end here by Weyburn, obviously a lot more precip in there, maybe a little bit of hail, and there are more winds in it on the south end. We're going to continue to monitor this as it marches kind of eastward at this point. So definitely a problem as far as strong winds moving eastward and heavy precipitation. Obviously the lightning as well being a concern. So thank you, Karen. Appreciate the kind words. Definitely been a long 6 days. I hope I get a break tomorrow, but we'll see what happens after I get off. We're going to look at models. There is some potential out west. There's potential for Eastern Ontario. We just have to look at models and kind of decide from there what to do. So we'll continue to monitor that. So again, stay tuned to the channel, stay tuned to our Facebook page, and we'll update you guys on that as well. So let's take a look up here. Still, this is the latest scan, so we're just waiting for another one to come out here. We are 7:22 p.m. and the scan came out at 7:17 p.m. So we again get our data every 8 minutes from the radar. So it's definitely an 8-minute window, which is tough to watch when you have possible rotation or in an area, any area that we're talking about. So I'll stick to the north there. We should have another scan in about 2 minutes here. was there a tornado touchdown in Ontario yesterday, roughly to 5 to 7 p.m.? I don't think we have any confirmation of one. There has been lots of damage from straight line winds, but we have not seen anything in terms of rotating winds. There is some questionable areas southeast of Ottawa. We still haven't had confirmation whether that is just straight line wind damage or tornadic, but there are some investigations happening. So fingers crossed we will have some information on that and kind of go from there. Brett saying, I gave up looking for a dry spell. I think it's a summer of storms on the prairies. Yes, it's definitely been busy. Again, this is my 6th day live streaming, and we've had some 12-hour ones, 10-hour ones. Yesterday was a little shorter, I think at 8 hours. I'm now just over 6 hours at this point. So it has been quite the day just trying to keep up with everything across the country at this point. So we'll see whether... Great. Now I crave for tacos. Oh, here we go. Here's our scan. So let's take a look at this. I like to get that as soon as possible. There is still velocity in there, folks. This is definitely indicative of a couplet and circulation. Again, I don't have any confirmation either way, but this is drifting kind of over to the 675, just to the south of Reward. It looks like small little town up there. So again, rotation right over almost 675. It is continuing to be there. Just flipping back and forth. That heavy precipitation core right in that area would also kind of corroborate all that information. Curtis saying it's trying to get him. Yeah. Curtis says it looks cold and wet in that line to the south. So let's go back and take a look at that at this point. And we'll see whether we can get anything off of this. I'll look at some velocity scans. A little bit of rotation in there persisting, but it's very broad at this point. Just to the north of Yellowgrass, you can see that. I'm not as concerned about it. It doesn't have that clean look to it, but let's take a gander here. Heavy rain in that, and then there is possibly some hail back here to the southwest of Radville. You can see those pink pixels. That would be indicative of pea-sized hail, maybe up to grapes, roughly in that neighborhood. So this is definitely the situation as we go through. That's the heavier area, and then we have obviously the heavy precipitation and some winds to the northwest. Right over Yellowgrass, but northwest of Weyburn at this point. So that's what's going on there. What else? It says, do you know why the Pontiac, Quebec side still has a yellow severe thunderstorm with possible tornado updated at 6:52 p.m. by Ottawa, Renfrew, Pembroke have removed them and have only an orange heat warning now. So they just haven't expired it. I'll move back to the Ottawa area. So I just have a watch on the Quebec side. Let me just see here. Yeah, they updated this 3 hours ago, according to my thunderstorm watch on the Quebec side, and they just haven't expired it. Yes, Ontario has pulled theirs back. Quebec is just hanging on to it. I'm not sure why. I can't speak for them, but even Southern Ontario has their stuff going on. What is this? Oh, this is an old radar scan. Exeter is back down again, so unfortunately got to switch to Buffalo. So there are no storms other than Cayuga and Dunnville. These are regular showers, but they are maintaining that severe thunderstorm watch. It's for another 3 hours, so it'll expire there. They're just leaving them out at this point, but there are no severe warnings in the Quebec side near Ottawa or any showers even. Let me just double check. There's absolutely nothing going on there. So I think you're pretty clear there in that area again. So Eastern Canada, again, once the sun goes down, we definitely lose that ability to maintain those stronger storms on average. So we right now are watching this line drifting eastward. And we'll continue to watch that as things progress here and update you as far as that's concerned. The southern end of it definitely has the more intensity behind it, but we'll see if that continues to be the case as we get closer to sunset. It's still quite a bit of time out in Saskatchewan before that happens. And then I'm watching this this radar here near east of Denzel, just kind of south of, where was that? Reward. South of Reward is where we're seeing this circulation happening. I'll show you that on the radar here. And these storms have produced some tornadoes this afternoon and evening, so we're going to keep an eye on it till things go from there. So what else? Perfect. Okay, I'm just reading comments to make sure I'm caught up. Okay. We are good at this point. Again, I think we're looking fairly decent. I'm going to see if Curtis is still streaming. He is. So this is the line moving over top of him. Curtis is to the east of Yellowgrass, roughly, and he's driving off and trying to keep ahead of it. So probably maintaining. I'm just curious. I'm watching it to see how fast he's probably doing 50, 60 kilometers an hour, and he's just starting to kind of get ahead of it. So it's probably me moving at about 40 kilometers an hour right now. Let's just take a look here. Thank you for sending that, Veronica. Still nothing on the ground at what time was this? 10 minutes ago, there was nothing on in terms of rotation. Hank is still on that storm that we're watching up by to the east of Denzel or to the south of Reward. It does have a rotation on it, but there's nothing confirmed on the ground right now that I can see. So that was about 10 minutes ago that I'm looking at that picture. So let me swing back to our scans here, and that is still rotating aloft. And again, we are far from radar right now. So just so people understand, this is 6,500 feet off the ground. So that's a mile and a quarter roughly. So you're 2 kilometers above the surface basically at this point, roughly speaking. So that rotation is up there, but we don't know how far down that rotation will drill down into the storm. So again, history of producing based on Hank's posts, I'm going to say that right now we are good, but an area to continue monitoring at this point just because of the history of that line. So south here, we're looking south of Regina, moving eastward. It's popping really quickly here. We're definitely getting a lot of precipitation through 39 and moving eastward through McTaggart and then into Weyburn. So we're getting that this thing is moving about 60 kilometers an hour, judging that off of Curtis's driving. And oh, wow, look at this view here, folks. This is a beautiful shelf cloud. I'm going to see if Shannon is streaming as well. Let me see if that's the case. But Shannon is out front of it, time-lapsing it. So we'll swing back to Shannon there shortly. And you can see this beautiful shelf moving eastward. Yes, behind it there's some weather, but this is over canola fields. This is where I would love to be, just be able to be out in front of it. I love storm structure like this, so it's awesome. Getting a question. Canadian Weather Live, do we have a Discord? We do have a Discord right now, but we only use it for the voice chat between chasers while I'm live streaming. I don't think we have a regular Discord, and bear with me, I'm an old guy and I just started using Discord a couple years ago, so I'm not 100% sure if we have one. No, I don't think we do. Bear with me for a sec. I can actually check whether we have one. That's just our streaming channel. Yeah, no, we only have it right now. Nothing public on the Discord side. We may actually put something together there. But with views like this from Curtis, where do I sign? This is amazing, this view right now that we're getting from Curtis as he's traveling eastbound, and go from there. And Connor is going to be driving home from Montreal or Quebec area. So Connor, thanks for everything you did there. But this is a beauty view of the storm. And I'm going to switch back just to radar quickly. You can see that this is just Curtis is north of West Weyburn, traveling eastward. Down to the southwest, we have some hail in the Radville, south of Radville area, those pink pixels. Lots of precipitation in the leading edge of this. Some winds, but it doesn't look too bad at this point. And I'm going to take a look here. Let me see here. Yeah. And we're going to look at this storm up by reward. Let me see the velocities on this. It's still in there. We haven't had an update. We're waiting for another one here. So again, Curtis getting some great views of the line moving east through Saskatchewan. And like I said, this is my happy place. So I'm going to watch this for a little bit because it's just my favorite thing to look at. So definitely a solid view from our chasers out there. Again, Curtis giving us these feeds here. So, and again, this is south of Regina down to Weyburn area along 39. And you can just see how far this thing extends. Look at how far back that extends. This is just a giant shelf cloud moving eastward along that line. And oh, beauty lightning bolt in there. Curtis getting the job done right now. And he chases in a red Dodge Dakota pickup truck. So that's kind of a nod to the Dodge Dodge pickup truck and Twister. And again, Curtis is a Saskatchewan storm chaser. So what those bolts are amazing. Again, if you guys want to follow anybody storm chasing Curtis, definitely check him out. And we'll continue to enjoy this view. And there's Curtis and there's the red pickup truck. So he's having to work to keep ahead of it because he said it's moving about 60 kilometers an hour. And just for reference, while he's relocating, I'll bring this up. We were talking about the line south of Regina moving eastward. So it's definitely a beauty of a storm, but obviously producing quite a bit of rain. So we're definitely seeing a little bit of wind in there, but it won't last long as it moves through because at 60 kilometers an hour, this will be over fairly quickly. So we're just waiting another minute here for the next scan. Again, heaviest precipitation is down to the southwest here through Radville, getting away. Curtis commenting in the chat as well. That's hilarious. Good looking canola. Ours is still 5 inches small towards the Manitoba border. A lot of rain in that area. So definitely stunted, I think, by too much precipitation, if that's even a thing. And I'm not a farmer, so just using what I think is right, but that could be completely wrong at this point. So we're just waiting for a new scan here. I'll then go back up to Reward or Denzel east of there just to see what that storm is doing, and we'll take it from there. I'm going to also check if Shannon is streaming. I'm going to bring that up. Oh, tornado warning again being updated to the north. So let me get on that. They've shrank the tornado warning down, so I'll pull this up on the screen. Environment Canada redoing the tornado warning. Going to look at the velocity scan. Let's just take a look here. Oh, they've expired it. So tornado associated with this alert are no longer expected in the area. So again, this is right around Reward. And we're going to see that they're dropped the tornado warning on that. Let's take a look at our storm. Storm looks a little more disorganized. So this tornado warning up in the basically the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, that is basically expired at this point. So that is good news for those storms up there. And now we're just dealing with the storm or the line that is moving southeast at this point, or eastward, I should say. and is heading through Weyburn at this point. It is way east of Regina, so going through McLean and then Capel. But again, everything north of Trans-Canada Highway is just moderate to light rain at the most, a few lightning strikes. Not much for wind up there. South, just south of Trans-Canada, even south of 33 would be where that heavier rain is, darker reds, and a little more wind velocities there. So we're just watching that as it moves eastward. I'm going to continue checking to see what Curtis's view looks like, and that's Curtis's view out the window of the truck. Just that big flying saucer looking thing, shelf cloud moving eastward through Saskatchewan. So again, I'd be very happy seeing that in person. So this is how I live vicariously through chasers at this point. So just going to check if Shannon's got anything going on the live stream. She's still under it, but they'll probably lightning strike on that area as well. So you can see our two straight chasers. Oh, Fafard 87 is Curtis's brother. I didn't know that. I thought that was Curtis. Too many Faffords. Not Fafard. Fafford. Anyways, just learning that that's Curtis's brother. So I was mixing the two up. Shannon was just going in front of the live stream there. It's kind of frozen. So we'll switch back to this, and then I'll bring up Curtis's stream there so we can all look at the beauty of that storm. What else? Yeah, Brett saying late seeding and too much rain in that eastern portion of Saskatchewan, and I'm not surprised to hear that just with everything that's been going on. So Veronica saying, I don't think these storms would have happened if somebody didn't use the Q word. I can tell you that these were ongoing, and these were well modeled, by the way. High resolution rapid refresh had this pretty much bang on to a certain extent. It did show some isolated storms on the southern end, but that obviously changed. But like I said, I can't argue with this view that we're seeing right off that live stream. Gabs a lot, thank you very much. What a week for you and the crew. You're doing great. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much for the donation. I will see if I get a break here soon. Not sure what's going to happen, but if you're just jumping back in here, the tornado warning by Reward or east of Denzel has expired. Those storms are no longer severe. They are just regular thunderstorms. And again, we only have minor thunderstorm or severe warnings on the Alberta side, and that is more for heavy rain because of the slow progress of those storms. They're causing a bit of flooding at this point. So nothing severe on that end, just more to do with flooding than anything at this point. And then we're just monitoring the line moving east. You can see that in Saskatchewan, you can see where the severe warning is. That is the area we are paying attention to, and we are getting the views from Curtis and also Shannon. So he's out front here. That looks like a piece of farm equipment for sale if anybody's interested. We'll continue to watch this as we're going on here. Okay, just going to see as well whether Shannon is still live streaming. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, so they're relocating. You can see the edge of the storm right above them, and they're going to have to do a lot of work to get ahead of it because they're probably moving 80 kilometers an hour and they're barely catching up to this thing. So Curtis definitely got the view here right now with this storm. And that's fantastic. Like I said, I could stare at this all day, just getting those live feeds from our chasers out there in Saskatchewan. So what else have we got here? Yeah, Curtis just getting some banger photos as he's moving along here. I would love to trade places with somebody if they want to come and sit in the pilot seat here at the studio and I can go out chase. I'd be all for that. Let's take a look at this. So again, we are looking at this storm as it's moving eastward, or the line. It's continuing to march. It was northeast. Now it has swung a little bit more eastward at this point. So it looks like this is going to head for the Manitoba border. We'll see again once once we get closer to sunset out there. It is currently 7:43 p.m. Saskatchewan time. We're going to see if it will lose a little bit of its intensity once that sun goes down. We're not sure whether that's the case, but we'll keep an eye on it and figure that out as we walk through here. So, Melissa, thanks for jumping back. Appreciate my moderators as well. Just thank you guys for all the work you guys do. It helps us out a lot, and we know these are long stream. This last week, we were all complaining that we didn't have a whole lot going on, and here we are. We've got more than we can chew on, basically, but we're still continuing to push through this at this point. So we'll see whether this starts to weaken. I suspect it will. Let's just see if Curtis is still getting. Yeah, Curtis is parked here or turning around. It's got a great view of that shelf all the way back to the south there as it arcs back to the southwest. So just a beauty view of these storms moving again at 60 kilometers an hour. So a lot of hard work trying to get ahead of it. I'm going to see if Shannon's making any success there. They are getting out in front of it a little bit, and you can see that we're starting to, I think we get dark out there about 9 and change roughly. So still probably an hour and a half before sunset at this point. And just beauty views out there. I'm going to watch this one here. We'll see when Shannon and Corey, I believe, is with her. I'm almost sure of that, but Corey, another chaser out of Manitoba as well. So, okay. Things are slowing down a little bit. Maybe I should have dinner because it's 9:45 p.m. at night. Oh, that's cool, Chris. Appreciate that comment. Maybe one day, again, as we grow this platform, I'm hoping to have other people that can be on here and we can do better where we have multiple coverages. But right now, this is literally as far as the Canadian Weather Live head office, it's myself and obviously Connor on the road. And then we have our chasers that are helping us out and our moderators as well. So considering the manpower and trying to cover most of the country, we can't cover it all, but we're doing our best and we are growing it. So it will improve over time, but we're only 1 year old at this point. So all the support that we've gotten over the last week has definitely going to help with that. And we're just going to continue to try and improve the platform and do a better job as we grow. So what else have we got going on here? I know I've got tons of emails and we'll get back to people as soon as we can. We'll see whether we'll see whether we can respond over the next week once we've got some time, because right now we're just inundated with messages, emails, and all that kind of stuff, but we will do our best to respond to everybody. Just obviously can't do it while I'm on the live stream, so we'll do it when we can. Again, we are 7:46 p.m. Saskatchewan time, and we'll see when our next scan here is another 3 minutes out. I'm actually going to grab a sandwich while I'm waiting for this to come through, but this is the only area of concern right now is just the line as it's marching through, and it's on the lower end of severe at this point. So it's not super strong. It's just lots of rain, lightning, and a bit of wind embedded in it, and we're just going to continue to monitor that eastward. Grab my sandwich and we'll see what Curtis has on the viewfinder there. Oh, Curtis taking some handheld video by the looks of it, or photos. I don't know which, but playing with his gimbal. Let's see what Shannon has in store. Huh! Shannon's at a convenience store. And now there's people just wondering what's going on at the co-op because this line is moving in. So that's pretty cool. Anyways, let's swing back to Curtis and we'll watch that a little bit as he relocates there, and we'll continue to monitor that as it comes through. But right now, mostly picturesque more than anything. Again, I'm not too worried about, other than obviously the lightning. You have to heed the lightning always. And I can see some pretty big bugs flying around in there. So that would be the one thing I would not enjoy as far as the storms out there with the bugs. That would not be my happy place. But, you know, I'm willing to take it if I have to, just to see those views. But those look like some awfully big, either horse flies. Yeah. There's Curtis with the mosquito repellent, because him and I are very similar. Wow, those are some nice lightning bolts. Anyways, I'm just getting excited about this. Curtis is in Saskatchewan. He is, I can tell you roughly where he's at. He is now just east of 35, and that would be north of Weyburn. So he's directly north of Weyburn. Shannon is around the Weyburn area with Corey, I believe. So we're just going to see. They were, I think, filling up or gassing up. I love the blue hue in these storms. That's one of my favorite things. If you look behind me, that's my photo from Colorado, Kansas area with that blue hue in that storm, and it's got an alligator's mouth. So my truck in front of that storm, that was one of a really nice day. That was 2017, I want to say, and just a monster supercell that was out there. And so let's see what Curtis is doing. Actually, it's amazing how stable the footage is, just strapped to the door window, moving along here. I'm impressed how stable this is. This is a really good view. And again, one of the things we are going to work at, not only are we going to get Connor set up with some more gear, I'm going to try and get the chasers equipped with more camera gear, and just being able to supply better streams to you folks as we're doing this and as we're growing the channel. So again, right now, this is what we are monitoring, this line marching eastward. It is doing, it's going through Weyburn just any second here, and mostly heavy precipitation on that southern end with obviously some lightning. So let's just take a look here. I'll stop it. It is just on the edge of Weyburn. Let's take a look at our velocities. Some winds in there, but nothing too bad. And again, south of Trans-Canada is where that heavier precipitation is. We do have a line breaking off and going north here. This is north of Strasbourg and Fort Capel. I'm just going to look at how that's evolved. So yeah, right now, just over the last few scans, a little bit more intensity. They have not severe worn this up towards Raymore. I don't think they will, unless that kind of picks up some kind of intensity as well. And we'll continue to watch what is happening here. We'll get Curtis going here and see what he's got here. Obviously, I'm loving the view up here. Shannon literally has something in store. Awesome. Yeah, Saskatoon definitely not getting anything. Everything was to the southwest of there. There were some storms, but they were dying off and weak for the most part. Some of them did produce some small tornadoes. So obviously, it's one of those things that you just never judge a book by its, or never judge a storm by its radar cover. We'll go with that. Art asking if this is my full-time job. So this is, we just started this platform a year ago. I've been doing storm chasing for 12 years, but it was basically my vacation. Ideally, I would love if this is what I was doing for a living. We're trying to build it and make it sustainable. Obviously, with all the support we've been seeing, definitely things are looking good in terms of making it financially sustainable, and that's the biggest thing. So definitely would love to be this as our platform as we grow it across Canada. We started out of Eastern Ontario and we're working our way outside of there. So definitely would be something I would be really happy to do. And eventually get somebody else to help out in front of the live stream, and then I can do some storm chasing myself. That would be ideal. So we'll see whether that comes to fruition. Whether weather has no borders. Uh, That's awesome, Chris. We really appreciate you in the chat as well. And one of the things that I'm really happy about starting this platform is the weather community that we ended up, developing out of this. And, so many people we see in the chat, and, we get, constantly loyal people sticking around in the chat and having fun, talking about storms and all sorts of different things. So, I'm trying to see if my Facebook is still connected because I haven't seen a comment in there, but there may not be anybody on that. So we'll see whether that's the case. I'm just going to see whether we're still showing as live, I think. So let me just double check that. What? I'm getting an error here. Okay. Not sure what that was. So let's take a look. Hopefully that's nothing to do with yeah, we're still live, so we're still streaming this to Facebook as well. So I just wanted to make sure that that was the case. Um, Again, we are in Saskatchewan, just to the southeast of Regina at this point, watching Curtis out front. I'm going to see if Shannon has anything on the stream. Yeah, Shannon now has a view of it too. So we've got two views of this beautiful storm as it makes its way eastward. I can flip back and forth here. This is the radar that we're looking at, and our chasers are out in front of it at this point. So again, not anything too severe at this point. I think they are just warning it out of a abundance of caution as far as this line moving northeast or eastward, I should say. And again, we got Shannon out there, and we also have Curtis. So we're getting this view from two different directions and angles. So that's kind of cool at this point. So yeah, I'm seeing some comments on Facebook, so that's awesome. Thank you for that, Melissa. Really appreciate it. Just always want to double check because we had glitches where suddenly the Facebook just cut out for some reason. No idea why, but we've been streaming for 6 hours and 43 minutes here. I mean, I'm loving the view that we're seeing here of this line as it moves eastward from our chasers out there again, Shannon and Curtis. So. Thank you guys for streaming that. Let me just take a look at properties here on something. Okay, and then I'm just going to let you guys enjoy this a little. So again, watching the line, and we're just chasing it out front. Lloydminster, Battleford hammered with rain in June. Absolutely. There was some big storms up that way. There was also tornado warned stormed. Sorry, just asking, are we cooked? I believed. I don't know where you are, so I couldn't tell you whether you're cooked or not. But if you can give me where you are, I can definitely help you out. So, anyways, can we get the Facebook link, please? There you go. Melissa sharing it. Thank you very much. I'm going to eat a sandwich, and then I'm going to bring up the two streams that we have there. Just grabbing a few bites to eat here while we do this, so it gives me a bit of a break. Toronto, no, you're good in Toronto. There's no issues there. All storms have moved out and it's gotten dark, so they will no longer sustain. There were no storms near Toronto other than um, to the west of the GTA, through Hamilton, and also along the Golden Horseshoe and then the QEW towards, what am I trying to say? St. Catharines. So, no, you're good out there. Gab's a lot saying, I really appreciate the granular information from the stream. Alerts can be really broad. It is fantastic that you can help us pinpoint. That's exactly what we try and do. And thank you. I appreciate that the message is getting across. Oh, Junior Plays back in the chat here with. I definitely recommend. Recommend. I remember you from the disc golf and sports guy accounts. You're in Kemptville area, if I remember correctly. It's been a busy one. We've been here for 7 hours, but we covered all the way from East Coast PEI basically through Quebec, Ontario, and now we're watching Saskatchewan. Luckily, today has been a lot less. What's the word I'm looking at? Intense with that. Stormy weather. It's underperformed, which is good for those people out in front of it. TCIS, what you see, any activity expected in northwestern Ontario? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think there's anything that was concerning in northwest Ontario. Excuse me. Just want to point something out actually before we go. They have dropped the tornado watch out west in Saskatchewan, so that tornado watch is gone. And we still have that one tornado warning there, but that has expired. I'm going to see if I refresh if that goes away. It's still there, unfortunately, but so all we are monitoring is this line as it moves eastward at this point. I'm going to go back to our chasers there, and you can see Curtis and Shannon doing that. So what else? Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a break trying to just munch on a sandwich as much as I can. Carmen, thank you very much for the comments. Popped in to say you are alive and well. I'm flying from East Coast to back to Winnipeg and watching you, but with no volume as I forgot my headphones. Great job today. Really feeling for anyone that may be in northwest Saskatchewan area. Name is escaping me as I type. That is Denzel. There was a lot of rain, a lot of precip. That was not fun up that way. So thank you for tuning in, and you're watching me from an airplane. That's kind of cool if that's the case. Watching you on YouTube as the comments are entertaining, question mark. I guess it got late in Quebec now, though. It absolutely is at this point. So oh man, that's really awesome. Junior Plays, thank you for that. Yes, sir, I'm from Kemptville. I'm 14. I've been an aspiring storm chaser, and I truly truly think finding you has changed everything for me. So thanks so much, Tom. I'd love to maybe get in contact with you. Absolutely, send me an email. It's at the bottom, canadianweatherlive at gmail. We can chat, and again, we're talking. We might do a meetup locally here in Eastern Ontario. We've had a few requests for that, so we're trying to set that up. We're also working on a possible screening of Reed Timmer's movie Never stop chasing. If it comes to Canada, that's the $1 million question right now. So we may be doing something there socially as well. But that's so awesome to hear that, you're an aspiring storm chaser. I wish I would have started it much sooner. I'm 51. And I started storm chasing 12 years ago. So I was in my late 30s when I finally got the chance to do it. And I wish I would have done it long before that. So what else have we got here? Is it coming to Winnipeg, Manitoba, Snazzy Dogs? Do you think it will be as bad? Wonder if we are going to have another fast spin tornado in Winnipeg like we just had. And yes, that actually, I got caught out by that tornado. Environment Canada didn't call it either. It was an extremely quick spin up. And that's the problem with those 8-minute scans. You will miss an event, and that was one of them. And I actually discussed it with Braden. He sent me some photos, and even with what he was pointing out, I'm not sure I would have caught it because it was so subtle. But to tell you that the right now in Manitoba, I can take a look. This is going to die before it gets to Winnipeg based on models. Right now, I'm looking at Winnipeg. There is nothing happening in Winnipeg at all. There's no weather. I'm going to look at Foxwarren. This is the line that is marching eastward, and I'm expecting this to die once or weaken and almost die off once it starts to get dark. So that's kind of what we're looking at this point. So Snazzy Dogs, hopefully that answers your question there. And we'll continue to monitor this as it's going through. I know Winnipeg has had a couple of weeks there where tornado warnings going through there a couple of weeks back, flooding. It's been an entertaining month, as far as weather is concerned in Winnipeg, and unfortunately, it's been very negative. So I totally get the question and the understanding. So, yeah, definitely, I think this is going to die off. And right now, this is in Saskatchewan, so it's a long time before this even makes it there. And I believe it's going to die off. And in fact, I'll look at a model here and just see if that's the case. On the latest model runs. So let me see here. So these storms look to get into Winnipeg very weak by midday tomorrow if it sustains. So it's a long ways off. It probably be sooner than that because this is moving pretty quick at this point, but we'll see if that's the case. But again, nothing intense for Winnipeg at this point, just in regards to that. So I want to see if I can. Interesting. So I'm just trying to see. I'm playing with some of our settings for our live streams. When a stream loses connection, I have to manually refresh it. So I'm just playing with that, trying to figure that out. So anyways, yeah, you're not. Again, not anything till tomorrow, and I think it'll be very weak, and I'm pretty sure most of this is going to die off before that ever happens, and you're seeing it already starting to die off here on the north side, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Right now, if I draw a line here, let me drop this down and take a look at it, and I can do that from here. You can take a look at this section. I'm just going to cut it off where that darker orange is. And if we back this up, you'll see how there was a bunch more orange in there, a bunch more red, and you can see how the intensity is dropping off on it. So right now, south of Francis is where the heavier precipitation is. As this continues to move eastward, that northern part is going to start dying off, I think, more and more, and it will progress to the south is what's going to happen. This is going to end up being a non-severe line. There are still some indicators of some severity in it, but it's on the very low end of the scale. I want to be clear about that. This is not a very strong storm, marching across where we've had some that obviously can cause quite a bit of damage, even in a straight line. So that's where things are at there. So just tell Reed if he doesn't let you show it, he can't come back to Canada. Only jokes. So the not the funny part, the interesting part about that whole thing, is actually they were doing some filming when we were over at Reed's house. Connor and myself were at Reed's house. I introduced Connor to Reed, and they were doing a bunch of filming there. So we may actually end up in the movie, which I doubt. I think it's a very tiny chance because it was a social thing. But we'll see if that's the case. I would laugh if I was on a big screen somewhere or Connor, and Connor accidentally ended up kicking his dog because he didn't realize Gizmo was under his feet. And we were giving him a real hard time about that. So Curtis has got a view here, so I'm going to switch it over. But technically, there's a chance. We had to sign waivers and all sorts of stuff. But when we were over at Reed's house, but there's a small, minuscule chance that we might make the movie, but I doubt it. Thanks for the compliment, Alexander. Appreciate that. Rick is probably passed out at his desk. Somebody needs to get a shock collar and trip it or something. Just going to throw this up. I'm in Weyburn and we just started having bad thunder about 5 minutes ago. And yeah, you can see the storm marching through here and it just kind of went through Weyburn. It should pass through pretty quickly. This is not going to last long because the very narrow storm and it's moving eastward at like 60 kilometers an hour, maybe even quicker than that at this point because it's been kind of accelerating as it's going through. So you should be going good there, Kirsten, in a short amount of time. Yeah. So another comment, Janet saying watching Winnipeg tonight. We actually live streamed that tornado. Aaron J. Jack, I'm telling you right now, if you are a weather enthusiast, go check out Aaron J. Jack's 360 VR video of that tornado. I've watched it multiple times on my big screen TV, standing about 6 inches away from it, watching that video because it's absolutely crazy how detailed you can see what's happening in that tornado. So if you're a weather enthusiast, I recommend checking that out. Shannon live streamed that tornado developing as well here on the live stream. So we were able to warn people up in Rossburn as early as possible. But yes, when I saw the damage to the brick house, I suspected it was going to be an EF3 because it basically demolished half of the house. And the only thing that saved that house was that it was a brick home. But EF3 is where it's at right now. I don't think it's going to get any higher than that in that regard. So pretty much famous. No, I'm definitely not famous. I'm just a guy who enjoys weather. But like I said, at the end of the day, it would be funny if we made that movie because I remember signing the waivers for all that. It was definitely interesting. Uh, No, correct. It's definitely not dependent on wind speed. The wind speed is decided. They use damage indicators, so DIs they call it, and there's this whole chart that they use for it, and it's kind of flawed. It definitely needs to be using wind speed because you've got Doppler radars and all sorts of things that can get that more accurately as well. But it has to hit something and damage it before you end up uh, with a rating. So, yeah, definitely one of those things that the EF scale definitely needs some upgrading as well. But our Toronto saying, Tony saying, Tom, I can't believe that Toronto didn't see as much as see lightning throughout these past few days. And yes, Toronto has definitely dodged some bullets. Oh, we're going out the back of the truck right now. Curtis is just going to drive with that thing mounted. Oh, God. Earthquake. Anyways, we'll get back to that in a second. So, Veronica, thank you very much. You need to sleep. Have a good night and behave yourselves. We'll do our very best. Melissa would love to handle the shock collar for Rick. We'll have to go and just turn off stream. We were going to let this hit us and shoot lightning from behind. Shannon. Okay, so Shannon is calling. They're going to be shooting lightning at night, so they're letting the storm pass them. We've still got Curtis out front, but like I said, this looks to be weakening at this point based on everything I'm seeing over the next couple of hours. I suspect this is going to significantly die off. Not completely disappear, but I think it's going to significantly die off. Let's see if Curtis managed to stop the earthquake. There we go. Nice view of it out front. So thank you very much for everybody who's tuned in. Gabsalot says, I've only just learned about you guys a few days ago, but I'm really impressed. How long have y'all been doing this? I, again, have been storm chasing since 2014 actively. That's when I first did my first U.S. chase. Same with Connor, 2014. He started chasing in Eastern Ontario, but I've followed weather most of my life, watched Discovery, YouTube, all of the stuff I could at the time. And I just, for me, it's been my vacation every year. I take the month of May and drive down and chase severe weather as far as I can go. I've had the opportunity to chase with some amazing chasers that really know what they're doing, and I've listened to them and learned from them. So I've been very lucky in that regards. Getting to meet and hang out with Reed many times. Mike Scantlin, I owe that guy so much. Without him, I definitely wouldn't know half the stuff that I do. I'm sure if you guys follow any weather in the U.S., Mike Scantlin, Connor McCrory, there's just so many of them that know. Braden Morrisov, obviously Canadian chaser and a good friend. I've just had a good opportunity with the storm chasing community, and I don't know. I know there's a lot smarter people out there with the science side of it, but in terms of understanding radar and what I call nowcasting in the day of, I'm pretty solid, but there's always room for improvement. So it's been a long time. So McCavis getting tornado warnings near Weyburn. There's nothing that should be going out. So if somebody's giving you a tornado warning, it's not Environment Canada. I can bring that up on the radar screen here. We are in a severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado warning whatsoever. It would be red if there was a tornado warning. So you can see our boxes down at the bottom left is our legend. Severe is yellow, tornado is red. And then we get into rain, heat, and fire, but there are no tornado warnings around Weyburn, so you have nothing to worry about. I don't know where that would be coming from. It's definitely not Environment Canada, so I would not trust whatever source just send you a tornado warning for Weyburn. We had several of them up to the northwest. This is what a tornado warning looks like. It is expiring in 20 minutes, so that's still there for the Denzel storm area that had several, storms up in that area. So just make sure whoever sent you that, you don't trust that source, because that is completely inaccurate as far as a tornado warning from anywhere out that way. So we try and make sure we keep things realistic and we don't hype stuff up here. If you have something to worry about, I'll be the first one to tell you about it, but it's definitely not the situation. Chris, thank you very much for being here. You need to get some sleep and before going to the airport and flying to Miami with family. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thanks for being in here and being in that. So enjoy your trip with your family. Safe travels, and we'll see you on one of the next live streams. Always good to be chatting with you. Yeah, definitely. Gabs a lot. Just saying, compared to the rest of Ottawa and the entire region, Orleans got off really easy. If I learned anything this week, it is how fine grain and sudden storms and impacts can be. And that's the thing. You can be 100 yards away from one area to another, and one gets demolished and the other part does not. And it's just weird how that works. Just fishing the North Saskatchewan River at the moment in Edmonton, starting to see some towers going up. Sean, good to see you as always. Let me just see if there's any real storms. There's a few of them out there now out near Edmonton. South of Edmonton, there's a bit of a shower happening. No one lightning bolt. I almost lied there. To the east, there's a couple more. So we'll see what happens there. But it's starting to get late. It's 8:18 p.m. right now, Saskatchewan time and Alberta time as well, because Saskatchewan doesn't change. It doesn't move daylights, and I think Alberta doesn't do it anymore as well. But anyways, definitely a couple hours still. We're at 8:18 p.m., so we're about an hour from dark or sunset, I think, in Saskatchewan. So we're gonna, like I said, start seeing this thing subside down a little bit. Biz Nasty asking if there's been any tornadoes. Yes, we have a confirmation of 2 of them from Saskatchewan. I can show you one of them. This one, let me bear with me for a second. Curtis sent this one a long time ago. Bear with me. I got to scroll all the way back. So this was earlier this afternoon, east of Colville, north of Kinserly. So I'll bring this up and share it with you. So this is obviously several hours ago, like 3 hours ago probably. This went unwarned. Environment Canada didn't see it. Radar basically didn't see it. So that is one image. And this was later where the rope out, which is when tornadoes weaken. This was a short while after. So that was again east of Colville, north of Kinserly. And then we had Denzel, Saskatchewan, also having a tornado as well up there. So that's the only confirmed ones we've had. Again, we were the only ones talking about the one in Colville or northeast of Kinserly for the most part, I believe, on the live streams because, again, Environment Canada missed it. Don't blame them at all for that. I would have missed it too. We just got lucky because Curtis has a buddy who was there and took a photo and sent it to him. So what else have we got going on here? Okay. Thanks for clearing that up. I was worried, and absolutely, if you're getting a tornado warning, I don't blame you. I just question the source at this point because that's not an accurate source. And there are lots of platforms out there that do these things to scare and hype stuff up and fearmonger just so they get shares and likes. And we are totally the opposite of that. So are hooks on the radar on the east side of a front? Sorry, are hooks on the radar? I'm just going to see what you mean by hooks. There's nothing really in here that's hooking. Let me just take a look here. There's some strong winds by Weyburn, but these are straight line winds. But looking at reflectivity, out here where you would have a hook on a storm, it would be, let's say this is your storm roughly. I'm just going to draw a bit of a triangle. It's moving, let's say, in this general direction. Usually your hook will form on the southwest corner and you'll get a little appendage like that hanging off the backside of this. If you're talking about this kind of hook shape, that's in the wrong direction for up here. So that is just mixing in the line, that kind of thing. If there was a hook, for example, this is not a hook, but if you had something like that, it would get my attention. But that's what we would be looking for. But right now, nothing on here. This is all, very simple stuff. There's nothing too complicated about, what's going on in the sense of the severe side of things. Just some strong straight line winds right now as this marches eastward. But this is at 7,000 feet. So you are... what are we, 3 kilometers up basically? No. Close to 3 kilometers up at that point. So that's very high off the ground. So at the surface, 60 kilometer-hour winds would be kind of my guess at this point. So let me activate that and I'll go see if Curtis still has a stream going. He's sitting out front of it, still waiting for it, probably taking some awesome photos. So what else? Jason says, hey, Tom, back home after work in Montreal. Trains back home got canceled due to heavy rain, but we got through easy compared to the Outlook model. 100%, Jason. It could have been a lot worse than that. So it's definitely... again, most of today has downtrended or has been on the lower end of what could have been, which is what I like to hear or see. So Curtis out there repping some merch for us, Canadian Weather Live t-shirt on. So if you guys do want some merch, we do have a store in case anybody wants to buy anything nice. CWLstore.ca is where you can find our merch store. We have shirts, we have tank tops. I haven't even talked about that today. We've just been so busy jumping around. We got stickers, we got mugs, so you get something nice out of it, and we get a little bit of profit that helps supports the platform. So I should take a screenshot of this. Let me just take a look here. Oh, yeah, cool. Comma head circulation is what Mark is saying that is on there, but it's not a hook echo. It's a comma head circulation. So thanks. They're super rare, so apparently they can happen in this setup, which I'm just learning. Again, as much as I've seen everything that I've seen, they would be anticyclonic at that point, I would suspect. So again, that is very rare. But Mark just sent me some information, and when Mark talks, I listen. It's a comma head, uh, basically echo or rotating head that is backwards, but again, those would be anticyclonic at that point. So I would think, give me a sec here. Curtis is now sending photos too. Everybody's sending photos of this little comma head. So we'll see whether anything happens. Curtis is just hanging out watching that. So I learned something new. See, I told you I didn't know everything. Again, I like to learn. So it's good that is, I'm friends with people who are smarter than me. Okay. What else? Just seeing what app am I using? So we are using WeatherWise. That is our radar app that we use. We're not sponsored by them, but we switched to them about 6 months ago. Been super happy with the platform. Support is amazing. Steve is one of the guys. You can reach out to him. We use the pro version, obviously, which is a subscription, but we mine a lot of data out of this. So definitely you don't, they have like a free version and then in between, but we obviously have the pro version just because we use it a lot for what we're doing and we have access to a lot of information. So WeatherWise is the one that we use and we highly recommend it. So what else have we got here? Just seeing there's a bunch of thank you. Oh, my earpiece is dying. Got to get my other one out. So that means we're at 7 hours. These things are extremely predictable when they die because I can tell you how long I've been in the live stream. Is Winnipeg cooked? Absolutely not. Winnipeg is not cooked. This is going to die out somewhat as it moves eastward. Uh, yeah, Mark. Yeah, I'm seeing that rotating around. I just didn't think that was going to do anything, but obviously I'm learning a little bit here. So definitely, you will see if anything happens. Let's take a look. We'll see if anything is trying to happen here. They're narrowing that severe warning as this is moving through. So let's just take. Why is this not working? It's interesting. When my earpiece dies, my shortcuts don't work on my app anymore or on my software. So this is what everybody is talking about right now. Again, you can see a bit of a wrapping effect in here. We'll see if that does anything. He says it's only about 17 degrees out front of it. So, and it's definitely not a lot of temperature for these storms to do much. Anything can happen. You can have all sorts of mesoscale accidents, but definitely not holding my breath. Let's put it that way. Let me take a look and animate that. You should also post a mosquito forecast. We have way too many now. Snazzy dogs, listen, I am worried that you've got pterodactyls as far as mosquito size is concerned out there with the moisture that's been sitting out there. I would get eaten alive. I would not be able to handle that. So definitely not fun. Yeah, so Bird A saying, dude, I was religiously using Radar Scope and went to Weatherfront. You get pretty much the same. Yes, Weatherfront and WeatherWise right now are the two leading softwares as far as I can see. I used Radar Scope for 12 years, like glued to it, and now I can't believe I waited this long to switch to this software because just again it's so useful for what we're doing. We have access to so much and they keep updating it, and again we're on the Canadian side of things. So when you look at some of these apps, Canada kind of gets left behind because US is the center of severe weather. I get it. You're a business, you need to do the market right. One of the reasons we went with WeatherWise instead of Weatherfront was because of the Canadian side of things. So that's exactly what it was for us. What else? Liv saying, how's Toronto? Toronto is clear and free. There's no issues there whatsoever. So you guys are good on that front. There hasn't been any storms or anything like that. So what else have I got here? I just got a comment. Just trying to see if, oh my God, there's so many comments. Okay. Just keeping an eye on stuff. Let's see if Curtis is chasing. Still, he is. So we've got a decent view out the back of the pickup truck, heading eastward from there. So that's pretty funny that Curtis has got this rigged up on the back window. So Denzel had a reverse comma. So I had a real hard time looking at that because Denzel was away from both radars. So it was very far away. And so you're reading way up into the storm. So it gets kind of convoluted looking at things, and especially at 10,000 plus feet on some of them. So anyways, that's definitely, like I said, I'm still learning at the end of the day. It's, you never stop. If you think you know everything about weather, I think you need to give it up at that point because there's so much that we're constantly learning about the weather. I just luckily know some smart people basically, and I remember 10% of what they try and teach me. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, Rick woke up. I just see Rick in the chat here, so no more shock collar required for Rick at this point. Anyways, Curtis's brother saying he won't shut down streaming until he's home in a couple more hours. He's basically making his way there, which is great. He's following the storm home. So that's the best kind of storm chase, when you drive out to it and you just follow the storm home. It makes it a lot easier. What else have we got here? If I could fund anything, no budget for Canadian weather monitoring, what would you do? So we are currently trying to do that, and I'll show you what it is. It's our WeatherCam network. So if I could deploy these all over the country, that is ideally, at the end of the day, my game plan. We're obviously in Eastern Ontario, but I've deployed private WeatherCam network. We have WeatherCam hosts, and it's all through the community, and you can see them all located here around Eastern Ontario. We only started installing those in the springtime, and they've already come into play over the last several days. Even today in Greeley, we saw the hail just pouring down live on that camera. And so we are the only ones doing this in Canada right now, deploying these cameras. If I had an unlimited budget, I would deploy them all over the place because it gives you a view of what's underneath the storm. Radar only reads, way up high. Last kilometer down, basically you're not seeing anything. So if I had an unlimited budget, it would be to put those out there and access them so we can give you guys accurate information as to storms are moving through. So that is the big picture for Canadian Weather Live down the road. Obviously, if we ever get into what I call YouTube money, where we can print it, that would be what I would be doing, is just plunking down cameras all over the place to be able to feed, information through the system there. So anyways, that would be it. Rick was in the models. And what are the models saying, Rick? I'm curious. Yuli's World, Tom, are you guys thinking of opening a Discord server? Yeah, definitely down the road is a possibility. It's all comes down to, after this busy spell, we've got to figure out how to monitor some things a little better. I need an ingest tool for emails and social media not social media posts for pictures and video that we can access easier and that somebody can manage or moderate. So there's a whole bunch of things we need to work on, but that will eventually come around. That we'll have a Discord for that as well. So lots of work ahead, but again, we are a very small crew as well, so it just takes time, and it obviously takes budget as well. Yeah, just got a question here saying, hey, Tom, thank you so much for all the coverage over the last few days. Are you a beer drinker? You definitely deserve a few pints after all the streams. So I am a beer drinker. My parents are from the Czech Republic. So my father used to hate, American beer. He used to call colored water. But I do drink beers here and there, just socially, and I'll have it with dinner once in a while. But I am a beer drinker, and I drink whiskey as well. 40 Creek is my go-to out of Southern Ontario. That is what I go to when I have whiskey. But I drink very socially. It's not something I do too often. Trying to cut down on the calories, and those are unnecessary calories. So they've just updated the watch. So let's take a look here. They're still having this expire in 2 hours. So this is the thunderstorm watch through all of Saskatchewan. Still saying capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. And again, we are tucked into this bottom corner, and things are weakening on that bottom end. That comma head circulation or hook echo is definitely showing. It's not a hook echo, it's a comma head circulation. So, or a bookend vortex as well, I think Shannon was saying. But I always thought the bookend vortex was on the end of the line, not in the middle of it. But I'm probably learning something new there as well. So, and I don't mind telling people that I don't have all the answers. There's no ego here. I will constantly try and learn. And I don't think I'll ever stop learning this stuff. And again, I will make mistakes, but I will learn from them. So, okay. Yeah. Well, so Brett's saying the provincial federal highway systems upgraded and expanded highway cams, it would be a lot better. And so they kind of are what drove us to do it when we were using the 511 systems, whether it's Alberta, whether it's Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, wherever. The problem is that the vast majority of those are a still image, and it's updates every 20 minutes or half an hour or whatever it is. Completely useless in 2026 that we can't have at least a video clip. So anyways, that's what drove that original project. We have about 25 of them deployed, and it's what has driven it. We just obviously deploying hundreds of cameras is a huge expense. It's a huge labor expense, takes time to get it done, but that's our focus. And then eventually we would like to have all our chasers with mobile weather stations, obviously live streaming with Starlink or whatever works well for getting that video stream and data out. So that's what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, Gab's a lot saying, very cool. Thank you for sharing, Tom. I don't think a one-story bungalow in Orleans or slightly taller tree is a good cam spot, but if I was, I would sign up. Awesome initiative. It is so they've reduced the size of the severe warning. Notice they're no longer warning the north portion of that. So that is obviously you're seeing signs of this slowly but surely dying out here. We still have that comma head there. It's very obvious right in here. I just didn't know it had a name. So anyways, we'll take a look at some velocities in there. So far looking pretty good. There's a push from the south, some bit stronger winds in there, but we'll see if that sustains. I'm going to switch back to Curtis to see what Curtis is up to. He's driving out ahead of this thing, basically heading home down a dirt road in Saskatchewan, and I would love to be there. That's basically what I would enjoy. So What was I saying? Yeah, so balanced diet is a donut is a donut in each hand. Yes, that's pretty funny, Bill. Appreciate that. Balanced diet. Okay, we're gonna keep Curtis up there because that's a good view. We will switch back and forth between radar, and I'll munch on a sandwich a little bit here. I'm hoping this kind of weakens as we continue eastward, and it's definitely showing signs of it. So that's good. Out here, come to our main page. So all of our watches out west, we're just left with severe thunderstorm watch. We have one warning up here to the northwest in Alberta, but this is to do with rain. That is just heavy precipitation with possibly some flooding. You can see how those storms are just kind of sitting there. So that is why that is warned. There's maybe a little bit of hail on there as well. Um, and then we're in Saskatchewan. I'm just going to come back here. Watch is still out in Ontario. They haven't pulled them back by the looks of it. No rain, nothing happening anywhere. Let's see if Exeter's. No, that's an old scan. Please disregard. I'm just checking if it's online, but it's clearly not. It worked for a few hours. That's basically what happened there. King City radar, nothing in that area. Eastern Ontario, we are done with. And let's take a look at Montreal. Quebec, Southern Quebec is done. We're good. This is what I was saying. As soon as it starts to get dark, essentially storms kind of peter out and they can no longer sustain. So our last area to watch, and I'm wondering whether we're closer to Foxwarren or whether we're actually here west of Regina. I'm just going to see what it says. It still says that's the right radar, but we're getting close to Foxwarren on the Manitoba border. And we'll just take a look at velocities here. Obviously, some stronger winds punching out this way. So that's why you're seeing those winds. The brighter pixels in here is there's some wind packing in behind that. So let's just go from there. 10:35. So that's 8:35 Saskatchewan time 6 minutes ago. So we're waiting another couple minutes till our next scan comes in here. Let's see what Curtis has on the old viewfinder. And still a nice looking shelf with a lot of lightning buried back there. Getting back to radar. Just trying to get a few more bites to eat here. Going to reply to a message. I suspect these severe warnings are going to start dropping off here on this as it weakens. So we'll see whether that's the case. But it is definitely looking that it's trending that way. As you can see, back to the west, far more red and orange. And now the north end is definitely weakened off with yellow to greens. And it's slowly receding back to the south. So we'll see if that continues to be the trend at this point. Let me bring this up. Appreciate everybody who's been here. I know our viewership is kind of going down because it's getting to the end of the day and we're down to the last of it here in Saskatchewan. If you subscribe to the channel today, thank you very much. Make sure you turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. Also, anybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club, thanks for the support. Thank you for the donations that we've received. Again, Connor and I really appreciate that. And I thank the moderators, and I want to thank the chasers out there as well that live stream for us. Everybody helping us out, get that information out to the public. And that's our goal, and that's why we have the chasers we have, because we all believe in the purpose of getting the message out to the public, but also being accurate about it. And that always helps when you have chasers on the ground. So phenomenal team of people that help us out all along the way. So thank you. Yeah, Brett was saying look up Saskatchewan highway cams. And we actually, so one of the things we can do, maybe people in Saskatchewan can petition their government. So Steve and I reached out to him because we have access to traffic cameras, and I'm going to show you what's going on there. We're getting Alberta very shortly. We have all the cameras in BC. And then we have Manitoba, which doesn't have a lot of them, and they won't let you access the Winnipeg ones. But we have them in all of Ontario, and it allows us to pull up a camera right on the software. And we reached out to Saskatchewan, and they declined. Anyways, at the end of the day, they don't update very quickly, but you know, it does help sometimes. I can just click on this. We'll see if this one loads. So this is a perfect example of us having access to this camera. I can zoom it in there, and you can see that this is at 9:44. So this is 1 minute ago, which is phenomenal. And you can see if there was anything happening on that highway, we would kind of have a view, or we can look in the distance. So they do help, but the live video is obviously significantly different and better as well. So I just got an email from Steve from WeatherWise, and he said that Saskatchewan told him to take a hike, basically. So they just don't want to be involved in that. So not sure why, but you know, other people making those decisions, obviously. So V-Baller, thanks for being in the chat. What'd you miss? There were a couple of tornadoes in Saskatchewan, very small ones, but pretty photogenic, to be honest with you. We had one that went completely unwarned, and the only reason we knew about it was Curtis, our buddy, chasing out there, has a buddy who sent it to him. So we had a couple of tornadoes in the northwest part of Saskatchewan, and now we're watching this line slowly die. We're watching a slow death. That's basically what we're doing at this point. So you can see how it came from the west and just marching its way here. But now, as we approach dark, things are starting to die down. And we are, at 8:46 p.m. Saskatchewan time. So yeah, so just looking at a Saskatchewan camera, we can pull them manually on a website, which is why I find it weird that they wouldn't let us display the cameras, because I can go to them. It's just looking up a link and makes it more complicated. But Rick was just sending a photo from one of the Saskatchewan cameras out that way. So anyways, at the end of the day, we can access certain cameras, but Alberta should be online soon, hopefully. We've got all of Ontario, none in Quebec right now. We do have New Brunswick. So again, they keep trying to add as much as they can to the platform just to give you people as much information as possible. So again, I love the software. Winds are picking up in this. Let me see this, 1041. I'm going to see if the next scan, that's 6 minutes ago. So we'll see if that continues to pick up. It's getting further away from the radar, so they will show stronger winds, but we'll see what we go up from there. Yeah, this is definitely heading to the wrong part of Saskatchewan for rain, especially the southern end because it's going to go into Estevan and east of there, and that southeast corner, Carlisle, uh, just saturated as far as rain and precip over the last number of weeks. It's crazy. We had one storm drop 6 inches of rain in this southeast corner. I remember that. Um, Yeah, hopefully there is sunshine for some of the region. Manitoba had a whole bunch of roads closed because of the rain and the flooding. So that also another saturated area as well. Let's see what Curtis is looking at here. Starting to lose some daylight. Looks like it's getting a little darker there. So this will soon run everything over. And here's our latest scan. It's definitely trying to blow some wind out here. This is getting a little windy behind that. Let's take a look at it. So 8,000 feet is the thing that you need to look at first. So that is basically over, well, 3 kilometers up, 2.5, 3 kilometers. It's actually 2.5 kilometers up. So that's pretty high at this point, but it's showing 100-kilometer-hour winds. So you can see that this is gusting. At this point, some weird stuff can happen when that takes place, and it's been building, but we are getting again further and further away from the radar. So higher up you go, it's like climbing a mountain. Bottom isn't too windy, the top it's blowing like it's, category 2 hurricane. Same thing happens here. So when we're looking at velocity scans, this is one of the first things I look at is how high is it? Where is it located in the storm, and then how close is it rotating to something else, or how close the pixels are to something else. So there is some wind in this. It is moving eastward and starting to widen out. And when things start to widen out, see how narrow it was back there? You're starting to see that weaken. So this is dying off right now. And it makes sense because it's getting almost going to be dark here soon. So it'll carry past dark, but it's going to just slowly subside. Curtis' brother saying, don't start saying anything exciting. Curtis will have to turn around if you do. That's pretty funny. How much does the camera cost to put one in for you guys? So we actually supply the cameras. We put the cameras in. We do the late. I used to install cameras for a living. That was my previous life. I had a security business for 20 years. That's what I originally started running businesses. We actually supply the camera. All you have to supply is Wi-Fi, access to internet, and then a power outlet. And these things cost, in a month, they cost less than $1 a month to run. So they're not something expensive on electricity or anything like that. It's absolutely minimal, but basically we provide the camera and then set it up. So a lot of times there's a couple things that come into factor with these cameras. Upload speed is the biggest thing. Most people, when they talk internet, they're like, how fast is my download speed? That's great, but in this situation, we're taking video and sending it up to the internet. So a different, so upload speed has to be there. And we've had lots of people where we've, had a good location, but their internet speed wasn't fast enough, because we don't want to put a camera in where your internet speed is borderline, and then we start pulling video from it and your internet goes down, or you can't do what you need to do with your internet. It's the last thing we want. So, and we want a view to the west or the northwest ideally, because storms generally come from the west. That's essentially what we're looking to do. So there's all sorts of little factors, but we are, Shannon's actually got one at her house near Portage La Prairie in Manitoba, but we do want to deploy these things. So if you're interested, obviously from Eastern Ontario, it's going to take a while to get other places, but again, we do want to put them out so we can actually check as things are coming through, and we can give you a live shot of it. So if you're interested, reach out to us. It may be something that's going to have to happen down the line. And again, cost and just distance and all sorts of things. So we have to start looking at how do we get these installed in other areas. Because I've been doing all the installs essentially with Connor helping me on days. So if you're interested, give us an email at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com and we can talk about it. And worst case scenario, we put you on a list and we see if, down the road it's something that's feasible. So we always appreciate anybody who's willing to do that. And again, our weather cam hosts that we have, they're amazing people, and it helps get that information out. And after Eastern Ontario, the last 2 days, the proof of concept was there. We were able to show all sorts of things as it was happening, especially with those big storms moving through. So it is a game changer, to be totally honest with you. And I'm obviously passionate about that project and proud of it at the same time. So let's take a look here. We are 10:47, so another minute and we'll see if we've got another scan coming in. But this is starting to kind of weaken off here, so might be soon time to call a stream. It's about 11 p.m. my time. We've been on here for almost 8 hours, and day 6, so I'm getting a little worn out, but we're still going to continue with it. If there's any chance of anything severe, like where it could be problematic, I will stay here until it is no longer problematic. But the trend is that this is slowly weakening. So, and I know I have actually a lot of emails in our inbox about people looking to have cameras installed and stuff like that. So again, fantastic that people are willing to do it, and we will see how many we can get deployed. I'm trying to get the manufacturer on board with maybe sponsoring some, or at least helping out in some way, because obviously putting in hundreds of cameras will add up at the end of the day. Oof, I don't like this. Let me see here. Bear with me for 1 second. This is 100-kilometer-hour winds here, just over 33 northeast of Weyburn. You can see how the winds are starting to push in here. So give me a sec. What have we got here? Holy cow. Curtis just sent me something about the cameras in Saskatchewan. Anyways, let's talk about this. I'm getting a little distracted here, but we can see that these winds are definitely starting to increase. We are, again, way above the surface. Let's keep that in mind. But what I'm concerned about is whether this will start to maybe wrap in a little bit. We'll see whether that's the case. But right now, I think we're okay. So yeah, this 100-kilometer-hour winds at 8,600 feet. So that's 2.5, almost coming up to 3 kilometers high. So at the surface, I would expect 70-kilometer-hour winds maybe in that. So let's just take a look here. Go, just keeping up. So that's the only area of higher winds. But again, we are way off the ground at this point. Let's switch over to reflectivity. That's what we're seeing there. So this has widened out significantly on either side. You're just seeing a lot of light rain. And again, that red component is starting to shrink down, narrow. We were back up to the north where this yellow line is. And then we've kind of gotten where our red is just south of this, essentially. So again, we're starting to see the intensity down here dropping or losing its intensity, basically. And so we'll see if that continues down this way. The winds in this area are obviously the only thing I'm seeing on velocity scans that just is picking up. But again, we are far away from the radar, so that just will naturally happen. The roads at least look like they've been freshly graded out there in Saskatchewan, because it doesn't look like there's much in terms of what is it? Washboard. That's the thing I'm looking for. Washboard. Who just sent me this? Yeah. Oh, Curtis is just hanging out in front of this thing where that circulation, or that not circulation, that those stronger winds are located. So Curtis just driving his little red truck. Okay. Gabs a lot. Thank you. We will definitely chat about the camera and take it from there for sure. So thank you for being interested and being on board with possibly doing that. So let's take a look here, and I'm gonna delete that. Actually, let's do this, do that, and then play the cycle here. But we are, like I said, we're getting at the end here. This is basically getting to the end. uh, just laughing about the comments in the chat. It's funny. Um, Again, tomorrow may be another stream for Eastern Ontario. There also may be a stream for out here. Actually, I can kind of look at that maybe right now. Let's stop the radar for a second and I'll see what the outlooks are. I have to look at models because I don't just go based on outlooks. We discuss models and all that stuff. But let's see what Environment Canada models are thinking at this point. So let's go day 2 morning. So they are around London. Let me see if that's accurate for day 2 a.m. Yeah, that's overnight. So there are some storms overnight, possibly in southeast Ontario. So maybe that's why the watch is still there, although it doesn't extend up to there. They were talking about 90-kilometer winds, 2.5 centimeter hail, and that's from what are we today? That's 1 a.m. tonight, Eastern time, to 1 p.m. tomorrow. Let's look what the afternoon looks like. So that was the Eastern Ontario or Southwest Ontario, Eastern Ontario for tomorrow afternoon. And then, whoa, look at this big yellow thing going all the way to northern Saskatchewan. So this was Environment Canada's outlook for tomorrow today. Just saying isolated storms, 90-kilometer winds, up to 4 centimeter hail and 50 millimeters of rain. But this is all in Saskatchewan again. This will look different tomorrow morning, as will the stuff out east. So again, as models update and as things progress today, things will change. So it is definitely going to change, but that's a rough idea of where we were looking. So that's why I said back in Ontario and Saskatchewan are a possibility at this point. So we will update our Facebook page with our outlooks and then also possibly put out a video here. So this is 10:53. Sorry, I keep saying that. I'm tired, folks. I apologize. At 8:53 p.m. Saskatchewan time. That's 7 minutes ago. We should have an update here any minute. And again, I'm hoping we see this orange kind of reduce down. So, and there we go. It's reduced down a little bit. Let's take a look at our velocity. Still picking up in there a little bit, but it's a lot more broken apart here. So again, those are just winds in behind that line way up that's pushing this out. So again, I think we're pretty good at this point. And then just arching back. This is far from the radar. I'll tell you how far we are. We are 10,000 feet here, so there may be hail at 10,000 feet, but as it falls through the atmosphere, it goes through warmer air, and it'll probably more than likely melt before it gets to the surface. Even if it made the surface, it would be pea-sized at most, I would think. So and we're probably getting pretty close to Foxwarren being the right radar. I'm just checking. Yeah, so out front, it's Foxwarren. The software automatically checks wherever you click which is the closest radar. So we're getting very close to being right in the middle from the radar that is west of Regina. And then the other one, the Foxwarren, on the Manitoba border with Saskatchewan. Those are the two radars out there. So like I said, this looks to be weakening at this point. It is going to come in. There's going to be rain for these areas. So it went through Weyburn. It's going to come to Carlisle, but a lot less rain, a lot less wind. It's going to be more moderate rain or to the lighter side of things. Estevan, possibly a bit more, obviously, based on the coloration that we're seeing on those scans. But it is heading that way. So Brett saying, awesome stream and channel, Tom. I dread and look forward to the next one. Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, it's going to be tomorrow, so I'll be streaming for day 7 tomorrow. I hope Saturday is a day off. I need to get my hair cut. I need to do laundry. There's so many things I have had zero chance to do, but definitely looking to do that coming up. So again, let's take a look if Curtis is still plowing the road. Oh, wait, we just got to look over it. I love that parts of Saskatchewan are a little bit hilly. Yeah, there's a little elevation there. Usually, you don't think that Saskatchewan's got some hills, but it's got some hills. Um, just finishing my, or not finishing my sandwich, still trying to have my sandwich, but just going to look at something here. Yeah, Rick, thanks for sending that in the chat. Okay, so I think at this point things are dying off enough that, again, out front of this, it's barely severe at this point. The only area, and again, I think it's just because of those hail markers at the bottom there with the pink, but they are 10,000 feet. So that's over 3 kilometers up. By the time that falls to the ground, that would be very tiny hail if it was hail. So unless there's something, if anybody has any specific questions, I'll hang around for a little bit here, but otherwise I think I'll end up pulling the stream at this point. It's 11 p.m. here in Eastern Ontario. We've been on here for 8 hours, so I just want to give the opportunity if anybody has any questions. Otherwise, we'll probably wrap this up. They've just updated the thunderstorm warning, so I'm going to look at it. Just saying the typical strong wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. I'm skeptical of the hail anywhere other than south of Weyburn at this point. You can see we've just lost all that intensity compared to where it was. For example, right here, this is a nice strong line just with those dark reds, orange tight, the gradients are very crisp. And then you've got this washing out effect that you get where you get those softer edges, less rain. And again, that's just indicative of a storm that is dying out, or a line of storms that's dying out. So things are pretty good, man. I'm happy to hear that. So I'll give it a few more minutes and then we'll wrap this up. I appreciate everybody that tuned in, and we'll see what the next one does. This one was definitely much tamer compared to the last basically 5 that we've done. Some of them I literally jumped on and had tornado warnings, as we were jumping on type things. So most of them have been go, 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 go. This one was busy just trying to cover from East Coast all the way back to Alberta and finding all the places where there's some severe weather and covering it all. But for the most part, the outcome has been much lower than the outlooks showed, which that happens with weather all the time. So I'm glad for that, because it definitely, people out in front don't have to suffer, don't get hurt by it. There's still going to be a lot of rain moving through with this line, and that's the biggest problem I think Saskatchewan is going to face, and then possibly on the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border, because they're just saturated areas. So it's very easy for them to flood or have overland flooding. So Snazzy Dog says, fantastic reporting. Have a great sleep. You guys need it. Absolutely. I need my rest, and I need to be able to do some laundry. So, V-Baller, always good to see you in here, short or long. We appreciate you being in here. How does Cayuga, Ontario look for Saturday, taking the grandkids to Toronto Motorsports Park in a tent? I want to come to that with you. Can I? Is there any room in the tent with you guys? Let me just take a look and see if there's any outlooks for Toronto. Sorry, you said Saturday. Let's see if day 3 is out. So they have day 3 right now. This would be Saturday from 1 a.m. till Sunday. Isolated thunderstorms is all they're calling for. And you can see that's from Cobourg to Newmarket, and then over to Port Elgin and down to Windsor and along the Lake Erie shoreline over to the Niagara Peninsula, but that will change. So again, if you go to our Facebook page and you join, watch our Facebook page, we post stuff on there. So if there's anything that's going to be worse than this, we will post about it. But right now they're just saying scattered thunderstorms, and that's basically it. Nothing severe. That's when you get into the gray area. This is minor. It's on the low end. It's the lowest end possible. So right now that looks pretty decent. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at for Cayuga area, or Ontario area in terms of the outlook, I should say. Sorry. Excuse me. What else? Thanks, Tom. Was a great first stream for me to catch. Curtis hadn't even told me he was chasing for anyone, so it was surprising when I joined and he had a camera for you guys. Isn't family always the last one to learn about anything? I have that same thing with my brother. Sometimes he's in town and I have no idea that he's been in town, but that's the way it goes. Anyways, glad you enjoyed it. Yes, Curtis has helped us out a lot. He's a great friend for that, and we really appreciate it. I'm just going to see, this is 9:05 p.m. So again, we are seeing a little bit of winds in there, but I do see that that is probably dying out at this point. So I think it's pretty safe for everybody out in front of this. Again, you're going to have thunderstorms with rain, but nothing too violent at this point. So Snazzy Dog saying everyone needs to tell everyone else about your channel and what a fantastic service you guys provide, and hopefully it'll become more profitable for you, so more cameras can be put out there. I agree. Thank you very much. That is our goal. Ultimately is getting the word out to people and just warning of what is coming, but also what you don't have to worry about. And that's the most important part for the anxiety with storms. I try and get that message across as much as possible. So, Tom, you are now practically a member of our family here in Toronto. That's awesome, Tony. I still want to get, Tony made an awesome video that we're going to get out on our platform. We just haven't had the time because it's crazy how busy this has been. I'd be happy if tomorrow was a bit of a down day, but we'll see that. But keep an eye out. We'll link Tony's YouTube channel in it. He's been a great supporter, always being in here, and we'll put that out because he put together a fantastic video that actually is in line with what I was just talking about, not hyping stuff up. So again, thank you for sending that. We'll get it out here soon, hopefully. And again, everybody in Saskatchewan and eastern Saskatchewan right now, you guys, like I said, this line is coming from the west. You're going to get showers, but again, it isn't going to be bad at this point. Things look to be pretty good. So thanks everybody for joining us on the live stream. I appreciate all my moderators, all my chasers. Thank you so much. Connor and I both say thank you for that. He obviously can't because he's driving, but anyways, appreciate everybody here. We will probably see people tomorrow because there's more than likely another live stream, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. So have a great night. Hopefully everybody sleeps well, including myself, and we'll talk soon.